Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and welcome to the open mic for the episode 18. And the title, tentative title, of course, whether we talk about it is up to you guys. And so the latest breaking news is that Belarus have received a drone attack on one of its military air base by allegedly Ukraine drones, and we can also talk about the Transnistria conspiracy. This is the big thing over the past week. And the Bakhmut cauldron. Bakhmut is looking like shit now. So, we can talk about it also. So, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Type 1 if you can hear me. Let me adjust my stuff. No one is talking to me. I'm so sad. All right. Okay, you guys can hear me. Cool. Okay. Today's stream is only on the open mic channel. So I have rebranded DPA IRL channel to rebrand it into DPA open mic, because the open mic content is going to be like dominates the entire channel. So it makes no point to make it a in real life channel, because anything that I post in real life will be swept away by open mic content. So might as well just call it open mic. And then maybe one day I'll create IRL channel if I really feel that I need it. And let's gonna say hi to people. Where I should scroll. Okay, hi Jen Dijaka. Hi 4K Walking Tour. 4K Walking Tour. Sounds like you have a YouTube channel. Hi Epic Green 08. Hi Tanny Destroyer 4. Hi Maddie. Hi Dimension 5. As Maddie said, they'll smash the like button and share before I loses my shit, which I already lost my shit when I went to bathe. Hi Stu Glenn. Hi Emmanuel Gamer X. Hi M Blue. Hi Ruthlessly Efficient. Hi Cheese Puff Robert. Rolly and Rainer Prakash TJ. No one as in his name is called No One. And hi John. Hi Better Core 20. Hi DXD XD Pixel. Hi Vaughn. Hi Oni. Ivan. Brian. The replacement CKG 3.0. Hi Ivan. Petrov. Have one Scepter. Yeah. So hi everyone. So okay, so cool. So hi Emmanuel Herenkes. So Harry Keys. Hi Specimen. So okay, so let's not waste time saying hi to everyone. So this will not be on the main channel. I just want to share the reasoning, because you should know that I have a few very big videos. The super panel, the super live panel, and which is why the both videos are still trending. YouTube algorithm is still pushing it, so I don't want to affect the push with the open mic, because usually open mic do not have as many views as typical even sit rep. So which is why we're gonna leave the main channel alone to let the YouTube do its thing, and not self shadow ban ourselves. So okay. So now I'm going to look for my copy and paste thing. Open mic, copy and paste. To join the open mic, okay, let me edit the thing so that I open mic. Okay, it's here. Okay, the link. Okay, I'm going to post here. Hi, Stu Glenn. Hi, replacement. With a cat. He's a cat. Replacement is a cat. So open mic is here. You must as usual. You need to show your face. You need to have a mic. You need to have a earphone, to join the open mic, and anyone can join. So the link is now in the chat. Let's go. Okay, so yeah, I also have to put on my earphone. Depends. Let's see how it goes. I can't predict what happens every time. Whoa, the regulars are in already. So let me give me a check. Give me a while.
Oh, hello.
Whoa. Everybody is so ready. It's like, oh, just came out all at the same time. Hi, Prata, Toby, JS.
Hello. Hi. How are you guys?
Although we have RL around, this is going to be an interrupting session.
Hi.
Drop
Hi,
out. My
everybody.
internet sucks.
RL is going to be good.
So the breaking news I have personally haven't fact checked this. Is going around on Twitter is that Belarus just got struck by a drone. Allegedly a drone by Ukraine on its airfield, and apparently a radar plane was hit. And the radar plane is not like the E3C small one. It's like a big radar plane that got hit. And then the story was that the entire air base is now being closed, and the Russian forces is now covering the entire air base. And but no, then there was another thing being said, was that Belarus say that I think the president or something say that if there's an attack on Belarus, then they will do something like that. So it's like it could also be a false flag, to give Belarus a reason to enter a war. So what do you guys think? You're muted.
Like for Iran, I mean, it's a country where you have an opposition and people who are ready to do anything to fight the actual regime. And I think the drone was launched by those Belarusian opposition. And voila, simple as that. That's the same as in Iran. All the killings, they say, yeah, it's the Mossad. Yes, but guys who are on the ground in Iran are Iranian people who are ready to do anything for damaging the
Yeah, I think that's true.
Things like that.
I think that's accurate. There's the culture in Belarus is actually closer to northern Ukraine and Lithuania than it is to anywhere else. If you trace their history back, they're very close to Volhynia. So there is a large section of the community there that would be taking sides with the northern Ukrainians.
But how come taking sides? What do you mean?
It's just cultural and history. So, for example, what we call Ukrainian is actually pretty fractured. There's a large group of people who want to join.
You mean people in the northern Ukraine would take sides with Belarus?
No, there are people. The Belarusian culture is actually closer to the northern Ukrainian culture in Volhynia.
They have dialect
continuum.
Else. They even have dialect continuum.
Yeah, and history as well. But weirdly enough, they're not necessarily close to the folks from Lvov, who are the very nationalistic Ukrainians. So this is Julia Tymoshenko's people. They're from Volhynia in the north of Ukraine. They're very pro-EU. They want to join the EU. So they side with the Lvov folks, that faction, that are the hyper-nationalists.
Memory in eastern Ukraine is still Polish and Austro-Hungarian. But it's interesting you say that, because either the Ukrainians, the Belarusians actually were quite pro-Russians when the Russian Empire took those lands out of the Polish Commonwealth. And they always show themselves quite pro-Russian, especially because the church, the priests and so on were very keen in leaving the Catholic Orthodox Church, or the Greco-Orthodox Church, as some people call it.
Well, that's right. They are actually very strong Orthodox, and they share with the Lithuanians and the Volhynians, they share a distaste of Poland, which is greater than their distaste of Russia. So they're conflicted. They want to be part of EU, but they're very, they're historically they're very anti-Polish, because it was the Polish incursions into Volhynia that attacked their culture.
But
in the day.
Time can change the people. Yeah, with propaganda, especially with soft power. You see, during the strikes against Lukashenko, when he was
they never managed to make it into Russia, like in Ukraine, for instance. Very interesting.
People protested with a flag which was white and red, the color of the former Polish-Lithuanian Empire. So maybe the mind of those people have changed. Yeah?
I think
and
it's
now,
an
and now they want, as Toby said,
but it's
that
an
they are
anti-Sovietic reaction,
toward West, and they want Lukashenko to get out.
Yes, but exactly.
Belarus is not one. It's not one culture. Yeah, you have more pro-Russian and more pro-Western.
Yes, but you see, RL, the problem is that Lukashenko is the incarnation of the old Soviet Union continuation, and people want to get rid of it. And the first when
business.
Yes, sure, but when Belarus got its independence in the 90s, they changed their flag. And then Lukashenko came to power and tried to put some order on that chaos, and they brought back the Soviet Union flag, more or less, so some changes. So I think this old flag, kind of a way, it doesn't really go inside of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It actually goes more like a reaction against this regime that keeps surviving at all costs. But Wyatt was saying something very interesting, because I also read in the newspapers a very interesting conclusion, which is they haven't been able to convince the Belarusian opposition, which is in Western Europe, to create mobilization, pro-Ukrainian mobilization. I don't know if you had some readings about it or any opinions.
No, big surprise. People don't have the balls to fight. No kidding. Especially people in the West.
Among the foreign mercenaries fighting alongside Ukraine, you have a lot of Belarusians.
They say.
It's true. There are a lot of...
It's true?
Yes.
Do you guys remember in Putin's speech? I thought it was really interesting. In Putin's speech, he was really careful to say that Russia was market orientated, and he was very clear they weren't going back to communism. They wanted to grow the free market. Now, whether or not that's true or whatever, I thought that part of his speech was aimed directly at Belarus and also a lot of the Russian population as well, because I think I think RL is right. There is a split in Belarus. And there's a very, very significant number of people who do not want to go back to communism and who look at Lithuania, for example, which is culturally very similar to them.
So?
No, yeah, for sure. There's a lot of, but my wife is Lithuanian, and there's a lot of cultural contact between Belarus and Lithuania. None of them want war, but there's absolutely no desire to go back to the Soviet past.
They may also have, because we kind of forget some very important details here. You might be forgetting that actually Russia might be the reference, because as you probably know, there is no customs border between Russia and Belarus. They live in a customs union. People go and come. Their biggest community outside the country is actually in Moscow, and they are very welcome.
Yeah, but you forget
the Belarusians are extremely well seen in the Russian society, and they feel that as well. It's positive.
Preta, you have to count the soft power of the West, which is very strong. That's why you have a lot of Belarusians who want to go to the European Union.
I'm aware of it.
And the problem is the Belarusians have no clue of what is Europe actually. Yeah, I just saw something in the UK about Ukrainian families where were put in a place where you have a lot of black people and Muslim people.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're referring
being
to
there
in London, right? Is that the one you're referring to in London? Yeah, I think
exactly.
We all saw that.
For those Ukrainians, there were too many blacks and too many Muslims.
Yes, but there is something very positive. I was a bit disconnected now. There's something very positive in our European countries. We live very well. It's something that everybody wants to have. That's nice. Everybody
what is something everybody wants to have, Prado?
Well, they want to have welfare system. They want to have more or less security. They want to be treated on jobs like with rights. That's something very bad in Belarus. Yesterday I was talking with the Belarusian girl.
That's the propaganda from the West. That's the soft power who say we are the best.
Very nice.
We are democratic. We have a best healthcare system, which is wrong.
Sure, but she was saying, for instance,
just look at statistics, demographic statistic of Belarusia. I mean, they have an infant mortality which is below the infant mortality of France itself.
Well, very interesting. The girl I was speaking yesterday, she actually is a bird carrier. So good that you say that. But she was saying something very interesting, which I also know from Russia. If you're fired, you're fired. You just go. You have no rights. It will be extremely difficult for you to go to a court and get something from it. And she was saying that it's even worse in Belarus. They just spit you out if you can't say a word. You're like, and they don't say anything. So of course, the European Union has something very attractive. And if you see the discourse of Putin was very pro-European almost, because he was like promising people what we already have for many decades now. But I'm not saying that is not the soft power is there. What I said, it is something very interesting. There is a critic now running that the Belarusian opposition is not being able to create an opposition against Russia or pro-Ukrainian somehow. And this actually says the same as he was saying, RL. Perhaps the soft power is not so strong as we think.
No, it's very strong, but they have no idea about the reality. You say that in Belarusia, if the boss decide to get rid of you, it's finished.
Yeah,
it's the same here in France, depending on the type of contract you have.
Well, they always have to give you more or less a month in ahead.
That's bullshit. It depends on your status and the type of contract you have. They can get rid of you, no problem, if you have a temporary contract. No problem. And most
in the United States, it's like the H-1B visa thing, where basically, if you come to the United States and you're sponsored, like where I live, it's the tech sector and so there's tons of people from India and Asia that come here, and they get these H-1B visas. They're sponsored by the corporations like Microsoft and such to work here. And they basically are slaves, because if they get fired, their visa status goes away. They have to leave.
Also,
it's normal, man. That's how it works in most countries.
Did you heard what happened in the cities of London? Yeah.
No.
When the Brexit occurred, many people working in financial business were fired by SMS, by message texting. Bye, you fired.
Yeah, that's Polish people got big problems because hi all of you. Polish people got a lot of problems because they were emigrated to England, and as the Brexit occurred, they were not anymore in the European Union, so they had to apply for visa.
There's a lot of background ambience.
But
if you're not talking, please hit the mute.
I have background. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, it's not you.
Am I on here? I can't. I'm on the wrong screen. I'm sorry, bud.
I'm on the wrong one.
It isn't showing me. I'm sorry.
Sorry, guys, for all the ambience and background music, which doesn't sound very good. Nice. Everybody is so confused today. And then the conversation just stopped halfway. I don't even know what happened.
We have winter again here.
Yeah. So you were talking about Poland, Draku?
Yeah, Polish people had a lot of problem in England as the Brexit took you, because there were a lot of Polish immigrants in Poland, and as Brexit came, all the Polish people were without work permit for England, so they had to leave or to apply for visa, and they had a lot of problems with that. Was the same situation as in the States?
Same as all the old British who are living in France for their retirement. Now
Yes.
they have to apply for visa, and the cost of living is going higher because the sterling pound is plummeting. That's the side effect of Brexit.
A friend of mine, his brother is now having to come back from China because all long-term visas, I guess, are not being renewed for American citizens in China right now. So he currently has to come back.
On that, like, is that everybody, or is that just is that just U.S. citizens that this applies to, or is it EU members or just U.S. citizens?
Well, he's a U.S. citizen, and I only know his story, but he said that others were getting the same problem. So it is, I'm just saying what I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but, you know, this has never happened before. And a lot of people from America are trying to find places out of China to live right now because they didn't expect it to happen at this time.
Yeah. Otherwise, if such things are happening, normally the Chinese government are making that official, so it's not normally.
It's just a sign of rising tensions.
Yes,
sure.
Could be also.
And some tensions are made in a very subtle way. That would be very Chinese. Well, they first warn you. They warn you, and then they will go.
Yeah, but that's okay because other countries don't warn you. Like, yeah. Hi.
Okay, we have a full house just on 22nd minute of the stream. Hi, Papa Roach.
Yeah, Wyatt, congratulations for your super duper mic you made with Scott Ritter.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Wyatt, that was good, man. Congrats, by the way.
If you can make one with Colonel Douglas McGregor, it will be one step further again, even.
Yeah, if you get Douglas McGregor on, you got an agent?
If you can make one with
producer.
If you can make one with Kishore Mahbubani, it will be even one more step bigger. Yeah.
Kishore is bigger than McGregor? You sure?
For me, yes. You have an ambassador.
I'm not a fan of Kishore. I'm a fan of
saying McGregor's not free.
It's always good to have.
What'd you say? Sorry, what'd you say about McGregor?
Oh, Wyatt checked into that. He said McGregor has a fee. So
not fee. No, not a fee. I asked whether he can attend, and then the secretary or the gatekeeper or whatever who is taking care of the email just replied he is not free. One-liner. Now,
okay. I took it as he's not free, like he's not free unless you got some money.
No.
So not like anything shady, but like a speaking, like a guy who goes on a show gets a SAG paycheck from the Screen Actors Guild, or he gets paid to speak, kind of thing. Is all I meant.
You think all those former generals on CNN are doing that out of the, they're all paid. Come on.
Of course.
Well, they get to keep their security clearance.
Telling what they want to listen. Of course.
No. They're just making us, wiser by talking, right?
If he has sent me
that's a good one, yeah.
If you send me a price list, maybe I can still consider about it. But, it's just a one-liner.
That's a good
then I was
one,
like,
yeah.
I feel like there's a emotional damage. I was like, fuck.
They should public a price list, because then we could all make choices.
Yeah, I can say, if you have a price list, I would say, hey, if you guys want him on, let's put money together. Let's try.
Yeah, we have a GoFundMe for Colonel McGregor. There we go.
Yeah. But no, he didn't. It's just a one-liner. So it's like a straight rejection. Like it's not even him replying to me, which is what makes me feel very sad. It's like, oh my freaking god. So Scott is very
it's
nice.
It's probably Boomer Tech, Wyatt. It's just Boomer Tech. He doesn't know how to do email.
Yes. So
is there any way to get a hold of like Prigozhin and see if you could do a phone interview or some shit with him, or even somebody who works there?
But
yeah, we can have Alan do the translation.
We don't want to have something so hardcore.
But
some of that stuff's interesting, but like Prada says, I kind of worry because it's like you don't want to. I mean, it might be good to do a story about it, but at the same time, do you really want Wagner to pay attention to you?
You want an autograph?
You know,
no, I don't want.
Or the people that don't like Wagner to pay attention to you.
It's not they paying attention to us. It's the other people.
Yeah, what I'm saying. I mean,
to us, we are much more dangerous.
We can't do a story. That's what I'm saying. You can't just do a story about what's going on and explain it and just tell people the details because somebody's going to be like, oh, you must be a Russian agent. We better investigate your ass and shut your bank account down. It's like, dude, I just read the press release. I did the same thing you did, but it's different because I have a different perspective.
There are cases. This is case of a German journalist in the Donbass, and they blocked their bank accounts in Germany. Even her
government will also sanction me.
Wyatt, would you be interested?
That's his bank
Wyatt,
account.
Yes, maybe.
Would you be interested in interviewing Larry Johnson, an ex-CIA analyst?
Oh, I mean, if he's willing to come on, I'm willing to.
I have his direct email. I can ask him for you. He doesn't do Twitter. I've been trying to get him on Twitter Spaces, and the one you jumped in on was just a clusterfuck. That is not normally how it went. But I can ask him for you if you wish. He will probably try to make himself available. He's known as Sonar 21 online, or Sun.
He's giving that shit out though,
is he a YouTube banning or YouTube striking at Magnet?
No, he's been on with Ritter, and he's been on with Andrei Martinov. He's been on he's been on RT. He's been on several things. He's a legitimate guy. It's not just somebody I found out of my fucking pocket.
He's legit and everything, but he could be a guy that, like, if you were to have Jordan Peterson on, they hate Jordan Peterson, so they would just flag your fucking interview and block it. So it might be something like that. Certain people don't like him, so they'll fuck with your stream or that stream and demonetize it or take it down. It just depends, I mean, it depends who's paying attention to sometimes. I mean, Larry Johnson's hot sometimes, other times he's not. It's just like everybody else on YouTube, and that's common. And they say the wrong thing one day, they're hated. Then 6 months later, they're the greatest person ever because they think transgender people can get pregnant or something. It's like whatever.
They can.
Yeah, I thought they could, Bon.
Or we could take GS as McGregor because he's kind of look like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
you could be McGregor's body double.
One person to be interesting is Willie OAM.
I find the discussion really good with these three legends, the rider. Sanya, I didn't know him. It was interesting, but History Legends was amazing. I really loved it to hear what he had
So I want to
say.
introduce Sanya, Florida a bit. Sanya in Florida, he has a YouTube channel at the point of being deleted in January. He got 1.2 million subs. So he's 5 times to 6 times bigger than History Legends. And he has been invited on Russian TV many times. So he's actually very big in Russia. His Telegram channel is 500,000 plus, like 500, 600,000. For comparison, Ryba is only 1 million. So he's half of Ryba. So he's actually very huge. It's just that his YouTube channel is all in Russian. So which is why the English speaking world don't really know him. But he's actually pretty big. So he had been covering the war, and he used exclusively DPA's mapping. So he actually asked me for permission to use it, and then he actually reports on the war using my mapping. So which is why I have a connection with him, and he's a huge supporter of the channel as well. So Yeah, so I had him on. It's also a risk because he has been terminated by YouTube. So no, it's a bit nervy to bring him on also, but I feel that I owe it to him as well. That he has been a great supporter, and he does bring another level of profile. Just that only the Russians will know. I mean, if you look at the chat and the comments, you will find that the people who from Russia actually is very excited to see Sanya. But the English-speaking world will be like, who the fuck is this guy, man?
Yeah, because I didn't know who he was either. I was like, who is this guy? I didn't know him because I had heard of the history legends, and I just didn't know who this guy was.
But I think it makes sense that you do so, that you shouldn't really be too concerned about them dragging too much heat because you have already been shadow banned anyway. So what we're talking about here is mutual fire support, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, just don't get terminated. It's like, so what happened to Sanya was that for out of the blue, his entire channel is just deleted. It's just gone, entirely gone. So I have a hypothesis though, why it happened. Is he's neutral in his reporting. Actually, he's pretty critical on Russia as well. So he's actually very neutral actually, which is why he likes my mapping because I'm neutral, and he's actually American. So he lives in Florida. So clearly Sanya, Florida. So that's the context. But I feel that the reason why he got taken down was because the Russia is sanctioned. There is literally no money for YouTube in Russia. There is no money. You cannot do ads. The viewers don't see ads. So basically, YouTube is spending money on the bandwidth, the memory space, the resources, or on Russian viewers, maybe even Ukrainian viewers, and there is no money to be made from it. And his channel is so huge. Every day he's racking 1 million views every day. So it's a huge strain on the bandwidth, and they will just use any reason, any excuse to maybe just to retrench all these YouTubers and YouTube channels and perhaps even the viewers, because all these are just a waste of resources. That's how I view it, because I was chatting with my wife about this thing. Then I realized that maybe the reason was a sanction, because during the war, because Russia was sanctioned, Sanya actually don't make much money from the ads on YouTube. He don't make much money on YouTube. He makes his money on Telegram. So that actually dawns on me. Oh, maybe it's a commercial decision, because it's just not worth it for YouTube to continue to run services for the Russian market, because it's just not worth it, because there's no ads being made, and it's very expensive.
Can I ask if you actually?
Yes, Coping. Why are you so?
Oh yeah, I just was wondering because I remember Dan, the American that lives in Russia. He made a comment that he had a VPN on and couldn't find anything, and when he turned off his VPN, your channel came up, and that's sort of how he can. I'm not sure if that's how it went, but it was something along that line that when he turned off his VPN, you came up, and so I wondered, do you actually get do you get a lot of people from Russia, like on your?
Not a lot. I do get people from Russia. Let me check my analytics. I also not sure.
Is YouTube blocked in Russia? Is that what you were trying to say, Predator?
Yes, YouTube is blocked in Russia. Twitter as well.
But why is there so many Russian still watching YouTube? Like a lot
I
of
was going to say
VPNs
you have to have a VPN.
Circumvent, it'll just make you look wherever you want to go, really. As long as you can get access to a VPN server in a country, then you're effectively from that country, for all intents and purposes.
Are you sure this might not be content dependent? Because I watch a lot of Russian content creators, and it's fairly benign stuff. It's like homesteading and stuff like that, and or tinkering with stuff, whatever it is. It's not political, and so they seem completely unaffected since the war. But I watched them before the war, and nothing has happened in that regard.
Do you sign into your account when you're on YouTube?
I don't think YouTube is banned in Russia.
Yes,
no, I don't get that impression either.
Look at the channel Hellfire 555. It's totally in Russian, and he's talking about Western equipment, how to beat.
So I can share the numbers. For the DPA war channel, the past 28 days, Russia represents 2.5% of the total views. Russian viewers. That is actually ranked 8. First
They
is
are
US, UK, Canada, Germany, Australia, India, Serbia, Russia. So Russia is actually 8 on the list of viewers. So it's
I'm
actually
the only guy from France.
France is next actually. France is right after Russia. So there's
Oh.
actually a lot of French viewers. So there is Russian viewers.
The NATO channel.
The thing
I
is-
have to ask a question, like, because I've
Yes.
noticed you have so many Norwegians on here, like, and like there've been like 3 Norwegians, including me, here on this open mic, but no
Mhm.
Danes, no Swedes, which are bigger countries right next to mine. So do you have a lot of Danish or Swedish? And if you do,
the Swedish viewers actually double. The Swedish views doubles the Norwegian views. So Swedish was 9,490 views for the past 28 days. Swedish is actually double that, 17,000.
Yeah, they're twice our size, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you logged
but
in-
I think they are just more conservative. They don't want to talk. I think maybe the
They might
cancel
be shy.
culture.
Well, we
Maybe the
like to
cancel
joke
culture is
about
much worse.
Swedes being cowards and having no balls and being traitors and so forth, and so that's like what Norwegians thinks of Swedes. And if
But
any
that's-
when you're
that's kinda
Swedish
true, though,
watching and you think you're disagreeing, I think you should come on here then.
Hey, you Swedes, you see, can you take it or not?
Hey, I
You
calling
can-
out
you
to
can
my
swallow this.
Scandinavian fellows to come on the open mic and don't let us Norwegians be the ones who rule you all, because we will be speaking for you if you don't come on. Well, we won't actually, because we don't
Well,
take you
can't.
seriously, you see.
You can't, because Norway is NATO, and Sweden still is not.
Sweden is a wannabe, and Denmark is still NATO. And for that matter, Finland is also a wannabe NATO, but we don't joke with these Finns because we actually respect them, unlike our closest neighbors.
Denmark is like 30% lower than Norwegian viewers. So yeah.
Which is strange because they're actually 50% larger in terms of population.
So maybe they don't speak English as much, maybe because
Oh,
yes.
ultimately
The Swedes
no,
are
no,
all
no.
speaking English.
We
Yeah, I mean,
Norwegians,
Very well.
I can give
they
you
don't
an easy
think
one.
in English, they don't search in English. That's what I mean. Like they don't search stuff in English as much as
It
their
might
own
be.
language, perhaps.
I think
Because
it
if
does.
they're bigger, they have a bigger media space, right? Then they have more content for their own stuff. So if you are smaller, then you have lesser content. You'll be watching things overseas.
Well, I can tell you it doesn't have much to do with English, because Norwegian and Danish, like Norwegian is actually Danish. If you look at the writing, it's pretty much identical because we copied it. And formally, our language will be like akin to how, like if you read Danish Norwegian, it looks the same. But when you hear us, the phonology in Danish is, everyone jokes with this around, they have a potato in their throats because it's very guttural. So the thing is that when Norwegians and Danes speak, like if I speak with a Danish person, I would have to adapt a more formal way of speaking for them to understand me. And if they have a very weird dialect, it often ends up with like they usually understand Norwegians better than we understand them. And sometimes it ends up being like, let's take this in English. And then we just talk to each other in English, even though our languages are technically almost identical. So yeah, they definitely speak English, but what you said about
hold on a second. Coping, I think Mehdi wants to say something.
Can you understand?
Oh, yeah, sure,
Swedish
please.
as well?
What I just saw in the chat, where we were talking about the YouTube and the analytics and stuff, it was Nicholas Delfino that said IRL Grace channel is, I guess it's been blocked, and then somebody said it's on a 1-week ban or a 5-day ban. So, wow, I can understand why because to me, if it was mine, I wouldn't care about shit like that because I wouldn't put enough thought into it. Whereas, you're making a goal of it here, and it's important that you grow. So, I get your point, but what I said stands. If you ever get to that point, and if you want to interview him, I can reach out to him for you. But I never really thought of it in the way and context as you said it, because it makes sense. A lot of people say, well, you're just doing it for the money. Well, no, you're doing it so you have a voice and you can remain a voice out there. So
yes, money is money, right? You don't really don't want the money, but as in the money allows me to spend more time on this, because if not, I cannot be responsible to my family. I still have a family to feed and pay my bills. So the money is important, and the money is needed. If I want to expand DPA, let's say I want to get a journalist, I want to get a writer, no video editor, no, that's all these are money. No, so the money is not just for me. Of course, for me it's important, but no, it's also to expand. And the YouTube, I can tell you, I'm on all the social media channels. I have been on, because I have a different channel, different YouTube channel talking about US politics and culture stuff before DPA's channel blew up. I done it for 1 full year, and I can tell you, I'm on all the, I'm on Parler, I'm on like all sort of social media. I can tell you, based on my experience, YouTube is the ultimate social media. It have the best reach. It reaches the most people. Second is Twitter. So if you look at my follower base or the numbers that I have, the subscribers, YouTube is the biggest. The second biggest is actually Twitter, and then everything else is just shit. You can't reach much people. If you invest in it, you will suffer. You will just lose money. Like Facebook, you can create a Facebook page. Yes, it's free, but creating content costs time and money and resources. And I can tell you, my Facebook page over the past year only doubled in numbers. Only doubled, but the rest have been exponential. So it just shows, Facebook might die someday because content creators may not be interested to invest so much on Facebook and stuff like this, which is why people love TikTok, because TikTok have all these super exponential views, the numbers, the followers, although many are bots. But you make content creators happy. Because
I was gonna say, I mean,
to invest so much on Facebook and stuff like this, which is why people Mr. Min, if 1-4, do you have a earphone? Because you are playing the audio, and then we can hear the feedback.
Just mute the YouTube video you're playing.
You have to. Yeah, he's gone. I'm so sorry.
I noticed. That happens to me too when I plug in the microphone incorrectly, or I let the YouTube video that I pressed the link on. If I don't mute it, then I will be like this feedback going on. That's probably what.
Yeah, which is why I say you have to use the earphone usually. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, really, what you're doing, and I think you said it before, but it's basically like a Tim Pool model. You talk about the stuff you can talk about. You push it as much as you can, but you don't get yourself fucked and lose your platform by talking about something that's just over the top, or maybe people just aren't ready for it, or how flaky the censors are. And you got to play that game. Now he's a lot bigger. He's got a lot more money, so he can push the envelope a little bit more, because he's got fuck you money. If someone, I'm going to cancel this. Who gives a shit? I got the website. I'll just go over there.
There was one in the comments that suggested a way for Wyatt to get fuck you money, and that was because everyone here is smoking, or pretty much everyone. It would be one big smoking ad. So that was one way Wyatt could get some extra money.
So if you guys, any of you viewers actually own a secret brand, especially one that is worldwide, or just be in the United States, you can please contact me. You can sponsor. I don't smoke. I don't give a damn about people smoking, but the money is money. Oh my freaking god, everyone is smoker. I don't want to meet you guys, man. In real life, I will be like, I will suffocate. I don't smoke.
They make us suffer smoking.
You know where to send the sponsor check.
It's funny, I put it in chat, but all but RL, all us gray beards are the guys smoking. If you look at it, all of us with the gray beard are smoking.
So you see,
except for coping.
Do not smoke. You'll get gray beard. Unless you want to be Gandalf, then maybe that's your ambition, right? So you should smoke more. Gandalf smoke a lot also, right?
Who doesn't want to be Gandalf?
Listen, Wyatt, we are living in a shit world. Why living?
I actually felt bad. I felt bad that RL quit, so I've been trying not to smoke in front of the camera and torture him.
So Tim Pool's model, right, Tim Pool is one of my inspiration as well, because I do watch him a lot. He's one of my gateways to understanding certain issues in United States. In fact, prior to that, I was watching RT as well. Russia Today does very good reports on United States. They literally cover things that the mainstream media do not want to cover, and you can fact check all of everything what Russia Today reports is all true. That's the beautiful part about RT. Their propaganda is all truth. It's all facts.
That's all they need to do, though, right?
Yeah, that's why the tagline is question more.
It's the perfect. Yeah, it's the perfect.
Most of the time. So what Russia today does
you
is
have
that
in RT. You have in RT some programs that are made by Americans, and they are very good, and they are what you're saying. Wait, they are really very well. They are very interesting and really well made. But the Russian production sometimes is a bit very pro-Russian.
So it doesn't. So it's like any media that you
what
watch.
would you expect? That the Russian production is pro-American?
No.
So any media that we watch, right, will be similar. So any media we watch will be similar. You know, you just have to understand where they come from. Like for Russia today, their job is to tell the world the Russian perspective. So, but they do report on facts. Their reporting, their journalism is actually pretty good. It's just that they will have to turn the narrative a bit to say things in a very positive light for Russia. So it is propaganda, but it is not that bad. You know, it's not fake news.
Yes, but
it's
you
not
also
fake
have
news.
to separate.
They are
on the screen. Everybody is watching them. So they have to be very careful.
Not like, for example, Der Spiegel in Germany. Der Spiegel is
everything is horrible.
Yes.
Die Welt, Tagesschau. Well, they really just report on whatever they want. They don't report.
I think what RL said about like how they banned RT. I think that is the most telling, because it harkens back to the saying, you don't cut off a man's tongue because you're worried about what he's going to say, because he lies, right? You don't care about his lies. You cut off his tongue because you're worried about what he's going to say. Yeah. And that was like the most telling thing for me. Like when they did that, like, are you guys so shameless? Don't you? But no, most people, they thought like, no, it's Russian propaganda, and they're infantilizing themselves as if they cannot take it. As soon as they listen to something pro-Russian, they will automatically get brainwashed or something, which is like very ridiculous.
My intelligence.
So how is the situation? Can you access in your country the website of Russia Today or Sputnik?
I can.
I cannot here. In Austria, it's impossible.
Draco, you need to use a VPN or a DNS changer to get access to our.
I know, but officially it's not possible.
I give you an extra server. They have an extra service where you can reach them all over Europe. Give me a second. I give you now.
So I can show you. I can access RT and Sputnik in Singapore. The only thing about in Singapore is that they remove RT from the cable TV. So I don't have RT. I used to watch it on cable. So now, then after that I started to watch it on YouTube. Then YouTube also banned it. So now you have to only watch it. You can only watch it on
of banning.
You can watch RT on Odyssey.
Yeah, but you have to understand it's about election also, because in Western countries, the most people who are voting are older people who are less used with new form of communications. That's why they are banning cable TV. That's why here in Europe they are banning internet access to RT and Sputnik, because people don't have another sound.
No, Ariel, it's worse than that. Not just RT and Sputnik. There is a huge amount of sites, Russian sites, which you can't access. You can't visit the Gazprom site. You can't visit the Moscow
the government site as well.
Russian. Everything coming from Russia is banned.
Not everything, but very important sites.
The official sites from Russia, they are banned.
Not just sites where you can have really good information to see what is happening. They are blocked. What is the most? Kommersant works, but Kommersant is an amazing newspaper. Okay, I always translate it with Google. I can read Russian, but it's not so advanced.
That's troublesome.
And Kommersant is really good. They also just report facts, and many times you can have facts things happening all over the world, and the Western countries just report on them 3 days later. It's amazing how
So the thing about facts is this. So RT's tagline is question more. So they really they just want their viewers to question more, which is not what the government want you to do. The government want you to just believe more, just believe everything.
Not the U.S. government, anyway. Yeah.
So that's the danger. So the all these like RT, Al Jazeera. So why are these propaganda? Is that, or at least viewed as propaganda by governments, which is a bit adversary to them, is that they dig out stuff that is very uncomfortable by the for the government of the country. For example, Al Jazeera actually got its media accreditation removed in Singapore because they went to investigate about the homelessness issue in Singapore. And homelessness issue is not really an issue in Singapore, but there are people who are just stubborn, you know, just like people in California or whatever. No, they're just stubborn. You give them the house, you give them the money, everything. They just refuse to stay in a proper, you know, like a normal human being. So in Singapore, there is this small little handful of people who just want to camp at a park by the beach. And then they have to be chased away all the time. And because there is no homelessness, because even if you are homeless in Singapore, we actually give them free rental house. So unless the moment they can work and they earn money, then they can pay the rent. If not, we just give them the house to stay. Singapore thus do not really have a homelessness problem. It's just people don't want to stay in the home. But Al Jazeera went to dig up all this information, all this news. They went to interview all these people, and it irks the government, you see, and then they got like kind of kicked out of Singapore, Al Jazeera. RT is the same, just that in United States, you can't really just kick out RT. So, you know, they just call it propaganda. But the thing is, everything RT reports are true. Like I seen reports by RT talking about the situation by the American Indians, the kind of life that they are leading, the kind of debt and it's very eye-opening because you don't really see that on Fox News or CNN. Yeah.
To get around any of these blocks.
In RT.
Really, what you want
Vaughn,
to do?
just talk, man, Vaughn.
Okay, go ahead.
Vaughn, why are you so polite? I can't stand it.
I know. I'm trying to be nice. You know, I want it to flow good. No, I was going to say, but you know, like I can understand why Singapore would kick them out because Al Jazeera didn't go there because they care about homeless people in Singapore. They went there to do a shit smear piece on Singapore for some reason. You know, if you want to do a piece about fucking homeless people being just left to die, come to America. We don't give a fuck.
Come here, man.
We have a homeless problem. And see, I believe Wyatt because Wyatt lives there. So if Wyatt says, yeah, we got some homeless people here, but it's just some mentally ill people that want to live on the beach and we can't really do nothing about it. We're not savages. We're not going to kill them. So we
I would like to present the other side of the coin, which can be.
But I think with a lot of these Western media go overseas like that, they're just going over there to shit on another country. They're not going over there because they care about. Oh, look at Haji starving to death in Syria. Oh no, it's because those fucking Russians made Haji starve in Syria. You know, they don't care about those people.
I think you're generally correct, but I think there's one thing worth pointing out that may not apply so much for mainstream media when it comes to them sending team and finding out in other countries, which is, yeah, I get it. It's probably going to try to find the worst angle possible and make it look as bad as possible and you know, that's a shit piece, like you said. But on the other side, I find much of the information that regarding Norway, for example, I find that by searching other sites talking about Norway. And then, you know, I have to just read through the bias just like I would any other news source. Like we have to do that anyways. But getting your news from like having other countries investigate your country is actually a good thing as well. Especially in the business world, this is a lot more straightforward. But also when it comes to societal issues. But like I'm not saying you're wrong here, Juan. I'm actually thinking like you're correct. But there is another side to it, though.
If you've got censorship in your country, your best option is to get Tor, because it's not just for searching the dark web. You can actually obviously browse the rest of the web, and you've got a VPN built in, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, if you do have a lot of those issues in your country, your best bet is definitely Tor.
I mean, it's anecdotal for me, but like my boss used to get pissed at me because, you know, we have unlimited data. And I love to read shit and find shit and watch shit. You know, I'm always trying to find out what's going on and be informed. And he'd be like, you know, who had the most gigabytes used this month at work? You know, And he'd look at me and it'd be like, yeah, you got like 63 gigs this month. And I was like, geez, am I watching? But I mean, that's the thing. There's no excuse for people to not be able to go out there and find out any information. And if you want to believe it or not believe it, whatever, you can prove it, debunk it. You can find multiple sources. Use mainstream media to maybe get you the breadcrumbs to start looking. But there's plenty of places to go look. And
it's
I mean,
getting harder.
It is getting harder, but at the same time, these kids are walking around with a computer in their hands, and they got no excuse not to be educated and informed. That's all I'm saying.
The mainstream media is very good for detecting where is the propaganda aiming, and then one can discern whether or not it's actually, one thing is that they're forwarding a cause, but I find out more often than not that what they're also doing is driving up the spectacle to distract. And just to put this into context, if you think about these old style propaganda, like Soviet propaganda, Nazi propaganda, the Japanese, they relied very heavily on dominating the information sphere and also literally censoring outside. So, for example, the Germans were very keen on hunting down Norwegians who had radios, because we would then be able to get information from the outside world, which would affect our way of resisting the occupation. But this changed on the later stage. Post-war, this changed quite a bit, and this pertains a bit to the freedom of speech and freedom of expression, because then censorship, when you did that, actually had a paradoxical effect of attracting attention. And so the modern propaganda is much more reliant on distraction. So you will focus, because we can only see one thing at one time, right? And so when you consider most people working day-to-day lives, it will be a narrow range where they can gather information, and so get them to think this is more important, and thus not actually be aware, effectively censoring them from other information in a roundabout way. So when it comes to the banning of RT, I considered that to be like a very desperate move, because it seemed to me as they were relinquishing the free-flowing propaganda where you kind of just distract, knowing that they couldn't actually just distract away from RT completely. So they freaked out and they actually shut down and made it more akin to old world propaganda, which puts us here actually, because the average Soviet would tend to often be much more well informed than the average American, for the simple reason that Americans at the time, they used to believe the media that they were receiving, and so they didn't really question much further. Whereas Soviets, they would often discern that, no, this is bullshit. Like, they will get, this is the party line. This is what they want us to go for. But then they will try to find out more information on the side. And thus, like, of course, they would still be in the dark, but they would at least be somewhat more nuanced in their information and likely more accurate than, for example, Americans would be, or let's say Norwegians, like I mentioned. Norwegians are much more blinded. And I'm sure you will find that in your own country too, that you will be much more blinded to a lot of sides to your country. It's not like you cannot find the information, but it's a lot harder than when you're, for example, looking from a neighboring country where, they have a lot of relations. They look into your country and they don't necessarily have the same impediments and as generally speaking.
Yeah, there's another issue I would like to bring up on this topic. Is the other day I was having a chat with Chuckle in our lounge, and we were talking about the Nord Stream, and he was. I told him that in the initial investigations for the Swedish authorities actually picked up a fully unexploded device, and then he said that the Swedish authorities actually reported they only found non-exploded fragments. Right? I told him that actually the news media actually reported that it's actually a whole unexploded bomb, so they know exactly who did it. They have the whole bomb, and then so I went to look for the article, and I couldn't find it on Google because so they basically managed to wipe the entire story from Google, and then I logged into Bing, which is the Microsoft, and then I found the articles. So I linked it, I sent it to him, and I said, "See, you can't even Google this. If you try to Google it, it's gone." And
so this is why it's an interesting point, because this is the reason why I'm on Bing. I'm not on Google anymore. I changed it. I switched to Bing like 3 years ago because I can't stand Google, man. I can't really find the information.
They own everything.
You can't find it. It's like
You find
especially
more
talking
in
about American
Bing?
politics.
I've
No,
had
I-
way more stuff that they want to hide. Like there was another story that there was this bot farm that the Pentagon was running. That there was this big story that came out. I think sometime last year there was this bot farm that Pentagon was running, and they're spending billions of dollars on it. And then after a month, I tried to find the same story, and it's gone. It's been wiped off the internet. So it's like even on Bing I can't find it. So I don't know. Maybe maybe on Tor or something you can find the story. But it's like totally just wiped off the internet.
Drew, look into something called signature reduction. It's what it is, signature reduction operations. I have it on my Twitter somewhere. I mean, I have it where you can see it, but it is exactly what you're talking about. It's supposedly, this was reported by Newsweek and the Daily Mail in 2021. I think it was March or May. Pentagon secret army, $900 billion in funding, 60,000 plus agents around the world as people they are, and also with false identities online and acting as agents. If you want, you just read it. Newsweek has it. If I had a place I could put it, I'd put it. Well, I can dump it in chat, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was talking about.
I was just going to say the other thing I've noticed that's bad with Google is like if there's a particular topic or story that has popped up, in the past or a certain subject, and you try to look up something. Oh yeah, I remember like 10 years ago. It's like they're so focused on like the last 2 or 3 years. It's like you can't go back and find like, you used to be able to go to the library. You could go find a microfiche of an old newspaper article from the 1900s. I mean, you can't. It's like Google has just totally locked shit down to where you can't go back and. Like Drew's talking about, I remember this article. You go back to look for the article, it's like it never existed. You're crazy. Was that the Mandela effect? Did it really happen? And it's true. You almost got to trick the damn algorithm, like with all these weird words, just to try and hope that one of the things is a key word in that.
Very, very explicitly precise to get it out, because they delete most of the things that will be searched up. So I noticed that as well. Like I have a beat. Whatever that I want to search up. I know I usually could just click it in and I would get it, maybe not on the first page, second, but third page, maybe something like that. But at some point, what I noticed Google has changed in the later years is that they send a lot of the same thing that is on the first page, they send it again on the second and the third. So you basically you can click 3, 4, 5 pages down the line, and you're basically just recycling it like an ordinary news channel. Because that's what news channels do. They often have 50 to 30 minutes of news and then recycle it 24/7.
It's almost like it's designed to waste your time, so you just quit looking. Because, like he said, you can literally. It's like, okay, I already saw the Newsweek one, so why is the Newsweek one here again? But now it's like Newsweek online. Well, this is Newsweek overseas, and but it's the exact same fucking story. But that's how they get you. They just keep putting the same shit, and you get tired of looking. I mean, who's going to look through 1,000 pages to find the gem? Nobody. That's what they're hoping for.
And apparently it's working. But I was wondering, like, there was a discussion that we were having in Telegram, a bunch of us, about I don't know if anyone wants to chime in or has theories on this. Is what do you guys think the reason is that the Ukrainians have not attempted a redeployment or withdrawal from Bakhmut?
I have no idea why.
None.
I mean,
same reason.
Looking at it militarily, it makes no sense to sit there and die.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks to lose, but I mean, you can fight another day.
Well, no, but I mean, there's got to be a reason that they're not even attempting to redeploy, withdraw, whatever you want to call it.
Most of the guys that the story I heard is that they are actually withdrawing the combat trained guys. So most of the guys there are actually the conscripts that they don't really mind losing anyway. It's like
history lesson.
I've heard
that
history legends told that in a video. They
and
are
they're
pulling back the putting conscripts to die. It's true, but it's more important to save the guys that really know how to combat.
The one thing I do know is that if you read through history, back in World War II, Hitler designated several cities, fortress cities, where they were to be held to the last man, no matter what. Henrique and other generals told him, listen, this is stupid. all you're doing is wasting soldiers, because once they're surrounded, they're gone. They're off the table, never to return to you again.
But yeah, a lot of those generals didn't follow those orders either. Like even in Stalingrad, they were sneaking people out as much as they could try. I mean,
right? But
fight to the death. Oh yeah, Roger that, sir. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, Henrique knew he had to defend Silo Heights, which was another loss. So all the people he could have used were dying in these fortress cities, and then he was expected to defend Silo Heights against the Russians that were coming at such a mass. There was no way. They were just it was a hard fight. Don't get me wrong, but there was no question what the outcome would be.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit different though. Like within the German situation, was that the Russians just bypassed a lot of the cities,
right?
So they just left them there and let them starve. Where like Bakhmut, I think it's a little bit different. I mean, the Russians are going to take the.
I actually thought that was that's the mic I mentioned, that I actually think the Russians might consider that they won't actually close an encirclement, but just move. Like you Mehdi, you had this panel where you guys were talking about like where you actually used the word squeezing the pimple, basically. But in this case, not squeeze, but keep the squeeze to keep them there, but they keep moving on the side of the front, so it's wide enough and open enough for them to. But you still have fire control, and you basically the further and further behind you go, the more in actuality they are encircled, but they're going to feel the psychological pressure to leave. And when they do, you can when they try to get out, you can make them rout fairly easy. I'm pretty sure the Russians will be keen on pouncing them when they eventually do try that. So, which I think makes strategic sense because it's consistent with the grind that they're doing, trying to kill more troops, not necessarily take. Please.
Russians often, that's part of the tactic. They'll never close a cauldron. They always leave an escape valve, because of the pressure. If you close it off, think about this. If you close it off, you now have to either dedicate troops to surround it and put it under siege, or go in and clear it wherever they're buried. Why do that when if you can put enough pressure on them, you can force them to leave on foot without their equipment, heavy equipment, in ones and twos, like they've done other places. They've had to. But Wyatt, you said that they were actually starting to come out of Bakhmut somewhat and redeploying towards where the front of the pinchers are. Now, are they doing it?
Evidence of that they are doing that. Is that even true?
Well,
they are withdrawing.
They are coming out. So
that's what they've done in Mariupol. They
are losing the position on the eastern part. They are losing the position on the eastern part of the river. Because there's a river, the Bakhmutovka River, going through the entire Bakhmut city, mainly on the eastern side. So they are losing the eastern part. They seem to be getting pushed to the river, and I mean, militarily speaking, you can't really hold that positions with your back against the river. That is a suicide. So I believe they will be withdrawing, at least from the eastern side, and then you hold the river front, so that's an easier position to defend. I think that's going to be happen. But to withdraw out of the entire city, I don't think so. I think they are very determined to hold the entire city for as long as they can.
But if they lose the supply route, like, doesn't it become a moot point though? Because if you got like say 10,000 troops in there, like, how many supplies have to come in every day?
Beans and bullets.
Yeah.
Well, you have that.
Just basically things like water. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I think
there is that centered push that's going through the center of Bakhmut, and I'm wondering if they're trying to head to the major crossroad in the center of Bakhmut, because now you got that will really logistically start to separate the Ukrainian forces in two complete forces, because they cannot shift anymore back and forth between each other. So now they're fighting on either end. Now, what Wyatt was showing earlier on the map, it looked like the ones that were coming out were driving towards the front of the pincers that are coming in, trying to contain it. Are they trying to hold an avenue open for a possible escape itself? Or is it the Russians kind of letting them?
Like, no, Mehdi, I think it seemed like they're not withdrawing out of Bakhmut. They might just be redeploying to try to keep the jaws from closing in. Like, that's what it looks for me based on watching Wyatt's analysis, or he's an aggregator, I guess, because Why?
I think that's fair. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. We're not there. I don't know. All I can see is, from what I read from history and trying to put it all together, and what I've been learning about Russian tactics. Tactics and all sorts of shit I never knew and thought I knew that I didn't know.
Well, Vaughn, I mean, you were in the shit. What do you think?
I mean, I was just in the Army, but still, I mean, they need to pull back on the other side of that river, because on the other side of the river, there's a lot of tall buildings, and that would give them the height to cover that area. I was looking at the map yesterday based on if, the positioning of Wagner is true. There's there's a bridge that's near like a neighborhood that runs right up in the river. It's the only place where the river is looks narrow enough you could maybe walk across or throw some boards across it and get across. There's a bridge right next to it that's probably been destroyed. So you would think most of that collapse is probably filling in the area where you could use it as a foot trail to get across. You're not going to be able to take any vehicles out. The other place that's like that to the north, I think, is under Wagner control. And the other place that's narrow is to the south. And if they don't have it, the ground slopes up towards them, so they'd be able to shoot down into that area. So it's the only spot I saw where they could really try. And again, it's going to have to be, probably platoon-sized elements running down there, getting in those whatever's left of that neighborhood, and then just try to creep across the river. But I mean, if I'm the Russians and I see those narrow spots, maybe I bomb the shit out of those spots just to make them big craterous mud holes. But still, you can get out on foot, and that's really the only option they got. And I don't know why they're not trying to do something, to break the contact on the eastern bank to get to the western bank, because anything on the eastern bank, I mean, they're so fucked right now. I mean, it's criminal if they're being told to stay, really.
Yeah, but I just think we are all being too logical when looking at this, because if you take Ukraine's perspective, right? Okay, imagine you're Zelensky and you have an army. Most of them are conscripts. You have a core bunch of fighters, but they are all fairly poorly equipped because Russia has managed to destroy a lot of your equipment now. So for you, how are you going to get more weapons for them to fight? Is to convince the West to keep supporting you, and for that to happen, you can't actually show any kind of defeat. So he'd rather sacrifice. He's got an excess of men, so he'd rather sacrifice 100,000 people in Bakhmut just to hold the line, so he can go and smile to the cameras and tell the Western countries that, hey, we're still winning, we're holding the line. You send more weapons, send more money. And also
that was pretty much the
I totally agree. And if you see, the situation in the West is quite complicated. We had in Germany, for instance, today in several cities, several demonstrations against the war, and this is taking a momentum. Okay, there is a kind of consensus that we have to help Ukraine and send weapons. So losing Bakhmut now, it would bring all that argument down, but the other side is growing. We are anti-war, don't ship more weapons. This is just making things worse. And I think Modi said that to Scholz, because Scholz was now in India, and he told him something like this: "This is the time of peace." He wanted more weapons. Sorry, go on, Vaughn.
Oh no, I was just going to say, with what Drew is saying, that. What was Drew saying again? Sorry.
That it is political, that they don't take them out. Because of the perception. Because of perception, that is political.
I lost my train of thought. If I get it back, I'll tell you.
I can repeat more. He said specifically that they had excess manpower compared to equipments. So how would they get equipment since they don't have an industrial base? Well, they will have to get it from the West. And if they are losing too badly, they won't get it. So that was basically the gist of his argument. The political reasoning for Zelensky would be to get more equipment. So that's why they're holding on, because like you said, we are approaching this as if this is all very logical. But why would they hold on to Bakhmut this much if it's basically just a loss for them? Here, that he provided an argument, and I think it was kind of sound.
What I was going to say with what he was saying was Kherson is the exact example of what he's saying. I didn't even think about that. because everybody was talking about before, they've got to do this offensive to convince the West to send more weapons to keep them able to keep, doing the offensive. So, they did Kherson, even though everybody knew it was suicidal and ridiculous, just to get more aid. So that is probably exactly what they're doing with Bakhmut. It's I just think it sucks for those guys. I mean, it's like, and I have heard what Drew was saying. They are pulling out the better troops and leaving the territorial guys behind. So, but which goes to the thing. It's like, when are these guys going to start shooting these motherfuckers that are telling? I was going to say,
John, you were in the military. If you saw what your COs were doing, you would frag the motherfuckers.
Can I piggyback off what Drew was saying?
I mean, if I was in that shit, and I can't even imagine being in that shit, because I mean, I would be in a tank. But I mean, if I've been on my tank and it's been shot out from under me 2 or 3 times, and they're, hey man, we're going to give you some M1s.
You're gonna get tired of it. Rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're going to get to the point where they're like the Germans, where you just serve until the war's over, and
or welding them in.
You survive. If you don't, you don't. Look at Eric Hartman. Was he had like 500 aerial kills, but he had to fight for like 7 years. It wasn't like he went over there for 6 months, did his thing, and went back and sold war bonds.
No, actually, he actually was offered to. He could have left, but they wouldn't let him. Same with
he liked killing communists, I think. So he
have you guys noticed that in most wars that tends to be the tipping point when the best soldiers are like, for example, for Nazi Germany, it started going downhill pretty much by the time they had reached Moscow. Most of their skilled and their divisions with offensive capacity were non-existent, and it's something to do with the winter, but the German army was already exhausted by the time it wasn't like they just walked over, even though they had a relatively easy fight. And what
look at their pilots.
Their pilots in particular, excellent, because that's you saw that with the Japanese as well. They were so pressed at some point that they had to use their best soldiers or pilots all the time, and so they couldn't actually use them to retrain or to whatever, like the Americans in particular were capable of doing. So the quality.
Yeah, it got so bad in Nazi Germany that they actually were drafting pilots.
Right.
Imagine that they're like drafting motherfuckers who were scared of heights and putting them in.
You saw the end of the German army
and shit, and telling them to fly and fight P-51 Mustangs and shit. I mean, that's literally what Germany was up against,
Right, and it's understandable because you run out of your best troops, and you still have such immense pressure at you that you have to throw in whatever you got. And you see the Ukrainians. What are they doing now? They're trying to conserve their best troops as best they can, because that's really their only offensive capacity. We all know, for example,
how's that going to play with the general population? It's like, oh, you saved your special troops, but you let my son die, you motherfuckers.
Well, that's the point.
No, that's not going to be a problem.
That needs to be played up.
It's not. Vaughn, you are mistaken. That is not going to be a problem for a very simple reason.
So I'm talking about the people, the mom whose son's dead.
They don't care.
The people. I can tell you the people must first be able to distinguish, because what they will do, those in charge and those who have the best troops, they will say these are not only your Ukrainians, they will add on these are the heroes. So they are not going to be firing their own heroes, right? That's the psychological barrier they will have to.
No, I'm not talking about them firing the heroes. I'm talking about the general population whose sons and fathers have been wiped out, turning against the government because they see the special Nazi guys getting saved and all the farmers' sons got fucking killed. I'm not talking about.
Well,
you are presuming. A lot of people are going to be like, "You're not a fucking hero. You ran away. My son stayed in Bakhmut and died. Fuck you."
Well, that's sure, but now you're presuming they even are aware of it.
In Ukraine, they created a system of repression in Ukraine. These people don't have to say. They are shut up. They just shut up.
And I know how it is. I'm just saying.
But Coping is also right, because they create this environmental of heroes. They put their pictures everywhere, and they are venerated by everybody. It's true, of course. Mothers will be very hurt and will protest, but these people will be silenced.
Well, which mothers, though?
I mean, I agree with that. I'm just saying I would think that would be an undercurrent that they couldn't control even if they tried, just because
And
I mean, if you're looking at
concomitant-
150,000 dead soldiers, that's a lot of pissed off motherfuckers. I mean,
And
you
it's
can shut
already,
them up all you want,
but
I mean,
Vaughn, it's already started. Mothers, sisters, daughters, and wives have been gathering in Ukraine together, and
Well-
they've been protesting. It's out there right now. It's happening.
know,
You just
but I'm
don't
saying
see
it
it.
That's what you just don't hear.
Can I
I know
piggyback
it's
on
out there,
something
but-
you said? Because I
don't
think
make
we're
a
all talking
revolution
about
with
this
women.
strategically and tactically, when at the end of the day, it is ideological. Like, they can't lose Donbass. This is where it all started. And before, when it was just, you had right sector battalions doing it, you couldn't care if they lost or not. But now that they had the excuse to mobilize, with 10 waves now, you can't lose Donbass. That's why they're in Bakhmut. They're not going to leave it. They can't, because the moment that starts doing it, the dominoes start falling, that's when the general population does say, no, we're not doing this anymore. This
Do you
was,
think
you
if-
wanted to do this gamble, and now we're losing after all our sons died. That's why they're not leaving, and they're not
They
going to
are
leave. They're
not
not
even
gonna,
telling people who died. They're not even
they don't
telling
even,
people who
they
died.
already know who died. The families
They
know
don't
who died. They don't
They're
see them
not
anymore.
Yes, they don't see it anymore. That was it. And they put the people with numbers, and nobody knows who he is.
But
Where's the
they don't
body?
even know. They don't need that.
Disappeared.
Well, it's
They
also
know
worth noting that the Ukrainian government can already make it give the impression that the Russians will be wiping them out completely, killing civilians and leveling their cities and so forth. So for the people, like it's just
really
always
think
the case with
Ukrainians buy
anti-war
that,
movements.
that
We're talking
the
about the
Russians
mothers.
are gonna just kill women and children, and I don't really
No,
believe that
no.
Ukrainians-
But and the mothers don't even believe that necessarily themselves. But the point is that there are enough people who will believe that to shame them for anti-patriotism and like, oh, you're just gonna have us lay down and get wiped out by the Russians. And this is how war propaganda works. It's not just.
I disagree. I don't think an average Ukrainian thinks that way. I don't think they do.
Well, there are probably enough of them because some of them are diehards after all.
No,
And that's
why
enough.
I'm-
You can. The Ukrainian government only needs to bolster these people who are most loyal. Political loyalty enforces a structure like that. So all they really need to do is make sure that those who are loyal are the one in charge. So if anyone gets out of line, they'll put them back in.
Yes.
Yep.
And there is also some maps, very interesting. Where are they picking up people? And they are not picking up people in the east, in the west. They are mostly picking them up where is Russian-speaking areas, which is also quite strange. So it's not Kiev, it's not Ivano-Frankov, it's not Lvov. It's mostly the Donbass areas, Kharkiv, and Odessa now. Now they are really targeting Odessa to pick up people.
To go back to Bakhmut, you said, Mehdi, that the Russians should let one lane of escape, but I don't think the Russians are in mood of doing it for Bakhmut. First, because the best Ukrainian troops have withdrawn from Bakhmut and are sending meat grinders. And secondly, it's not the Russian army which is in charge in Bakhmut, but Wagner. So for them, having entrapped 10,000 conscripted person who are sacrificed there is the best PR stunt they can make to make a big emotional damage into the Western media.
Understand. I said I asked if they would.
They will kill a lot of them dudes, and they will I mean, how's that going to look if Wagner's like, yeah, motherfucker, we got 8,000 prisoners.
To get back to the question about picking up people, forced recruitment, the Hungarian foreign minister on the 24th on the Security Council said.
I saw that. He said that you're ethnically cleansing the Hungarian population in Ukraine.
They are sending the Hungarians to the front.
Yes.
And they are
completely
against it.
Is that where they're going into the Carpathian Mountains part of Ukraine and going into the towns there?
The Hungarian enclave in Ukraine is being bled dry of all their male.
Yeah, they're just going to places that like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of Serbs over here. Let's go get them. They don't give, ain't no
Romanians are really mad now with them. So that's what's interesting. When we were talking in the Telegram channel about Transnistria, I was a bit, something is not right here. There's something very strange on that story. Because you need Romania to go inside to do something. NATO needs Romanians. If Romanians are so mad with Ukrainians now, something is not working well.
Well, I think the Romanians might be mad at the Ukrainians, but the Romanians hate the Russians, so it's a weird kind of, they're a little bit schizophrenic.
Where is Draco? Draco, help us. Help us,
Draco. It's Dracu.
He's Dracula, not Draco.
No, it's Dracu.
Draco.
Tell us.
So the problem is that Ukrainians are sending also the Romanians, which are living in Bukovina, to the war, and they are sending them with some more. You know what I mean? They are recruiting more from the Romania and from the Hungary and from Slovakia. They are getting those people primarily and sending them in the first line.
So what is the feeling? What is the feeling in the media? What they are telling? What are they saying?
They are mad. They are mad. But Romanians don't have balls now. For maybe like 20 years, they don't have balls anymore in Romania. So they are doing everything what the community NATO is saying. So they are sucking and sucking and sucking. So the stomachs of the Romanian politicians are full with NATO spermian. I am sorry. I am really mad at them. I'm really mad at them.
But do you see any possibility
it's
of Romanian...
same kind of calm vomit my politicians do as well, Dracu. I very sympathize with you because they do the same. My politicians, they kind of repeat basically DOD and US Foreign Department talking points or something akin to that.
Well, Norway is selling now the fear that Russians are going to attack their infrastructure, right?
That Norway is trying to
Imagine, please, if Ukraine would attack Transnistria, Romania should intervene because Transnistria is actually a Moldavian territory. And Moldavia
not anymore.
Should fight against Ukraine. And is really weird. The whole situation is really weird. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that they will really do something in Transnistria. I hope because if they get into Transnistria, then Romania must intervene directly.
Can I ask you, Dracu? You were saying, because I'm actually, even I am familiar with what you said about Moldova being part of it. It was called Bessarabia, if I remember correctly, and Moldova being a part of Romania. And this, I would kind of imagine being a fairly standard part of Romanian history, like most Romanians would be aware.
Always. The history of 1821 was formed the Principate of Romania, and was formed from Moldavia and Wallachia, and Moldavia was the both parts. The actually Romanian Moldavian and Bessarabia was always Romanian territory.
So the general population, because you were referring to the politicians specifically, right, and maybe the media landscape, as Prata was referring to, but the average people, like, do you notice like a big distinction? Because we have talked about this on the open mic a few times. I was a bit curious, like, do you notice a big difference if it is people your age or people my age or people Alan's age? Because we noticed there's a clear distinction how these generations tend to perceive this conflict. And it differs a bit from country to country. And so I was wondering, like, if you could elucidate that facet of... from your perspective.
I think my generation, they are kind of pro-Romanian against Russia, and then so the Romanian population in Moldova is mostly pro-Romanian and pro-European. Is not depending on the age and the generation, because there is a very strong opposition from the Russian side. So they have to be together, because the Russian opposition in Moldova is very, very strong. They are backed up with money. They are backed up with media. They are backed up with everything.
So would that make basically
Totally
the Romanian population to be generally anti-Russian? If I'm not sure if that's the right word, but it will be ultimately pro-NATO in its inclination.
Yes.
So, but NATO might be a problem when it pertains to, for example, Moldova and Transnistria. Like it might be a little bit in the way in this regard, because you cannot, like, how do you see that? Like, you were talking about Romania taking Moldova. Yeah, that's what it really should have done. It should have just joined it in one country. Right?
Romania was also always. Romania was always afraid that if they do approaching Moldova, Russia would intervene directly. So this was the thing that Romania was so afraid. So that's why Romania didn't attempt really official to reunite Moldova with Romania.
Well, we also know that Moldavia would split if there was such a move. There are many parts in Moldavia that don't agree with the unification. Well, the most of the Romanian population in the center are very Romanian, are very pro-European. They have a Romanian passport. But Gagauzins, Bulgarians, the Russians, the Ukrainians, especially in the north, is more industrial. People have a more Soviet mentality, and they live side by side with populations that came from other parts from the Soviet Union. They are more how you say it, more in peace with the situation.
That's the problem. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I already said that the Russian opposition, the Russian-speaking opposition in Moldova is very, very strong. Politically and economically.
The Socialist Party, which is very communist in Moldova, he is very pro-Russian, has always been, and I don't think it has to do with money, because they not always had money there. Perhaps now they become more money, but they always have been very pro-Russian. And
they are not pro-Russian. They are Russian.
No, it's not true. Come on, that's not true. No, that's not true.
Okay. Instead of a disagreement and an argument, I had one question.
Yeah, no problem.
Wait, before the question, wait. Before the question, wait. Voz do povo, and you need to turn off your speaker so that you use only the earphone, because there's a feedback. And Mic Ep.018 and Voz both, there's a private chat. Do look at the private chat. I'm talking to you guys. Thank you. You can continue coping.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering, has there been any proposal of referendums or something regarding a union between Romania and Moldova or something along that line?
I know that more or less, because it's like this. The problem is you have a situation that is not clarified, which is Transnistria. On the other side, we have Gagauzia, which always plays the option that they want to get independence in case that Romanian and Moldavia joins Romania, and you have a very strong opposition in the north. So that is if Moldavia was going to be left without Transnistria, without Moldavian, without the Gagauzia, and probably the Bulgarian communities in the south, and that would mean that there wouldn't be an equilibrium anymore, and you probably would have the north and the south with a very strong opposition also as well.
Can you guys, if it's even possible in this case, because I find it almost mesmerizing that such a small country like Moldova can have so many political tugs and tensions in every direction, which I know I understand it makes sense when you make the way you lay out the composition, but how did kind of Moldova become Moldova in that sense?
Actually, Coping, let's not go there, man, because that's a whole other fucking
much
stream,
story,
man.
history.
Okay.
But I think Moldovans live very well.
Hold on.
You're correct. You're correct. I'm sorry.
Just look at a country like
so
Belgium.
complicated, guys. It's not so complicated. After the Second World War, this part of Romania was drawn by Russia, and they said this belonged to us.
They're going to argue like he's going to say it's because of the war. Prado's going to say it's before that. And let's go back to talking about the war in Ukraine.
Moldavians live quite well with each other. They have their little civil war in the 90s, where more than 1,000 people died. And since then, they kind of realized that they have too much to lose in going to war, or to have too much social ethnic conflicts.
I miss RL interrupting everybody right now.
Yeah. It's interesting.
RL, you must be sick because you haven't interrupted anybody.
If you want to see Moldova going into NATO, they need to resolve the problem of Transnistria. That's what you can see, actually, the attempt of Ukrainians to amass troops along the border with Transnistria. Yeah. So if they succeed in crushing the Russians in Transnistria, Moldova will take back Transnistria, or Ukraine will take Transnistria for them, and then Moldova can join NATO, European Union, no matter what the Gagauz will say, no matter what the Turks will do, because it's a bit too far for Turkey to help them.
Gagauzins are Turks. Well, Turkey.
No, but they are closely related to them.
Yeah, Turkish
and the biggest backer of Gagauz are Turks.
But Christians, not Muslims.
And Prata, there are no Bulgarians in Moldova.
Yes, they do.
No one Bulgarian is in Moldova.
Draco,
no one.
There was a population exchange. You remember in your country.
Please, don't teach me Romanian history. Please don't teach me Romanian history.
Population exchange
I tell you,
Romania.
Prata, I tell you, there is no Bulgarian soul in Moldova. No one.
Guys, you see why I didn't want to let this happen, right?
No, but Romania is on a dangerous rope. Yeah, in their history, they got kicked by the Turks and they got kicked by the Russians. And this might happen again. No matter NATO or no NATO.
I think it's very dangerous when all those smaller countries, right? Especially like around this conflict, is getting involved and getting manipulated into a possible conflict, like Romania, Moldova. Like these two is highly dangerous because Russia definitely have no problems taking these two out.
And Baltic states. Yeah.
If there is come to war between Russia and NATO,
they are very strong. But
so if there is come to war between Russia and NATO, Romania will be the first country to fall.
No, Poland will be the first one to be attacked. But
my brother, between Poland and Russia is Belarusia. So Poland is they are not on the border. But in Romania, they have the
Dracu, Kaliningrad. They are on the border with Russia.
Yes,
it's called Kaliningrad.
Yes, that's what I said. Exactly.
But you see, guys, the whole situation is very dangerous for any country in the world now. This is not just Romania, Moldova. It can happen anywhere. Well, the thing is that you have
not
this
here, man.
tension
I'm in the United
on
States,
the air.
I'm saying, unless they decide to go ICBM, I'm 100% safe. I don't give a fuck.
Yes, but that's
you are not so safe.
Smaller countries are
JS,
really on the
you
brink.
forget that you can be torn up in a civil war, so I wouldn't be so cocky if I was you.
Dude, I'm all ready for the Civil War, brother. I mean, I got a fucking arsenal.
Are you ready for
that? Me and
Vaughn are going to be on the same side. So We're all good,
Just
man.
move your big ass.
I got enough food, ammo, water.
Move your
bit,
big
man.
ass.
I'm set.
So next time I visit the United States, it's only by the escort of the DPA Army Yankee Division.
We kind of
But the
forget that in
other GS, the problem
in
is
Africa-
you are not ready for the balloons.
But look, in Africa,
right,
in
balloons,
Africa,
balloons,
in
They will
Africa,
attack you with balloons, my friend. They will attack you with balloons.
Game over.
Guys, in Africa, there are conflicts a bit everywhere. And do you think there is no hand of the Russians or the Americans or the Chinese there? Of course there is. The situation
There's no
has become
Bulgarians
really-
in Africa.
No Bulgarians in Africa. Yes, I wanted to tell you too. No Bulgarians in Africa.
Or
Yes.
Romanians.
But the thing,
If you
my
have French in
point is that
Africa.
geopolitically, the situation is very dangerous. You see the US threatening all countries, the West, the European Union, threatening all countries through all possible ways if they even try to help the Russians or they don't cut supplies to the Russians. It has become really like paranoia. And that's why I say, well, we are probably arriving to the secondary.
So what? So what? I mean, Africans don't give a shit anymore today in Africa. I mean, they got colonized. After colonization, it was 60, 70 years till today. And what? Nothing. Just misery, just wars, just ethnic cleansing, just foreign companies eating their raw materials, natural resources, and nothing for the population. I mean, China came 20 to 30 years back in Africa, and in the place where China came, you have highways, you have power plants, you have hospitals,
Schools,
you have
hospitals,
schools, you have
everything.
infrastructures.
Railways.
Even if it's not perfect, of course, but it's even better than I don't know, more than 100 years of French occupation.
Or Hollanders.
Qatar forever.
I mean,
Qatar forever.
now Russia is coming with Wagner there, and are kicking ass. They're kicking ass in Central Africa. They're kicking ass in
can
Mali.
you speak?
Yeah.
I want to see your mic working or not. Boss,
you're muted.
No sound. You have no sound. Are you muted? No, I don't think he's muted.
Not muted on the screen.
Yeah, he's not muted, but there's no sound. Yeah, I just want to make sure that
mic doesn't work. He's not.
Yeah, you sort out your mic. So let him sort out his mic.
So let him sort out his mic. We can carry on.
Yes,
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you, but we can also hear ourselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of
background sound.
He should close YouTube.
You put it in a wrong plug. You put it in the
okay,
plug.
I muted him because the feedback is
No, he should close YouTube. Maybe he had YouTube open.
He put it in the wrong hole.
Mic plug. It might be as simple as that.
So his earphone have no mic. Yeah, his mic is
I'm
not
not
working.
sure if he's Portuguese or from Portuguese Africa, Portuguese speaking Africa.
Hey, he got the same last name as you.
He has a bottle of port and a bottle of cachaça. Where are you from? Voz do Povo.
Voz do Povo.
Where are you from?
Wait, let him set up his mic first. Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh,
so
meanwhile,
is that a Portuguese thing?
But meanwhile, I think we have a new face here, Mr. Min8.
Yeah,
Min8. Mr. Min.
Yes, me.
Please say a little bit about
yourself. Who are you and where do you come from? You before?
I'm from Erie, Pennsylvania. Strong Republican conservative. And I hate our government.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Let's hate the governments together.
Well, we can't decide if we want to poison Ohio, give our gas away to Venezuela, and then not refill it, or to give all our money away to Ukraine. I mean,
very tough decision.
Or homeless.
Why
Don't
not
forget
all
the
three?
homeless. You know,
Let's
that's
just
the
do it all
fourth.
three, man. All four. Just do all four.
Yeah, I think Mr. Min, I think Wyatt's right. I think that we did all that. We poisoned everybody in Ohio, and we gave all our money to Ukraine. And what was the other one? I think we did that too. So
Von, you're muted.
yeah, so I think that the U.S. government pretty much has stuck a fist up their own people's, you know what, and we're living through it right now.
And then it's, do we start World War III?
Be careful.
Or
Be careful with you know.
Or sit back and let somebody else start it.
We
You know.
already are in the World War III.
Yes, I can add even more to what you said. Yeah, because the government is still printing money, not for you, but for Wall Street.
No, yeah, I feel you there, RL, all day.
No problem.
Is looking cooler.
I mean, when you're sending weapons that cost, you know, $250,000 a piece, and they're throwing them away like, you know, pixie sticks. Maybe somebody with common sense could get over there and maybe help.
And using a Sidewinder, $400,000 for shooting down a balloon.
A balloon.
Voss, you can
hey, that's our F-35s, though. You know, woohoo!
Oh, I have a semi reasonable. There was this guy, I forgot his name. It's another YouTuber. He analyzed closer how the missile actually worked, and posited that it might be possible that one of the reasons they took the balloon was because it was at a higher altitude and had no heat signature. And so they wanted to test a missile that was able to track without infrared and heat signature and above, because it would be more typical for fighter jets to be fighting from above and down. That would be easier for a variety of reasons. And so I'm not sure who knows anything about that, but you know, I thought it was kind of interesting because it's sort of plausible anyway.
I still don't understand why they let it go over our strategic area. That
because it wasn't
boggles my mind beyond belief.
Because it wasn't a threat, and the purpose was to actually do some weapons testing while doing.
But even I got family that lives over that way. If you frickin' ride your dirt bike, snowmobile, if your kid's kite goes over the fence, you have a brigade of Marines come up to you, ID you, blah, 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 hold you until they can figure out if you're a threat or not. And yet you got a school bus, they said, that's 2 or 3 city buses long floating in our airspace, and yet it's not a threat.
It wasn't on your airspace. It was above, technically speaking.
If you could spot it from the ground, that's a problem.
Well, you can spot it from the ground, but you can't necessarily see if it was Chinese or American.
Satellite.
My understanding on the missile is it was the Sidewinder 9X.
Yes.
And it supposedly has some capabilities that they wanted to test, which is the ability to track targets without a heat signature, which it sounds like it's already built into the system. They just haven't had a way of testing it. The balloon provided the opportunity.
Oh, yeah. We haven't had no targets. I mean, besides us playing paintball and laser tag, you know what I'm saying, Vaughn. That's how our military trains, you know.
Yeah, but Vaughn, the first
the
missile
thing that
missed.
is implausible with the only thing that I find implausible with it being a mere weapons test is because they could easily just send up their own balloon and announce it. Now we're going to
exactly. If that was really their motivation, they wouldn't have had to go.
Yeah,
to
I'm
this
just saying
giant
but they
charade.
might just want to hit 2 birds with 1 stone because this is a bit very expensive.
Yeah.
Well, I
missile.
know the big training. The big training thing is.
That's just what I heard is that they maybe were testing a new, a new capability, but.
Well, I
why
mean, it
would
is
you
a fair
announce
signal
that
to the
too? I mean, if
Chinese
I could track you and not tell you and then shoot at you and you wouldn't know, I mean, I don't know why to tell everybody about it. But.
Well, the reason I think they will do it is because for the reason that I've already mentioned, like they would want to test out that missile and make a statement at the same time. And this is to the Chinese specifically. They want to let them know, like, we know, this is not actually a threat. But we want to show you what toys we got, so you kind of
So we showed the Chinese were so tough we can shoot a fucking balloon out of the air.
No.
I'm sure they're
because
fucking terrified.
The Chinese would understand that this is not a matter of paranoia, because they would then find out, okay, what are they actually testing out? They have their own military analysts. And so this is a signaling to the Chinese without being explicit on public media, but letting everyone know, we're letting everyone know we're now having our eyes on you. And here's one of the toys we have been playing with lately.
Oh, China, they've been bitch slapping us for a while. Anthony Blinken, every time them two meet, China slaps him in the face and he takes it. Watch out.
He is a motherfucker who make money each time the military industrial complex get a contract with the government, because he has his own company, which is a kind of middleman between government contracts and the military industrial complex. There is his own company, so he take money each time the MIC get something from the government.
It was Raytheon, wasn't it?
Where are you from? Tell us.
It's a corruption scheme.
Raytheon, BlackRock, one of them.
Angola.
All of them.
Voice. We need an African voice. Hola, Angola.
Voss, where are you from?
Angola, but I live in London.
All right, we can hear you now.
Angola.
Wow. Wow, that's a country, guys. That's a country with a history.
I recently read that Angola was one of the first countries, if not the first country, to launch a telecommunication satellite in Africa, and they did it with in collaboration with the Russian government. It was the Anglosat.
There is one thing between Angola and Russia. They are like proper married couple.
Yes.
The
president of Angola studied in Russia. He speaks Russian. The previous president of Angola, Jose Eduardo Santos, he was married with a Russian woman for a long time. His most beloved children, Isabel Santos, she was actually her mother was from Russia. Well, Russian and Angola have a really very strong connection.
That girl is the most richest girl in Africa. You know that.
Thanks to the independence.
Now I understand why Prada is so mad at the Russian, because Russian stole Angola from Portuguese.
75,
Angola was the Portuguese colony.
75% of the countries in Africa go independent because of Russia.
Soviet Union,
without their support, yes.
Yeah.
And they helped even and worse was after what the Americans did, when they financed civil wars, horrible civil wars, financing other parties and
other warlords.
Angola and Mozambique had warlords. Angola and Mozambique had horrible civil wars. They destroyed the whole country.
Bloody.
It's such a pity, because Angola and Mozambique as well, the Portuguese built some infrastructure. The country could actually live very well after independence, but they destroyed everything. It was so sad. And the Chinese now helped to reconstruct things again. And that's why when RL was speaking about China in Africa, they are doing amazing stuff.
I was just going to ask, so has the Russian-Angola relationship been going on since the Russian or the Soviet and the Cubans and all them fought in Angola? They've basically been tight since then?
Oh, there was the Cubans actually sent both fighters and air fighters and ground fighters to Angola to participate in the civil war there.
When the South Africans came in.
Yeah, when the South Africans came in, the Cubans and the Soviets, they actually joined forces with the Angolans to kind of resist the South African invasion. So, yeah, it goes back to that time.
So it was basically a proxy.
Africa was backed by United States.
It was a proxy. Yes.
Another Ukraine deal.
I would like to point out, just so to kind of emphasize how close the relation is until Vosh comes back, the Anglosat satellite was the Russians committed that it would be a successful launch. So it was called Anglosat 2, the one that was launched. And this is because Anglosat 1 just went into space. Now, instead of the Russians demanding that the Angolans say, have to pay an extra fee or something if they want this project to go off, they say like, oh, no, we were promised that you were going to have a successful launch, and they went through with the entire project Angolsat 2 until it was successful without charging the Angolans anything.
Wow.
So yeah, that's a and just to kind of like RL was talking about China, like China has been forgiving like many billions of dollars in loans, which the West pretty much never does. It does debt relief at best, and that's only to keep the debt going. And the Chinese don't have any like economic restructuring or any other strings attached. It's actually what they generally do is that they even send their own workers to kind of export their own excess industrial capacity, which enables them to kind of maintain some stability at their own front in their own economy. And then they kind of export to Africa the not in forms of debt that will be there's money, just throwing money. They're sending their people and their resources to build the infrastructure. And when they are done, they say, okay, now you owe us that amount of money that we agreed on. And then, if they fail, if the respective country is not able to pay the debt, then at worst the asset is seized until they can buy it back again.
So it's like a land lease almost.
Which is quite fair.
It is like by contrast to the West, for example, not only have all the strings attached, they have generally like 3 times the higher interest rates and or twice the interest rates and with all the strings attached, and they also throw money which can easily be funneled through corrupt politicians and back to Western corporations in a variety of ways. And so like it's not necessarily China being like very altruistic, like they're having their own interest involved, like this exporting excess industrial capacity, maintaining their own, because they care about themselves first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is also that the Chinese generally don't have to put those strings on the countries because, one, they have better interest rates in the first place, and they can. What was I going to say? Like they don't need to manipulate the internal economics of that country by, for example, having them cut austerity measures, like take austerity measures and cut welfare. So basically make all bargaining power for labor go down so all the wages get pressed down. They don't have to do that anymore. The West have already crushed the economy so many times over that there isn't that much you can really take away from the way.
I was going to say, like, there is not. I'm not trying to shit on the Chinese, but they're not doing any of this stuff out of altruism. Yeah. Like the reason that they build the infrastructure solely because they can remove the resources from the African countries.
Yes, but there are not hiding it. They are not hiding it.
I agree. I'm not saying that they are, but it's
not. They are coming in Africa and say to African, we need your raw resources. We need your natural resources because you have it. And we are ready to build infrastructures. We are ready to build the telecommunications for you. Yeah, it's different. It's not like the West who say, yeah, we are coming for your good. Yeah.
But the most important thing
here, because you are still backwards.
The most important thing here is that the Chinese are doing fair business. So they are saying, you have that, we give you so much for it. You wanna sell it? That's fair business. They are not going there and take it.
It depends on
the not changing governments, not making political cults.
Yes, but it depends on the elites. There are countries that make good choices, that apply that money well, and there are countries that make bad choices, and then where did the money go? Like Sri Lanka, actually. What for was that investment? In Angola is very interesting. Yes, they realized on the beginning that some of the Chinese investment was a bit like wasted. And so they reoriented that investment towards old infrastructure that needed to be rebuilt. Infrastructure that had been studied, it was built, it got broken. So they focus on, let's do something because people study. They built these things because they saw this is going right. So there was like dams that were never constructed, but they were planned. There is a reason here. And so that investment from China, Voz do Povo has to confirm. I'm just talking by what I read in the newspapers. but that investment was very well done. And the other countries that just, well, the money was wasted because the projects are just bullshit. Vosh, what do you say about China?
You're muted.
Vosh is not saying nothing.
Brown, you are muted.
Vaughn, you're muted.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, couldn't the deal basically be as simple as, let's say Chinese want lithium. Lithium's $500 a ton. You know, and they work out a deal like, hey, dude, we'll build this infrastructure, hospitals, schools. You know, we'll employ locals. You sell us the lithium for $250 a ton. You know, they're still definitely paying market price, but they're investing half that price in the local infrastructure, and they're paying, you know, a discounted rate publicly on the market. It's not like they're getting over and exploiting them, I don't think. I mean, it's probably something as simple as that. It's like, you sell us at a discount rate, we'll invest in your country. And then when you're
60% of mining rights, 60% of mining rights in
European in Africa.
60%.
Sorry. European in Africa just stole everything. American just stole. They didn't build nothing.
What I'm saying is that's what China.
You know,
I believe China's operating fairly. Like, I would assume it's a fair deal.
Fair business. Fair business. This is very important. That's why they have success.
It depends. There are very good cases. There are very bad cases. It depends, and it has to do with the elites. What did the Africans want?
Prata, you are 5 minutes before you are saying that Chinese are doing good business in Africa, and now you are saying it depends. Because I'm saying they are doing fair business. Please.
You begin to be
I think you're trying to make it a black and white thing. Like, let's be honest, the Chinese are not out trying to save all these African countries. They're acting in the best interests of their own nation.
Yes, but they are doing fair business. This is important.
Yes.
This is very important.
Let's
I
just say
have a
fairer
theory.
business.
I have a theory. I
It's
call it the
fairer
Belarusian theory.
Fairer.
Belarusian
Okay,
syndrome.
copying. You're right.
I'm calling it the Belarusian syndrome. Okay, so this works like this. After 2014, before 2014, everybody hated Lukashenko. Belarus was under sanctions. After 2014, the European Union, the United States, they took sanctions out and were giving money to Belarus. In 2021, we had the demonstrations in Belarus, and the Belarusians realized they were opening me the doors for coming in, and then they trying to change the government, making a regime change. After that, most African countries have become really afraid, and also Latin Americans. They're like, we prefer to deal with the Chinese because at least they are not going to put LNGs here and all types of political parties. And when I less expect, they make a regime change. You see what I mean? So I call this a Belarusian syndrome because it's true. After the pandemic, the Europeans were complaining, nobody wants to do business with us. If you go to newspapers, it was like a recurrent theme.
You can call it how you like, brother.
Well,
I think we all kind of mostly agree. I think we're kind of arguing about the
minor things.
Yes, thank you. But anyway, is Zarod? Is that how you say your name?
Min? Yes.
No, not Mr. Min. No, your guy right to your immediate.
Zarod.
Yeah. But I guess
where are you from and what's your story, man?
I was there like 2 weeks ago, maybe. So basically, I'm a French student of like politics, I guess. And I have Serbian origins, by the way, which is why I have this flag over there. Yeah.
Zarod is not first time. He's on OpenMic before.
Second time. Yeah.
He's also in the lounge.
That's right.
Kako si, Zarod, kako si?
Dobro.
Do I remember correctly that you also
give me your email? Boss do Povo, do send me your email on the private chat so that I can keep contact with you. Boss. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's carry on.
May I ask
Zarod,
Zarod something? Zarod, is the way you pronounce your name is not Zarod with Z? Zarod?
Zarod. What do you mean?
Zarod. Okay.
It's
No,
like
no problem.
Zorro.
It basically means like for rod in Slavic, all Slavic languages means like the family, the root. It's like for the root. But by the way, that has nothing to do with like the Z from like Russian.
No, but you know the Z in German, the Z in German language is Z. So Zarod would go to the
He's
Tsar.
Slavic. He's
That's
Slavic.
why.
He's not German.
I know.
But Zarod, do I remember correctly that you were also from Algeria? I remember you having something to do with Algeria, but maybe I misrecalled.
No, you're not wrong.
Well,
my father is half Belgian, half Berbers, Kabyle.
I was asking Zarod, but please, RL, why don't you? You're half Berber.
Nobody cares about RL.
No, that's messed
We're not
up,
talking
man.
to you.
Take that back. Take that back.
Okay, but Zarod, why don't you first and then RL, because I think it's interesting from either side. So yeah.
Yes, Zarod. Well, in which city you are?
Nantes.
Nantes. Okay. He's in
So-
the west part of France.
That's right, the French San Francisco, digital leftist hippie city, you know. Very interesting.
Do you have a lot of poop on the street?
Yeah, that's the first thing I
Yeah,
told him, boy.
you got a lot of crackheads. If you want to know everything.
Oh my God, you ain't kidding. You really are the San
That
Francisco.
is San Francisco, man.
Holy shit! Congratulations.
I don't know.
Stop culturally appropriating American culture, you thief.
Yeah, I would love to, man.
Well. The trams in San Francisco came from Lisbon. So you appropriated our trams.
They are Portuguese.
Yeah, they are all trams from Lisbon.
Okay.
Where's like the Russian those gangsters.
The world
you
is
muted.
this. Everybody has something
as
from
you have
someone.
stated in the Telegram chat. You said, yeah, look at those fucking Egyptians. They got pyramids. And look at those Chinese. They get the Great Wall. It must be aliens who have built that. No, it's not because it has happened before the creation of United States. It must be falsely aliens. No.
Yeah, there was no culture in the world before the founding of the United States. America.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You're true. You're true.
It's true.
Yes.
We was kings.
It sounds like those.
No culture. No culture.
It sounds like those people that say, oh my God, the world is just 2,000 years old.
And we all know the US people are the most cultural people in the world.
The most ancient people in the world.
No, cultural.
Hey, we got
that might be true because it's a melting pot, so we have all the old.
We had a comment.
The
We just
Mormons,
had a
the
comment
Mormons.
very important. Kosovo is Serbia, and we know as well that Kosovo is one of those hot points that everybody would love to see boiling, because that will give them opportunity to expand the war.
How can you jump from San Francisco to Kosovo? I don't understand that.
Because we need to go back to the.
We need to go back to Serbia, or we need to go back to Ukraine and Belarus. We're trying to get back
just before, even
right now.
Please.
So I have to correct you guys. The oldest civilization is Ukraine. You guys need to know this.
Yes, that's true.
They are the birthplace of Europe. Oh, they were the birthday. Well, Kiev is the first Rome.
Yeah, please don't begin. Don't start with that, Prata. Don't start with that.
Hey, Von, even hamburger is not American. It came from Hamburg in Germany.
The first African guy was an Ukrainian.
That's a commie lie. That's a commie lie, RL. I don't believe you. And by the way, Frankfurters are not German. They were called hot dogs, and the Germans stole them and
I'm talking
turned it
about
around.
hamburger, not hot dog.
Yes.
Oh, in German they called it frikadelle.
And the super chat was about Kosovo is Serbia. So I would want to actually hear that from our Serbian here, Zarod. Like, what is his opinion about the super chats?
You must take the pledge. You must pledge.
We have been talking about the environment in Transnistria, but we actually forget Kosovo. It's also a very important conflict here. As I was saying, many people would be very glad to see that boiling, because like expanding the war or bring it out of tension, you know. And we have been seeing a lot of conflicts and political conflicts, mostly in Kosovo in the last weeks, well, actually months. And it's definitely connected to somehow to the conflict in Ukraine. But
it's clear for you
Zarod
all.
is away. Huh?
It's clear for you all that Kosovo is backed by the United States, because Kosovo has the biggest military base in Europe on his territory. So without the American base, there would be no talking, you know.
Yeah,
and the truth is, the historical truth is that the territory of Kosovo was Serbian, and it was like an enclave where the Albanian got into Serbia, and now they are claiming this territory for them.
Right, but I'm talking about the conflicts that have been.
It's a matter of demographic, yeah.
Yeah,
majority of Kosovo are people from Albania, so now they claim their independence.
During the Turkish domination, they allowed the Albanians to migrate because they were Muslims. There are almost no Christian Albanians in Kosovo. They are mostly Muslims. And they were just invited to come over and, well, occupy those
They were
lands.
not invited, like they were dislocated.
Invited by the Turks.
Yeah, no, they were dislocated by the Turks.
Yeah, we can tell, but this is. I was talking about the conflicts, the border conflicts that we have been seeing in the last weeks, in the last months. That is always escalating, and the Americans are the ones that are really escalating, supporting the Kosovo authorities into not respecting the deals, not making moves that were not approved or are to be conceived as attacks. The European Union tries to make some kind of deals, and the USA just breaks them down. And yeah, it's quite amazing what's happening in Kosovo. It's really crazy. And yeah, sorry.
Well, just to slightly change the channel a little bit, I was wondering,
what is peaceful?
What do you think about Victoria Nuland kind of all but admitting that the United States was responsible for the Nord Stream attacks?
Did she?
Pretty much. Well, she didn't say it. I'm sorry?
She was admitting that?
No, she didn't admit it outright, but she kind of like with a wink and a nod. That's an American expression. Kind of like, said that the U.S. was responsible for it. So I was wondering if because it got is it Blinken or the other guy like kind of had to like shut her the fuck up because she was
Jake
kind
Sullivan.
of like, who was it?
Jake Sullivan.
Oh, was it Jake Sullivan? Okay.
Sullivan was the one that planned everything. If we believe Hersh.
Hersh, and well, I don't know. Does everybody believe that the Hersh story? I read the article. I don't know if everybody buys
it's
it.
very plausible.
For me,
I don't
think it's the Norwegians though. I think that the collaborator is not Norway. Not Norway. I believe the collaborator is actually Poland.
Well, that would be.
But the Poles don't have access to the.
I don't believe Poland
because we benefit.
I have a theory that the Americans, the truth must be so bad or so dangerous that the Americans were obliged to give this information to Hersh, and take the blames to themselves, because if we know who really did it and organized everything, that could mean something really bad. So
but hold on, the implication there is that Hersh is a plant. Hold on, Prata, what you're saying there is that they gave the information to Hersh. That basically means,
of course,
basically by implication saying Hersh is a plant.
Well, I mean, think about it. If it comes out and it's like Norway or Poland did it, what's to stop Russia from saying, well, fuck you, motherfucker, I'm declaring war on you? And most of the world would be like, well, you blew up their pipeline. That's an act of war. So,
yes,
I
but
mean,
if it is Americans, nobody can do anything.
Yeah, if it's America, oh, you guys, it's just like everything else that we do that's wrong. Oh, you guys bombed a village. So
No, but Russia
take me
won't
to the
make war
Hague.
because
It's
of
never
that.
going to happen.
Because,
We're Americans.
because,
What can you do about it? We can.
Because Nord Stream
attitude.
is not 100% Russian. It's half 50%
German.
Russian, and a part is German, a part is French, a part is Dutch, a part is Austrian.
No.
It's not 100%.
The money that was invested
Russian.
was a 50-50 deal between.
Yeah, and the explosion.
They all benefited from it.
JS, and the explosion occurred in European territories, in the territories of Denmark, of Sweden, but not in Russian territories. If it was in Russian territories, water territories, then you will see
a declaration of war, man. But the thing is, Russia don't really have to do it. They can just turn off the tap and avoid your meter.
I'm just saying, if it was a smaller Chihuahua country that did it, that might be why the U.S. took the blame, just because it's like, you motherfuckers fucked up. You better hope we say, they're basically protecting some idiot who talked himself into a problem.
What other country has the technological ability to fucking do that thing?
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, maybe somebody facilitated it, but they, and it happened. I'm just saying, maybe that's it. Like you're saying, somebody fucked up and we're covering their ass, because if Russia got wind of it, they'd be like, Lithuania, you did that? I mean, I'm not saying they have the capability. I'm just saying maybe they are protecting somebody who Russia would feel like they could hit back at and not have any consequences. Kind of like the United States feels like we can blow up your pipeline and nobody's going to do shit.
They are the one who is German.
Norway is definitely complicit. Norway is definitely complicit.
Yeah, the other one is Germany. If people knew in Germany that their own government destroyed the possibility of getting gas in case of a really harsh, cold winter, that their government, out of conviction, did something so bad, I think the government in Germany would fall. Who would come to power would be completely anti-American, and that would mean that in whole Europe, the whole castle of anti-Americanism would go down. Anti-Russia would go down.
I can give you one reason why that might not happen, and that is because if their own government is hijacked, the population may also believe, oh shit, it's really hopeless. We better just cave in here, because there's a reason they're giving up. There's a reason letting it go.
Yeah, but
this would be possible.
Just look at Czechia.
If
Draco,
Germany were a free country.
It's not
Germany
free
is not free.
Just look at Czechia. Czechia still believe Nord Stream has been done by Russians.
Yeah. If you go to the news, that week, there were demonstrations all over Germany to open Nord Stream 2. The prices for gas were so high, they were almost impossible. The people were thinking they would have to. They was telling people put money apart because it will cost a lot of money. You see, in Germany, the gas bills, they came in September from next year. So, and they were saying people, oh, this is going to be very hard, and so on, and people were coming to the streets, open Nord Stream 2, and then poof. The demonstrations stopped. No more protests in the streets.
Prata, let's remember. All right, just a point. Let's remember 5 years ago, the Nord Stream was the business that the Germans were doing with the most proud feeling. They were in all newspapers. They was writing articles about how good, how kind of big business this is, how good for Germany that is, and then they blow it.
What a technological miracle it is that we were able to do.
But it is a miracle. because Nord Stream 1 was quite amazing technologically. We never did that before in that scale, because we are talking about really big pipes. And Nord Stream 2 is like, it's even better. It's like they have sensors everywhere. They can control all the transit under the sea. It's amazing. And let's say something even more interesting. The Nord Stream 1 was so well constructed that during 2021, when the gas crisis started in Europe, Nord Stream 1 was working 110% capacity. If you understand, they were overusing it more than.
Yes.
You won't see any change in Germany. You won't see any change in Germany.
No,
because
I think
the people who are going on strike, who are going on street to say stop the war, stop funding Ukraine, stop. It's just a minority. The vast majority
No. There were some big demonstration now. There were some big demonstration now.
Today
How
were big
many?
demonstrations.
How many? Let me remind you, the yellow vest in France. There were millions all across the country.
You're right.
But they will
it's
tell
not gonna
people
change
that
nothing.
it was just
It's not gonna change nothing.
people.
And it
They
achieved
were
nothing.
writing the
It
newspapers.
achieved nothing.
Didn't they have a coup attempt in Germany at that time? Like supposedly a coup attempt?
Yes, that's true. Exactly. Yes, that's true. Yes.
That was just
that was a joke.
Yeah,
I thought to say, because it totally went. They made like a huge deal about it for a week. Like, oh my god,
it was
before
was
to
nothing.
come
That
back,
was
and then
just,
it totally went away. So I was wondering if it even. I saw like some old guys that got arrested and shit, but I never heard anything happen to them, or if they got tried.
It was a hoax. It was just distraction, attention.
Okay.
From something, yes. Quite interesting. Quite strange. And nobody believed it. So it was
No.
Do you remember also that one that Russia, Putin actually ordered himself the bombing that airplane, the Malaysia, I forgot the number. It was in the same day that the Hersh article came out.
I know what you mean, Prada. I mean, Malaysian Airlines. I mean, you can't keep track of how many of them fuckers fall out of the sky.
MH17.
Yes, but
it's the same. If you look at Malaysia,
a black hole, supposedly.
Is the same pattern. Is the same pattern with the Nord Stream pipelines. They are acting the same in the same way. They are not letting the Russian take part on the investigations. They are blocking everything. So. Yeah.
Well, there is a theory. They actually, Putin's plane was just coming through the same area, and it is well known that the Russians have this ability to exchange transponders. When Putin's plane goes through planes in the area, they change their transponders with Putin's plane, so that nobody can really know where his plane is. And the colors of the Malaysia airplane are very similar to the Russian presidential airplane.
Do you know how I know where Putin is? I just look for the Su-57s every time he's there. Guarantee it.
So that's his escorts, right?
There is a problem with Malaysian Airlines. Yeah, there is something with Malaysian Airlines.
That's not. They're not telling.
That country and
hold on before we go on.
Don't invest in Malaysian Airlines or Russian pipelines. That's my financial.
yeah, that's a good business advice.
I think that's also Zarod. If I just wondered if you could just speak your mind so we can wrap up the super chat on Serbia, because I was kind of keen on hearing your perspective, considering that you're Serbian and all.
Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about it. By the way. I think today I read on the newspaper, on a Serbian newspaper called N1, there are some rumors about Vučić, so the Serbian president, accepting the French-German deal on Kosovo, and that he may do it tomorrow. and that Serbia is under threat of sanctions and other stuff anyway.
Actually, he
Do
has
you
to
think
put
this is
sanctions on
possible,
Russia,
Zarod?
right? He has also to put sanction on Russia as a compensation.
Wait, you spoke at the same time. We didn't really heard. Like,
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I read something.
Do you think, Zarod,
Why
do
don't
you
you guys
think this is
let him
possible?
speak?
This is
Dracula.
possible that the Vucic will go against Russia?
yeah.
Do you think this is possible?
Yeah. I mean, just from a psychological perspective, this guy changed his mind many times in his life. In the 90s, he was a far right, like the most far right guy you could find in the assembly. Now he's like some kind of democratic, something between conservative and neoliberal. Like, we have a lesbian prime minister, but at the same time, he's like, oh yeah, we have to restore orthodoxy and stuff. I don't know what he's about. He's kind of schizophrenic, to be honest. But
what's the French deal with Serbia and Kosovo supposed to be anyway?
The French deal is like, we had tensions in North Kosovo like 2-3 months ago. Yeah, something like that, and even before. So the deal is that Serbia recognizes Kosovo. On the exchange, Kosovo creates autonomous zones for Serbs in the north that will have its own like police, I guess, but that's so retarded.
So they'll know where to go to start up the ethnic cleansing later again.
Yeah, I mean, quite obviously, because if we recognize it, I mean, what's the next step? Kosovo will enter NATO before us, EU,
Yes.
and then what? Then what?
So Serbia is not in the EU or in NATO, and I thought they were in the EU and they were still holding out on the sanctions. But I guess
this would be
we have
for
special.
Serbia to get in the EU.
We have a special. We have special status with EU. Like, we're not into the EU or a candidate, but we have many agreements, many treaties. Like, it's been years we are, making concessions, opening
so they're
our
trying to buy
borders.
you off, basically. Like, you make a concession, they give you some access to a market or something.
It's been a while. It's been 10 years they are talking about that, but Vucic and our elite, generally speaking, is pro-EU, and they're like, listen, we're gonna make it so we keep Kosovo, but we enter the EU, which will never happen. Obviously, we'll have to sacrifice it. And even then, why would they accept at the end of the day?
Right,
we have
like Norway.
problem with Serbia, the problem with Serbia is a landlocked country.
Put on Serbs was to accept the sanction against Russia.
Also, we have also that, but the essential, I believe, is about Kosovo. But obviously, they want us to sanction Russia as much as possible, which is complicated.
Recognizing if Serbia recognizes Kosovo, it means that the few countries in Europe that still don't recognize Kosovo won't have an excuse not to recognize Kosovo. And that would mean Kosovo could become a EU candidate, whatever these guys have in their minds. Serbia doing that would mean that the problem with the Serbian Republic in Bosnia would also not have any support anymore in a way. So Bosnia could also.
Spain will never accept.
Oh,
yes, because Catalonia is coming.
Who cares about
Spain?
Spain?
Will never ever accept that.
No.
Because if they accept that, they will have to accept Catalonia. And the problem of Serbia, it's a landlocked country.
But
it's totally landlocked.
The support in the country would be very. It would be very difficult for the population to support that deal.
For who? For Serbs?
For Serbs, yeah.
Obviously, I mean, we have a big chunk. I mean, I often go to Serbia, listen, and there's a big chunk of the population that is very pro-Russian and very militant, especially since this war, in Ukraine.
Yeah, but accepting that Kosovo would be recognized.
If Kosovo is recognized tomorrow, there's a lot of. I mean, I kind of look into this like social media, in which Serbs organize, etc. There's going to be a lot of protests, and by that I mean also violent protests. Like, the military, I mean, won't be really okay with it. You have to remember that a lot of these soldiers, commanders, and stuff like that, they were veterans in Kosovo, in Bosnia, in Croatia. They are pretty much patriotic. And not only that, but there's a lot of, in current Serbia, there's a lot of, well, let's say refugees from, like they're Serbs from Kosovo who were expelled. And now those people are the most radical, obviously, and the most extreme. And they are, I mean, they have very good positions in Serbia. I know a lot of people were like, you know, chief of police in my town in Serbia, which is Niš, but he's from Kosovo, you know, something like that. He's not the chief, but he's something close. And these people will obviously, I believe, will be very much against it. Because obviously Serbs from Belgrade or from Novi Sad, some of them don't care, you know, because they are this kind of modern Serb. They don't really care. They just want to enter the EU and, you know, Netflix. But Southern Serbia, I can tell you, man, they have another mentality. They are very, you know, militant and stuff. So
I don't believe that Serbia will recognize Kosovo tomorrow. I don't believe that.
I don't know, but I won't be surprised.
I was just going to ask, have you heard anything about the supposed reports that Wagner guys went into like Mitrovica like a month ago to do some kind of, they called it like a cultural exchange of musicians, but you know.
Weapon traffic.
Yeah.
How do you even
I don't even know if they really went, or it could have just been one guy that went there and they saw a sticker on his suitcase.
Prigozhin actually denied it already. Prigozhin actually, he in the interview, he denied it. Like, no, he's not. They are not there at all. He said that the Wagner only appears to, when they appear, they are there to kill. They are not there to, you know, make friends.
Like give a message.
Yeah, that's his Prigozhin's message. He's like pretty badass actually, the way how he put it.
Yeah,
so if you see Wagner tonight, then you know they're probably going to recognize Kosovo tomorrow.
In Serbia,
speaking of with Wagner, it doesn't make strategic sense that Wagner would do that. Because
you know, the problem with Serbia is that Serbia entirely depends on the situation in the world.
Put your pants on, Prata. We saw your ass.
Yo, Draku, you're the craziest guy, man, on this live stream. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you look like Santa Claus.
You're like Romanian Santa Claus. But he steals. He doesn't give, man.
Fuck Santa Claus. I don't like Coca-Cola.
I always felt bad, like, you know, as an American, I remember back in the mid-90s, the way, under the Clinton administration, the way the United States treated Serbia. And ever since then, like, they've always been, like, the world's fucking punching bag. I just thought it was so fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I never got. When I was in the Army, when I was still on active duty, I think is when some of the stuff started with Serbia. And they're talking about how the Serbs are brutalizing the Croatians and all this. And, you know, I guess it was Muslims and Orthodox or whatever the hell was going on over there. And it's like, you know, the media is telling us, oh, it's the Serbians are brutalizing these people. And then but I was in the Army, so we get to see like material that doesn't get on the news. And it's like, well, you started out blowing up Serbian policemen with IEDs, and then they retaliate, and then you it isn't like it just started out of nowhere. I saw a picture of some Croatian guys playing soccer with a dude's head, a Serbian dude's head. I saw Serbian women hiding behind like a BMP trying not to get shot by a sniper.
Fuck.
And then, you know, our chain of command's telling us, oh, you got to go fight those bastards. It's like, so we're going to be on the side of the guys playing soccer balls with the head because the guys that are protecting the old ladies from the sniper are the bad guys. Okay. Just so I got that right. We didn't go, but we got put on alert for that shit and it's bullshit.
It is quite interesting to notice as well. In the Portuguese televisions, there are a few of military experts, and all the ones that are pro-Russian were the ones that serve in Kosovo, in Bosnia, and they always tell how fucked up that all was, and that's why they now are talking and saying this is not the truth. This is not how it works, how they do things.
The war was started on a lie. They lie in Germany. They lied in Germany. The newspapers and the TV said the Serbs were done some concentrations places where they put the Bosnia people and another people, and that was a lie. And then they began to bomb Serbia.
Actually, the biggest lie on the German newspaper when they bombed Kosovo, I mean, about Kosovo at that time, it was even more cruel. It was like Serbs entered a village, they cut some baby's head, and they played football with it.
Yes.
Fucking crazy. Yeah. Obviously, we expelled. Well, a lot of the Albanians were expelled, and that was population exchange. That happened on every side, you know.
Yeah.
And the situation was so unacceptable. This happened, but everyone did massacres. But there's something quite obvious: is that we blame the Serbs. Why? Because they were the only ethnicity who wanted to keep Yugoslavia at this point, and then make great Serbia. And obviously, Milosevic was quite anti-West.
Because you were friend with Russia.
Because not directly.
Serbia was a power, man.
Russian was not
Serbia was a power.
Because Serbian NATO intervention in Serbia was the first fight from NATO against Russia and Russian interests.
You could argue that was like kind of the first post-Soviet Union proxy war.
To what happened in Serbia, you got the first Chechen war. It was parallel.
I don't think it necessarily has so much to do with Russia, because Serbia was the most powerful faction, as far as I recall, like by far the most powerful faction, and had most of the military installation within its territory. So in order to kind of bring the Balkans to heel, it would be, the first and foremost for NATO would be Serbia. So they were kind of like destined to be the one to take the brunt of NATO, unless unless they actually sided with NATO, which was not what happened. But I might be wrong.
We did offer NATO to Serbia. Yeah,
let's not forget
they could
what
ask
happened.
Serbia to join NATO. They didn't. Why? No, because of Russia.
Sure.
And if Serbia still exists today, it's because they send Russian troops through Bulgaria and Romania at a very high speed to stop NATO troops in Serbia.
That's right. But during the war, like, it's not like Transnistria or something like that. Russia didn't send weapons during the war. Let me be clear on that. They supported us diplomatically speaking.
Yeah, because
but
they don't have the meaning. It was
us and some little volunteer group.
And this volunteer it was Russia, kaput Russia.
That's right.
Boris Yeltsin is the problem. He even, you see, it's like when they took the airport in Pristina, there was no reason to leave the airport. But they made a deal with the British, and then they said, okay, we didn't have enough food. And when the British came in, actually, they were prepared for several months of enclosement, of siege. They didn't have to. And then what happened was they should have negotiated that they would get the areas where the Serbs lived. What did the NATO did? NATO didn't give them a shit. And they decided to leave Kosovo.
That taking of the Pristina airport by the Russians was a master stroke. It fucking totally fucked the bullshit that NATO was trying to pull, and then fucking Yeltsin just pissed it away. I mean, because Wesley Clark was fucking, every time that motherfucker comes on somewhere, he always talks about how I stood up to the Russians in Pristina, and it's like, nah, dude, because I remember seeing the British commander said, fuck you, I'm not going down the road and starting World War III. So you can tell your version of the story about how you stood up to the Russians, but the guys you were going to send down the road were like, no, we're not going to do that. And they went down the road, talked to him, and obviously it worked it out. But yeah, I mean, somebody planned that shit out and fucking stole the thunder from NATO, and then Yeltsin fucking drank it away, I guess. I don't know what he did.
Buy me a drink, Boris.
The Russians says it was too expensive to maintain troops there, but he was just weak.
Yeah, he was.
He was weak.
Well, and not only was he weak, he was corrupt. He was compromised as well.
There's an interesting story in 1908 or 1999, something like that. there is Milosevic in Belgrade who met the Russian ambassador, back at this time, and he was constantly begging for S-300 missiles. And it's on a documentary, there's a story that he begged so much, and he was, there was a heated argument with the Russian ambassador, that the Russian ambassador took, like, how do we say it? The thing where we put cigarettes. I don't know what we say it.
Ashtray?
Yeah, he took it and he threw it on the wall. He said, "We can't give you that. We can't." And that was the end. And he just said, "We will support you diplomatically. We can't do much. We can't do anything else." All right. They had their own problems with Chechnya. There had a huge crisis, a corrupt government. And even at this time, Russia was kind of leaning towards the West at many points. It was very weird. Serbia was pretty much alone in this case.
Yeah, well, because Russia was on the Russia was economically collapsing. It was imploding upon itself at that point.
Oh yeah, definitely. Then obviously with
1999, 2000, Putin came to power.
That's right. Putin.
Right. But Putin. No, you're absolutely right, RL. But Putin couldn't turn things over by just snapping his fingers. It took years.
Because the damage was done.
If he came to power, I mean, what happened in Serbia with NATO, I think it might be an explanation. Among other things.
Putin took around 4 years. I think his entire first term is to consolidate his power. So
and then he paid off the debt. Remember, because they defaulted on their foreign loans.
So Putin cannot really do much in his first term, and that during the first term is exactly also when the Baltics entered the NATO alliance, and there's nothing Putin can do about it because he was just not ready to do that. Yeah. So when he got re-elected, that's when the Ukraine and Georgia is about to join NATO, and then he invaded Georgia, and then that actually scared the hell out of Ukraine, and Ukraine actually just no.
Yeah, no, that was at the end of his second term. It was in 2008, and actually,
right
Georgia?
At the beginning of his second term.
Are you talking about South Ossetia and?
That's at the beginning of
that was in 2008, wasn't it?
I need to search by around that.
2009.
So the re-election was around January, February.
George W. Bush was president, and I forget the name of that fuck that was president of Georgia at that time. And
Saakashvili.
Saakashvili. Anyway, and he thought that the Americans probably made him all sorts of promises because they thought that, one thing I learned about Putin, I just, the motherfucker does not bluff. If he says he's going to do something, he fucking does it. I mean, history's
he was never caught lying. He was never caught lying.
Yeah. So anyway, what happened with Georgia?
Putin lies a lot. Putin lies a lot.
Hold on, let me get this out. So what happened with Georgia was when you had the two provinces that ethnically Russian, they broke away, and then he started fucking shelling them, and then the Russians brought in the fucking troops. They pretty much rolled up right up to the fucking Georgian capital, and that was pretty much the end of the story. And my argument was, just to bring this full circle, was I believe that's what Putin thought would happen with the special military operation. Was because they never had the troops that they were going to occupy Kiev or any of that kind of bullshit, or occupy Ukraine. They were just going to roll the tanks up to the fucking gates of Kiev and say, "Hey, motherfuckers!" And I think that cocaine sniffing fucking what's his name would have fucking capitulated if it wasn't for the sorry, yeah, I can't believe I forgot it. Would have surrendered, except that the West pretty much promised him more hookers and blow than he can ever do in a lifetime. So, and that was why the special military operation the first phase of it was a giant failure, because he thought it was going to work out the way it did in Georgia, and it didn't. And that's why and fortunately for the Russians, Putin had built up this war chest. He had insulated his economy. He had made all these economic strategic alliances with India, with China, yada, yada. We all know the story. So they were able to weather that storm, and now they're doing what they're doing.
But coming back to Serbia, the Serbs have been arming themselves in the last year. So that's also one of the reasons many people are a bit afraid of a conflict with Serbia. They got the S-300s on the almost secretly from Russia. They have been getting a lot of Chinese material. Nobody knows how they got it, but they get it. They have it.
We're buying drones.
Does Serbia have in the area then? So Serbia does have a pretty good sized military compared to Kosovo's separatists, or so is Kosovo basically their military is just a NATO base there, really?
They have some kind of policemen. I mean, we can fuck them up in 2 days. That's not the problem.
Yeah.
And we are currently buying drones. Last week, I saw that we were buying drones from Abu Dhabi or something, or Kuwait, or some countries like from the Arabian Peninsula. Yeah, Abu Dhabi. And so the Serbian army, I would think, is relatively okay. And that's also what my uncle tells me, because he's an officer in the Serbian army. He tells me that's relatively okay when it's about equipment. However, we lack manpower. And obviously, it's okay to fight Montenegro. It's okay to fight Kosovo. What about fighting NATO? How are we going to manage this? We're surrounded. We obviously won't do. We can't do stuff.
Well, that's the whole point. Is that NATO doesn't actually have to fight you directly. They could just choke you off and starve you to death.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think the most effective way would be that they just invade us, kind of. And I think many countries around us actually want that.
NATO's all about optics. They don't like to.
I think you guys haven't.
They like to fight like pussies, man. They like to.
You have to look at the
starve
map.
True. In '99, that was the case. They were pussies for real.
You have to look in the map what is Serbia. There is an ally to Serbia that nobody talks about, but really goes extremely well with Serbia. Hungary.
Yeah.
They
Exactly.
make frontier. The Hungarians would never allow something, if they can stop it, they would never allow an attack on Serbia, and they have been blocking a lot. I find this.
Yeah, well, actually, I know a little bit about Hungary because I had a buddy of mine that lived there for years, an American. And the thing about Orban, that's his name, right? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah. Well,
and they've been trying, like the Americans have been fucking trying to use NGOs to get rid of that motherfucker for years. I mean, they can't.
And he just gets stronger. He just gets stronger.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's like. But
is Hungary in NATO or is it just the EU?
Yeah, NATO.
No, they are in NATO.
So Hungary could arguably say, well, we're in NATO, but you're not going to use our bases or our airspace.
They said they can't. NATO they can't sell weapons to Ukraine through Hungary. They said no.
But I mean, if NATO wanted to do something against Serbia, they would probably be like, "We're sitting this one out. You're not using our airspace. You're not operating from our base."
They can't even block it. They even can block it because in NATO you need that everybody say yes.
Okay, so they can. So if they don't all agree, then that's the end of it.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah,
So we are
the thing about NATO
until the U.S. acts unilaterally.
The way it was written is
you probably know that
defensive
better.
alliance, so you
That's
can't
not
use
true.
it as an
Coping, you probably know that better. I think Sweden,
That's not
Finland
true.
is going to get an yes from a go from Turkey, but I think Hungary is going to block Finland.
No. If NATO want to make wars against Serbia, they don't need the yes of Hungary. Yeah.
Yes, they need.
No.
Of course they need.
Look at the Second Gulf War.
But that was not NATO.
France said no. Germany said no. United States went with Poland. Went with UK. Went with Australia.
You're right. But the point is that it wasn't a NATO war. It was individual countries who happen to be members of NATO chose individually to support it. It wasn't a NATO operation.
Well,
and actually, if you read the NATO.
The facade is that the individuals are joining, but it's very obvious in actual relations it is tied to NATO. It doesn't have to be officially NATO if they can prove. We have a lot of connections, which they of course have because they're
It's
all
just
connected.
another coalition of the willing. That's all it is. If you can't use NATO, it's the coalition of the willing.
Precisely. Precisely.
Yeah, I stick a bayonet in your ass and I make you very willing.
And I kind of see something very interesting coming. You see, I don't think there is no need for Serbia to go with the Franco-German deal, because the thing is that probably the European Union is going to split. They can't stand Hungary being there, and if Hungary allies with Serbia and probably Bulgaria as well, then they have connection to the sea. They could make a really big community. Yes, you probably guys.
I don't see that happening. I mean,
that's not going to happen.
Just need to wait and see what happens if they're looking to make moves.
Bulgaria is so pro EU. I mean, forget about it. Forget about it.
They are going to be expelled.
And the problem
Hungary is going to be expelled.
I don't think.
If
if
they are expelling Hungarians, European Union will be done.
Yes,
oh yeah,
that's my point as well.
Well, the European
That's
Union
my
is going to be
point.
done no matter what happens. The European Union is not going to be around in fucking 10 years. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it might be.
If it turns to be a totalitarian shit something, yeah.
It depends on who
it may
gets
last.
the grip of the
Because
power. No, it
it's
depends.
going totalitarian.
It depends
really.
of who gets the grip of the power, because you see, before it was the Franco-German, British. Their decisions would make the European Union go. The British are gone. The French, since then, the Franco-German connection doesn't work that well anymore. And now we see something much worse.
Never worked. Never
Yes,
worked.
yes.
French and
Because the
German
British
were the biggest enemies all the time, all through the history, man.
Yes,
They
but now
were
we
never
have
friends.
But now we have Poland and the Baltics controlling the narrative. These four countries have no economical power, have nothing, and they are controlling the narrative inside of the European Union. And I can't see how come the Western European countries, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal, can deal with this for long. I can't
why? No,
European
they can do it
Union is
for
controlled
long.
by the United States.
Exactly.
Not
Look at France. Look at France. We have Macron.
You know,
We have
Prata, I
Macron.
think that you have a very you think European leaders are rational, but you gotta be careful. Obviously, the way you think is totally, rational and stuff. But our leaders don't really think like that. Like, for example, yeah, obviously Vucic could have his head cut off if he accepts this deal. But at the same time, there's a lot of lobbying, there's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, he's constantly talking about pressure. Serbia is under pressure. They're going to sanction us. We're going to have a crisis. And it's been a few months he's saying stuff like that. And it feels like he's preparing the people to make concessions, because he's saying we can't keep going like that. He's constantly talking about it. And is it rational? Is it geopolitically okay? I mean, obviously no, but we're such a small country, they can, play with us. That's what they've been doing for 3 decades now, and even more.
Zarod, what if he's saying the truth?
He's saying the truth.
I think he's saying the truth. I think Serbia is taking a lot of pressure now. Really pressure.
Yeah, I also believe that. But does it mean that we should have concessions? That's another topic.
Well, it's I can second that as a Norwegian, that, would Norway necessarily bark up Russia's leg? Of course not. We will be crushed. It's only because we're under NATO, and most likely under NATO pressure. I'm pretty sure that our government had a lot of misgivings. Whoever in this national security state would have a lot of misgivings because of the risk. But it's like with Serbia, because Norway is also tied to the EU. We're not the EU member, but we are basically, trade-wise, our only other outlet is Sweden and Russia, basically. And Russia now is less of an issue. We used to have a lot of trade agreements, which and other mutual agreements, which are being affected by these, the thing in the Ukraine and whatever.
Yeah. They
But
had,
you know, the United States have a much better grip on us than, for example, the Russians. Like, I'm apprehensive against the Russians, but I also recognize if anyone can, yeah, exactly, because they economically can trash us
Yeah,
completely, and we have a very long coastline. So if the Russians were to try, we could actually resist somewhat reasonably
they have them by the
geographically.
balls.
Yeah, but the United States, like, they, even without military force, they could crush us completely. And the EU, even if that wasn't independent, like independent from the United States, they could also crush us completely. So that Norway would have been participated in, you know, I'm not saying Norway did, because again, there are things to be discussing in that regard. But that it's plausible, absolutely. You know, it's if Serbia was a part of NATO now, I wouldn't be surprised if they were also involved in the war in Ukraine, no matter how much misgivings they. I mean, they already are.
no, some countries are not. Some countries are NATO are not involved. Croatia is not involved, or tries to be as little as possible. Bulgaria, they were doing it through almost illegal measures because the prime minister was pro-European Union, but the whole country is against. And this has been a scandal that there was some involvement in the Ukraine war, and Hungary is completely against.
Yeah, there's like the big debate. The big debate in Serbia right now about that, because all Serbs want good for Serbia, obviously, but there's one option that Vučić currently follows. It's like, we wait until there's a ceasefire, until everything goes back to normal, so we can keep investment, neutrality, etc., etc. We buy time, you know, and we make some concessions. The second option,
great policy.
And some nationalists, like there's at least half of the Serbian elite and of the people were aggressive, were like, no, we fight now. Like many people were for kicking the ass of, you know, the Kosovars down there. There were apparently some militia that formed, and they even attacked apparently some NATO troops. I'm not sure about that. But you can see how militant they are, and that's what also scares Vučić, when you see that there's a few hundred young Serbs that form a brigade on the Russian side on the conflict right now in Ukraine, which also scares him so much that he made a special law for that, so that they can't come back in their own country, because he's scared of people forming their own paramilitary groups, etc. He wants total control, and he knows Serbs are capable of it. They did it in the 90s.
Zarod, you saw this guy on the speech of Putin?
What?
There was a guy with the Chetnik emblem on the speech of Putin.
That's right. Yeah, the bald and beard guy.
Yes.
Well, he was there 2014. He formed a small group of Serbian nationalists who supported the Russian policemen in Crimea for the referendum, and then I think he fought in the Donbass in 2014.
He was.
But I have a question for you, because you're from Serbia. So, do you support like Donbass going into being independent and joining Russia?
I mean, joining Russia, yeah, I guess.
But that's kind of hypocritical, isn't it? Because
Kosovo.
Yeah, because of Kosovo.
Yeah, well, that's what Putin pointed out to the UN president when he said, "Oh, you can't do that about Donbass," and he said, "Yeah, the problem is that if you play, we have to play all on the same rule. But since you play that rule in Kosovo with Albanians, we can do the same, and everyone can do the same." That's my point. Now, I don't really have some kind of.
It was in Kosovo, not in Donbass.
What?
The beginning was in Kosovo, not in Donbass. European Union began with this action, not the Russians.
That's right, because at this point there was some, the rule that all great powers played by, at least in Europe, when it's about territories, it broke up with Kosovo. It created a huge conflict. So now, and at this point, that's why Putin said, okay, so you can play with borders of small countries, we can do the same, all right? But
you can get northern Kosovo. Okay, you can't get all Kosovo, but you could get northern Kosovo, for instance. Why does northern Kosovo needs to be inside Kosovo? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, or Republika Srpska, but at the end of the day, I mean, personally, since you're asking kind of a personal question, I'm just for peace, generally speaking. I'm not for war. And I think, like, it will be good that, you know, just Russians had an autonomy and Albanians had an autonomy maybe, and everything was fine. And, you know, you just keep the same borders because it was like that for a while. But now that the stability broke in the geopolitical situation, I mean, what can I say? I think it's totally logical that it's this way.
Yeah, so Kosovo will be independent and Donbass will go to Russia, probably.
Well, also the difference with Kosovo is that Kosovo essentially Albanians expelled Serbs from many enclaves.
But they were still a majority before they expelled them.
They were still a majority, but I mean, the thing is that you gotta understand.
People, that's not nice.
There were also Ukrainians living like in Donetsk and Luhansk, but they moved
Yeah,
to...
but the Russian didn't expel Ukrainian from Donbass.
Yeah, they did, but you know, it's like you're not welcome here if you're Ukrainian.
No, I don't think so. They are welcome in Donbass. They are inviting Ukrainian. They are inviting Ukrainian in Donbass.
Because I saw a lot of Ukrainians moved out of those areas after 2014.
I think the point
people
is
left
that
the area because it has been economically closed down. You're forgetting that Ukraine closed gas supplies, food supplies, money supplies, everything. They made an embargo
Gas
to
supply
those
was
countries.
from Russia, money
And
came from Russia.
And things had to be coming from Russia. And economy on the Donbass fell down. It was just being supported by Russia. People immigrated. It doesn't matter if they went to Ukraine or went to Russia. Actually, most people went to Russia.
Now the planes are coming from Russia. 2014 in Donbass was Ukraine the boss, you know, and they stopped with everything.
Let Pozo speak his piece, though. Let him speak his piece, please.
No, I'm done. I'm just answering the.
Where are you from, Bozo?
Okay.
From Slovenia.
Slovenia. Okay. You know what's about. You're from there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, so to add something on that, I don't think it's a good solution to form borders just by ethnic groups, because there's so many enclaves. I mean, what? You like the whole world would be at war to make some perfect borders, and then the ethnic borders will change later. That's totally stupid, and that was the stupidest thing in the Balkans. Now there's some totally different perspective when it's about the Donbass and this war, like in Ukraine. That's maybe too deep, but there's some kind of meta-political civilization war, if you know what I mean. There's like people from Donbass and people from Lvov or other, Lviv, anyway, other cities, they don't see the world the same. They don't have necessarily the same values. A lot of stuff. Because essentially they are the same people, even like we speak about the DNA, but they just don't see the future of their own country the same. That's the main difference. I don't think it's purely ethnical. You can't say that, because we know many Ukrainian who speak Russian, they are pro-Ukrainian. Why? Because it's not about the language really. It's very much about how they see their own country.
Worldview.
That's about the worldview, yeah, generally speaking, and how they want to survive.
I think that's a really powerful point.
Let's think about the Minsk agreement. Sorry. Let's think about the Minsk agreement. The Minsk agreement was, in my opinion, a very fair try to make peace. And the fact that it now came out that the Ukrainian lied about it, together with Angela Merkel and Hollande, is like the end of diplomacy on the world.
It's diplomacy based on value. That means no more diplomacy.
What happened when Merkel admitted that, which I'm actually surprised she did, admit it, on tape, is that now the Russians will never trust the West. And you can't blame them. I mean, they have no reason to ever trust them again.
obviously.
I don't think they have been trusting the West much lately.
Yeah,
not just now.
What happened
already
in
before.
8 years long. They thought the Minsk agreement will be fulfilled.
They went along with it, so they did at least trust them then. But after
They
that,
signed the paper. I mean, the Russians, Putin is like that. He
the
signed the
paper
paper.
was-
He stick to
yeah.
his signature.
Yes,
Yeah.
and approved in the Security Council. And
Yeah.
approved in the Security Council.
Yeah, you
And
got
now-
gentlemen want to address some of the super chats? We got plenty of super chats, and we have been ignoring all of them, which I think is a bit rude. So I think we should at least answer a few of
yeah,
them.
so Wyatt, you wanna bring them up and we can.
You guys can choose which one you want to talk about. I mean, you
Well,
can.
I
No,
only have the last three ones.
it's your hey brother, you're
Yeah,
in charge.
from the
I'm good with
Norwegian
super chats.
cuisine of cooking.
Sorry?
The Norwegian cuisine of cooking. Yeah.
Yes,
because-
you know, you didn't have to call me out like that, man. You're making me emotionally damaged. Yeah, it's because this super chatter, one of the most prevalent one, is using the Norwegian
he
currency, which of
paid
course
money,
I have to support.
paid Norwegian crown. Yeah.
Shut your
NGS,
fucking
right?
apple before we carve out another Normandy near you. Yeah. Okay. So I only have
How do we
the last
find the
three,
super chats?
you look, press the
it's
star.
It's in the
on the
start.
side.
I started all the super chats.
So
already.
I only have 3 of them here because I disconnected and came back, and then the others disappeared.
Oh, you don't
so-
see the old one. Oh, okay.
No, I
No,
don't.
well, Wyatt, you're the only one because you're
But I can point out one of them here. It will
Okay, I can show a
Wyatt
few.
can see them all.
The two last ones. Just take the 2 last ones.
This is the first one actually. This is the first
It's
one.
not a question.
Yeah, it's not a question.
It's
Okay, you
something
want
obvious.
questions? Okay, let me look for questions. Question.
The last one.
Okay.
Wyatt. Yeah.
This is the question.
This is a question, yeah.
Yeah, that's why United States messed in Serbia, and they messed in Chechnya because Russian intelligence know for sure that Saudi's intelligence and Turkish intelligence were involved to help the Islamists of Chechnya. And Georgia was also involved, and also the mess in Georgia because they thought that Russia will never go back to an economic growth and technological growth and something like that, because all the scientists were going to the West and something like that. But
I would say it's pretty
Putin
obvious
has made
that
a
the
good
US
job. He has made a good job since 2000.
I think
As
it's
I
pretty obvious
see-
that the US tried to crush Russia completely with using Yeltsin and whatever puppet along the line, because it's pretty well known that Putin was kind of considered like a non-threat, some person that they could use to further on the same economic policies and destructions that were going on in Russia.
No. It's not coping. It's not on that thing. It's about the capability of that country and of that people to rise again.
Yeah, exactly. And the
And
US
the
has been
United
trying
States
consistently
and the
to crush
United
Russia.
States thought that the Russians are just alcoholics, and that's it. Are
So
finished.
to answer the question,
get
I
to
don't think
Chinese.
that I don't think the U.S. believes that Russia will not bounce back. I think they're very well aware that Russia can bounce back, and that's why now they didn't manage to
I
crush
don't
it.
think so.
I think when you look at Western, I think if you look at Western diplomats, especially in the United States, you're looking at amateur hour. There's no Kissingers there. There's no George W. Bush Sr. There's not Dick Cheney. I mean, there's
European
no
foreign
I don't think
ministers
we should
are
consider
all
it
kids.
about-
there's nobody there that's an adult that knows how to look at shit. These they look. Oh, Russia's a bunch of drunks. Oh, I
There
can
is no
fight
Jacques
Russia.
Chirac. There is no Jacques Chirac. There is no
They have
Merkel
no
anymore.
concept
There's
of
nobody.
They believe whatever they got told in school. They didn't. They believe that their participation trophy they got means that they're better than Putin, and no one can beat them. I mean, it's total amateur hour. That's why you get that kind of reaction.
I'm not going to dispute that.
I have to
I acknowledge that as well. I'm not
I agree
disputing
with
that.
Vaughn 1,000% on this. He's absolutely
Yeah,
right.
I don't disagree with him either. I'm not disagreeing, but there are
guys.
also those who are professionals on the higher level, and they will be eventually capable of influencing. And so I don't think it's so black and white as to be like, oh, they don't know anything. Yeah, I agree. They are fairly irrational and seem pretty ignorant, generally speaking.
I think the United States don't give a shit about what
No,
Russian
obviously,
are
United.
thinking or what Russian are willing. Because, and the proof for it is that they blow up the Nord Stream. Imagine this
Yes.
would
I'm
happen to
not
America.
disputing, my friend. You are
That's not
correct.
the
I'm not
active
disputing
of a
any of that.
professional
You guys
diplomat
are
or
disagreeing
somebody
on the
who's
wrong
an
things.
adult.
I'm merely
They don't
answering that
giving a
super chat.
shit about what someone else is
Yes, my
thinking.
friend.
No,
I am
Think
fully
about
aware of
copying.
that, my
Copying.
friend. I am
Just
fully
a
aware of that.
moment. Think about the Russian would have done that to the United States. The same.
So to
yes,
answer the
but the
super
Think
chat,
about what would
consequences.
have
the
happened.
question in the super chat, the
The
question in the super
consequences.
chat. Hold on, let's just wrap this up. So the question in the super chat was, did the US really think Russian power wouldn't bounce back? I don't think that was ever an issue because the US have always been trying to crush Russia. And that's basically, I think, is the answer. I don't think it is like, did they believe this or that? No, it has never been because it has been consistently trying. It wouldn't
They
have
were
been
getting richer and
I
richer
don't
every
think
year.
they give a
unless they
shit
were
about.
able to split up Russia completely and make it completely split up. It wouldn't,
Yes.
then it might be a fair. Then the
But
question of could it be a
copying.
possibility that Russia bouncing back
European
because then
Russia.
Russia is actually taken out.
European Russia will still be a huge country. So splitting for what? Yeah, Russia is a huge place. But splitting Russia would bring most of its non-populated areas to China for them to colonize. And the European part of Russia would be so rich at the same time and so big. What for the splitting? It makes no sense.
No,
Do you
the point
understand?
is that the US will be trying to crush them all the time,
Oh,
constantly.
yes.
Right. So to the super chat, they didn't think that Russia wouldn't bounce back because they hadn't completely crushed Russia. But they had consistently been trying to eat up Russia from the inside economically in every single manner they could. They tried to eat up Russia, and they have been doing that ever since Putin came to power. It's a gradual
But before that,
development
they
that
started.
made.
No, they did it under Yeltsin, and then they didn't. And what happened? No.
And people forget the demonstration.
Leaving out.
Exactly, right? And then Putin,
They almost
changed
completely
that.
destroyed Russia.
We always
under
forget
Yeltsin.
what happened.
Let me finish. So they almost completely did it when Yeltsin was president. They raped that country. You had pensioners starving to death. You had Russians literally lying down on railroad tracks. I'm not being hyperbolic. This was really fucking happening. Letting their heads get fucking cut off. The Russian people were hopeless and helpless. They talk about the alcoholism. It was skyrocketed in Russia. It was horrible. And then Putin came and he showed them hope and he showed them a path to the future.
Okay. So guys, you should not forget, and this is saying the same as coping.
Gave excellent explanation why they love Putin, right? If you heard about Konstantin Kisin, he's kind of philosopher that was born in Russia. And he say only case when the Russia experienced democracy, as it was called in the West, from 91 till 99, right? And at that time,
it nearly destroyed them. Yeah, democracy destroyed them.
It was total collapse. The people experienced like one day they were a professor at the prestigious university, and next day their son was wounded in Chechnya, and a daughter was a prostitute. So it was total humiliation of the people, and many people overdosed or kept going drunk. It was total collapse of society, and criminals were targeting rich, blackmailing, right? And then comes Putin, and he puts in order. And that's not democracy anymore. So all experience about democracy they feel is total collapse.
Yes,
right?
but Russia is still not a dictatorship.
Society.
Right, but Russia is still not a dictatorship.
Yes,
Let's not forget Let's not forget this. It's not a liberal democracy, but it's also not a dictatorship.
Hey,
and it doesn't matter whatever you read.
Guys, the United States of America is not a democracy.
One by one.
I was going to tell a story about coping. Give me just a second. It's very right. We always forget what happened on the end of 2011. And I'm saying that coping was saying right. I'm just supporting it. the demonstrations against the election of Putin. Of course, he won, but the Western ONGs, they organize all these protests and invented and make fake films about the elections being rigged. So now, JS, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
The point is,
But
the United
Bill
States
Browder
of America
started.
is not a democracy. In fact, this country was founded with a huge fear of democracy. The founding fathers viewed democracy, and this might come as a shock to all you non-Americans. They found democracy as an abomination. They hated democracy.
Well, I can say that Yugoslavia used to be the biggest democracy ever. Yugoslavia used to be a biggest democracy ever in before the war. Every worker had to vote weekly at his job. Okay, they were voting about what they will do in their factory, in their corporation. Every worker had to vote weekly on the
and it
issues
doesn't fucking
of the
work, does it?
corporation. Okay.
Jure Jordan,
Every
can
it somehow
can
works.
you introduce
Okay.
yourself a bit?
Every
Joe, can you introduce
every
yourself?
citizen had to vote monthly at his community level. Okay. Then we voted on Republican parliament and that regularly every 4 years. Only thing we couldn't vote is on president, who's going to be president. That's the only thing we couldn't vote. Everything else we voted on regularly, weekly.
Joel,
that
can
was
you
the biggest
introduce
democracy.
yourself? Can you introduce yourself so we know about your background? You introduce.
I'm from Croatia. Yeah. I'm from Croatia. I was born in Yugoslavia, right, in 70s. And I used to live in the States for 14 years. I experienced economies here during the communism, experienced economies in Germany and in the States. And I studied economics for 8 years, trying to figure it out what really is, what it matters, what is not. What's the difference between communism, capitalism, and socialism? Really trying to figure it out. And I think I know it. There's nothing about that.
I think Drew found a new
There's
friend.
not much difference. Everything can be good as long.
Jure, I can tell you, you will have a lot of fun talk here in the Telegram group. There's a lot of back and forth on those kind of things, and yeah, you know, if you want to set us straight, you are by me at least welcome. You know, so I'm just like,
Have you?
Thank you.
Do you have any opinions about kangaroos? Save it for the private chat. Save it for the private chat.
Jure, do send me give me your email in the private chat so that I can send you an invite to the Telegram chat group.
I have a question. How is I saw that there's a Druzhba pipeline still running in Ukraine through Ukraine. How do they allow it? Does the Russia still pay for Ukraine to pass the gas through, or what's the deal?
I think
Because
so.
I mean,
think
if
so.
I was a Ukrainian and like Azo or something, I would just blow it up. Because I don't know, they hate Russia so much, but they let the
earn
gas
a lot
pass
of
through.
money. They earn a lot of money. It's a very well done. That deal is also one of the reasons why this war started. In 2021, on December, the deal for transit within Ukraine was going to stop, and they met in the Normandy format, Merkel, Macron, Hollande in Paris in December to make an amazing deal. Zelensky was just elected, and everybody was expecting peace to come. And then Zelensky said, we now know, and that meaning that he had no intention of following the Minsk deals. And Putin bought his his agreement by paying him 4 billion euros or dollars a year for 4 years to transit gas to Ukraine, no matter the less if Nord Stream 2 was finished or not. So the Ukrainians are earning a lot of money. So there is no reason and it's also like they get their gas from that pipeline. Officially, Russia sells it to Slovakia, but they take the gas.
And to
the
Hungary.
Slovakians pay the Russians, and the Ukrainians technically pay the Slovakians, but we don't know. But that's where they get their gas from. So there is no reason to bomb. They would be shooting on their feet if they do something like that.
I think that's a very good example of how economic coercion can still apply, even though you, politically speaking, aren't really supposed to have anything to do with each other because it's war. But and speaking of war, because we are having like this play war, all NATO countries at least, right? Like Norway are recently having more exercises and such up in northern Norway, where regarding prepare for war against Russia and stuff like that, explicitly for that purpose. And there's just one super chat and one more super chat I wanted us to address, and that is will the West ever fight again or only use sanctions and proxies? As for, and then there are some other things added to it. It is among the last ones, Wyatt, if you could pick it up, please.
Last one? I mean, as in
among the third last.
Another question. NGS wanted us to answer this. NGS wanted us to answer this.
Will it only be sanctions and proxies?
Parts of the West. I think parts of the West might fight, depending on what situation they're put in, and if they're able to, industrialize themselves enough. Like, I can see the United States doing it. Maybe another country. I mean, Germany could have, but they kind of took themselves out of that equation for the time being. I mean, I think certain countries could do it, whereas other countries wouldn't. But I don't think there will be like a unified West again, like there might have been in the Cold War.
Just look at the sanctions.
People in these states became really unruly. They will go to war to distract people from problems.
Just look at the sanctions.
I'm talking about US. That's a typical historical trend. It's always to distract its population during the economic crisis is to go to war.
So,
That's
Jure,
what
you're
we have in
saying that
Europe,
if
actually,
things get really
but
bad in the United States, then we would fight an external war to distract
look
the
at the
American
sanctions.
people from the local problems.
Yes.
Yeah. But look at the sanctions put by the West. You have to distinguish between Europe and the other countries which are in the West team, like South Korea, like Japan, like the United States. I mean, they put sanctions, but United States is still buying Russia, especially titanium, because they need it. They don't put sanctions on that.
Yeah, the best titanium is made in Russia, yes.
Exactly.
I even heard that SR-71 Blackbird titanium was made in Russia.
Do you want to laugh
black market
a bit?
titanium. Yeah,
Do you
it's
want
like
to laugh a
Japan.
bit?
Yes.
It's like Japan or South Korea, They are sanctioning Russia, but not completely, because they still want to have gas from Russia. Yeah, and then you have the European Union countries. Those are the cuckolds. Yeah, they apply sanctions like stupid dumb shit.
European Union is suicidal. It's like a psychopath.
Because they are puppet of the United States.
If you can imagine how much sanction to Russia they imagine that will do damage, you can imagine how much damage US can do to European economies. So basically, they choosing between two evils. We are choosing. Europe is choosing.
They
between
are not
two
choosing.
evils.
They are not choosing.
Of
They
course,
are not choosing.
Not choosing.
They are
forced to do it. Yes,
Of
blackmail
course.
to do it.
They also
and
have
bribed
interest on
to
it.
do it.
They also have
Yes.
interest in doing it.
Elites.
because actually the most suffering region in this conflict is Europe. Except Ukraine.
Not yet, but will
Except
be.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
Except Ukraine.
Hey, Ukraine is in Europe, so.
So Ukraine is in deep shit. But.
Oh yeah.
It's like that.
Well, so to conclude concluding the answer to the super
I
chat.
will fight the Russians till the last male, Ukrainian male. It's heading that direction.
I think what you deliberated, RL, was accurate.
Michael said that each time they try to approve a new sanction package, it gets more and more and more difficult. And we are coming to a point when many European countries are saying sanctions makes actually not anything. We are just hurting ourselves. And in this last sanction package, their big items were not even approved, which was diamonds, Rosatom, the nuclear Russian agency. What was it? There was something also very big there, but they couldn't approve it.
Yeah, did you saw that 10 sanctions package? Did you saw it?
It's a joke. Yes, it's a joke.
They only sanction some individuals and entities of Russian state and Wagner, things that had no business with Europe.
Basically, they stole some money from Russia. They stole money. That was the sanction. Because actually, Russia is autark. Russia is can be outstanding without no imports or exports. Russia is producing food. Russia is it has
everybody
energy.
needs
Not fully. They need some technology, but they can get it from China.
From
Everything
China, yes.
they need can get from
So
China. Yes.
The problem is that Russia is a society that's a bit more, in certain aspects, is a bit more modern than what the Chinese can sell to them. So selling technology that is still backyard, it's a problem for them. Of course,
China has now the highest technology.
China is
China can sell everything. There is nothing that China is not producing now.
For instance, the
China is
No.
top of the line. China is top
But
of
there
the
are
line.
many
Maybe
things where
not
the
as
Chinese-
much as Taiwan, maybe not as much as South Korea or Japan, but they are
they're
just
still,
there.
The Chinese
They
are
are just
nobody.
in the top.
Yeah, but
You look
good.
China, you look the United States, the infrastructure. I mean, China is way above United States.
Russia is not that
Nobody is
high
the
tech.
best at
Sorry.
everything. RL, nobody is the
Technology
best
in
at
United
everything.
States, it's only about military, only about
The United States is
CIA, only about
the United
Pentagon,
States is
only
their own
about
problem.
Silicon Valley, and you get out of that place in United
Yes,
States,
but they
it's
are
just
they also
a piece of shit.
okay,
Crumbling.
that's exaggerated, but the Americans makes a lot of good stuff.
Just look at San Francisco. Just look at Los Angeles. Just look at Pittsburgh. Just look at Portland. Just look at Chicago. I mean, just look at the subways of New York. It's horrible to say.
It's so funny that the Americans are all keeping quiet.
Engines. They really
The
do
Americans are
bad
all-
jet engines.
The Americans are also
He's not wrong. I mean,
but it's not fully gone.
In New York
not
City,
fully gone, completely gone from US, but it's deteriorating continuously in the last 25 years. Yeah.
I actually grew up in New York City. I think I'm the only one here that can say that.
hey, if you if RL and Wyatt went to New York City, they'd be in a lot more danger.
Really?
Yeah,
is that bad?
I'd
Paris
say in
is
the
very
United States,
dangerous.
between California and New York, that's probably your two, and maybe that's probably your two biggest places for, to use the American term, anti-Asian violence.
Yeah, but only by very melanin enriched people.
Okay.
Yeah, and
that's
what's
a very good way to
interesting
put it.
to study about the anti-Asian violence is mainly, not only, but mainly done by Black people.
Yeah, we can't say that though. They're called melanin enriched. Okay.
Yeah.
What I experienced when I lived in US is that depending on a class, Middle class was very, very, I mean, unbelievably supportive of everyone. Low class can be bad. Low class.
Yeah, and
the
the
middle
middle
class
class
is the biggest amount of people. I mean,
during the I don't know if we can say it on this channel, but the middle class got pretty much wiped out. The middle class in the United States is it's all but gone. You got working class, you got poor, and you got the elites.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, that's probably the biggest group. I mean, that's one way Americans should, really try to capitalize on that. But you never know.
What is the middle
You should
class?
stop
then?
voting for
middle
Mitch
class is the
McConnell.
working class as well, no?
We
Aren't
need
the
to have
middle
that revolution of the working man.
The middle class is separating and hiding behind the gate, even though they're not high class, but they gating themselves
what you're
around.
telling there, it sounds to me more like the upper class, because it's someone who manages to control everything because they're already in the economic power, right? The middle class is still working. They may be like business owners of kinds and smaller and so forth, but they still have to work, right?
No. What happened during the lockdowns was that all the like small businesses and stuff were forced to shut down. Where all the big store. Let me finish.
So hold on, just how I understand it. Middle class is small business.
That can be a component.
Not a corporate chain.
No,
right, not a corporate. I'm talking about
office employees.
A mom and pop store. They were all forced to shut down. They all went bankrupt. If you had like a diner, like
middle class
diner,
is white collar.
No, that's
wiped out.
Well, that could be. I don't want to split hairs here, to use an American expression. My point is the people that like own diners, had a business. They all were shut down during the lockdowns. They all went out of business. But the big stores, they all were allowed because they all had political connections. They were all considered quote unquote essential workers, like in Schindler's List. And they opened, and everybody else got screwed. So the middle class, the working class, middle class, whatever you want to call them, they got screwed. So now what happened is it's like this shrinking where you had people just drop below the line, and then a smaller number, accelerated above it, and the people that made the 1950s Americana that you would see in the movies, that's gone. That's dead. That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
but
here
is that a natural progression? Like considering that the only ones who could actually challenge the ones who are economically in power would be the middle class. So it's kind of a natural progression that once they are consolidated, it would wipe them out. So that, what would the poor do? Okay, they might be responding in so and so way, but they don't have the political or economic clout to be responding on the information sphere. And so you can apply more repression without it being necessarily noticed or necessarily amplified.
Yeah, they became irrelevant, and like the people that are struggling to stay, I mean, there was a joke that they said, like, the three classes in America. There's the rich that do none of the work and pay none of the taxes. There's the middle class that do all the work and pay all the taxes. That's their job. And then there's the poor, and their only job is just to scare the shit out of the middle class.
George Carlin.
Yeah, they. I mean, like where I work is considered a small business. I got less than 10 employees, and during the shutdown, our governor tried to impose shutdown rules, but our Republican Congress, state houses and Senate fought that, and the mayor here in my blue city was aligned with it. So a lot of people just shut down, especially the big companies like Humana and shit. It's like, yeah, you can shut down and all your employees, it will pay all your employees, and you can just fuck off for the next 2 years. So of course all these big companies did it. And what we did is we basically just went on the down low and basically worked under the claim that we were essential because we do work for the city, and the city's the government. Well, the government's essential, so therefore I'm essential. So I just bullshitted my way through like that. And I never stopped working during the COVID thing because, and that's the thing, middle class people, in America, you got to thread the needle and play the game. and you got to learn the game. You got to have connections. I mean, yeah, you're if you own a McDonald's, yeah, oh, he owns his own McDonald's, he must roll bank. It's like, yeah, you still got to pay fucking people and pay for all your shit. He might only clear profit for his own, lifestyle, maybe 25, 30, 100 grand. 100 grand in America is not shit anymore.
No.
Just because of the inflation and the prices. But I'm just saying,
very interesting,
So,
which is
but hold on,
middle
if I
income
understand it,
people, middle
you-
income people in the last years through to inflation and to stagnation on most of European and Western societies, let's say like this, the middle income is going down. People wages haven't been risen.
They're called
Okay,
real
but hold on,
wages.
that is the
Real wages
definition I wanted
have
to
been
get
steadily
cleared out.
declining.
That's the definition I want to clear out, because as far as I understand what Vaughn is saying here, the middle class is basically small business owners, and then you have the workers, they are the working class, basically. But you're referring to basically monetary income, which is an average that is quite relative. It can be altered. It doesn't necessarily. The middle
the business class and the working class can be intermingled, because you'll have guys that own a business that are working 80 hours a week and they're their only employee, and they may clear $1 million a year, but you don't know what the expenses are. So here it's completely intermingled. You could have working class people literally that make $1 million a year, and a plumber who's only making maybe 150 grand a year. But that plumber owns his own company. So I mean, he's a business owner, but he's also a laborer.
I was trying to simplify it and called it middle income, so that we don't go. I understood what Vaughn wanted to say. He's talking about people with middle income, not people with, like he's saying, a small business can be a guy that earns €1 million, $1 million, and that's not middle income. That's high income already.
Oh yeah.
So,
that's absolutely true. I didn't express myself correctly. My point is that there used to be, like, back in the day, there used to be like lower middle class and upper middle class. Like, there used to be poor, lower middle class, upper middle class, and rich. That doesn't exist anymore.
It's still like that. It's still like that, but numbers are different. Numbers that are participating in each class, each segment, are different. So it's a middle class jobs that disappeared. It's not that.
It used to be like. Let me give you an example how old I am. I remember, like,
it's like sales. Now are sales jobs, phone sales, and that shit. Advertising is high-paying jobs, right? That's where you get
jobs where you don't actually
that
produce
replace
anything,
old ones.
Like for example, like,
Yes.
I grew up in New York City.
Service.
And it used to be like you could be a bus driver, like work for the New York City Transit Association, or whatever the fuck it was called back then. And you could have a job driving a bus, 40 hours a week, and you could support your wife could stay at home, and you could have 2 kids, and you could pay your rent, pay all your bills, the whole bit, not have any credit card debt, and the whole bit. That doesn't exist anymore. And hasn't existed for years.
No, and you're true, because we have been stagnated for too long, and the effect of it is that the middle income or the middle classes, they haven't been able to grow in style. Things got more expensive. Because they want us to bring us down. They want to bring us down. Middle classes is a problem for capitalist societies, because you have to keep them happy. You have to give them opportunities, and that was too expensive. They wanted to
Why they
bring
decided to delocalize industries?
Why?
Especially in China.
If you look at monetary,
global answer for why is that?
If you look at monetary,
if I can say.
I think the biggest problem that the United States has now
is because
I think
the
biggest problem that the United States has now
the West had a competition.
Is the intellectuality.
The West had a competition.
Think about that.
The Eastern world was competition to the West, so they had to make their population happy, okay? Because they were afraid of the communist attractiveness theory. Theory of communism was attractive to everyone, right? To workers.
That's the point of
so the West
Fukuyama.
had to
And
keep
when
people
communists
happy.
crashed,
So I wanted to bring
social
something to the
tensions
point
began.
Since the
is
West,
that
yes.
corporations took over of
Yes.
everything after the fall of the Soviet Union. And if we look at the money
even
types,
before
we have,
the real break,
No.
the real line, there's where the real wage
we have
stopped growing
2008.
is in
We
72.
have 2008. Between the 90s and 2008, we see an exponential growth of debt. But what kind of debt? This is what some people, monetary people call the M4 or M3 in some countries, M3 and M4. And this is debt given to corporations. We don't know what actives are there. And this M4 is growing exponentially. It's like it's impressive. And that's what Putin said. These guys made so much debt during the pandemic. They are now trying to burn it.
But that
because
doesn't
it's
matter.
Too much there.
That doesn't matter. Corporation can still grow and grow its debt. Why? Because it doesn't have expiration date. People have expiration date, so we have to have amortized mortgage up to 30 years. But corporations and states don't have expiration date. Their debts is always rolled over. As long as the corporation and states grow, actually GDP, as long as it's grow, it always can grow its debt. It doesn't matter.
Sure.
It doesn't.
A corporation
No
can
country,
no country, debt indefinitely.
no country in the world.
A person can't do that
No
because they have
country. No country in the world have reduced its debt since the Second World War. Okay.
No, that's also not true.
Nominally,
that's also not
nominally
true.
never
Hey,
reduced.
that's a lie,
It's not allowed.
Jure Jordan. Romania paid all his debts. Romania has 1998 no cent of debt.
Yes.
Yes. So that's
Yes.
not true.
And it's economic prowess,
Our
right?
biggest problem
It's
is
economic
this-
prowess.
I don't know
GS went
how
to
it is,
sleep.
but it wasn't true. What you said.
No.
Please, guys, the problem here is the difference between the rich and the poor. Everything is growing and becoming, the rich are getting
Yes.
richer and richer
Yes.
and richer, and their ability,
And more in
the
debt
money
at
that
the
they
same time.
control.
More in debt.
Yeah, that's indifferent.
Guys, think about that.
That can be done with the help of politicians who are placed by
It
the
was
richest.
done with the help of
Yeah?
politicians.
That's what I
Corrupt
call
politicians.
That's what I called the mutualization of losses and the privatization of benefits. Yeah, that's why banks can make stupid things.
They
It's
can
the
print
people
money.
like me and you who will
Yeah.
pay for the banks.
Yes.
And when the banks make profits, it's only for them.
Yes.
In
We
my
have
And
this
it can apply to big corporations too big to fail. Yeah, so-called.
Yes, that's
That's
normal.
not
That's
applied
normal.
to
That's not.
a country like Russia. Russia
That's
is
what
not
China
in debt.
does. That's what
Russia has
China
a very
Yeah,
does.
short
China has a
debt.
huge debt, but it's
Yes,
internal
and
debt.
it's no problem.
I mean, the debt of
It's not a problem.
China is owned by China. Yeah,
Yes.
it's not like the United States
Not
or
a
Europe.
problem.
Yeah,
Not
and
a
Russia
problem.
is
Yeah.
not in that case at all. I mean, Russia had before the war in Ukraine only 20% of its official GDP as debt, which is nothing, because their real GDP is even bigger
okay.
than that. Yeah,
You know,
they have,
the state debt
it's
is
one
never
of the
a problem.
first country on the world,
State
Russia,
debt.
who has
Okay.
a positive state balance. Listen, it's very important. I mean, that government is spending
No, it's
less
not.
money that
It's
it
a moot
earns.
point. Nobody foreclosed because of state debt. Did anyone lose a job? Did anyone lose a house because of state debt? Nobody. It's only private debt that matters. State that
Hold
is a
on.
moot
Here's
point.
where you're
It's
totally
a
dead
rich,
wrong on that. If you're talking about the United States, so hold on, no, I got to stop you here. For example, in the United States, during the Great Financial Crisis in 2008, there was counties that went bankrupt. Let me finish. Now I'll explain this point. There was pensioners, right, who had a pension, and they were supposed to get it till they die, and because these counties and cities went bankrupt, they had to go to bankruptcy court, and it had to go through the process, and they said, okay, well, you're going to have to slash your pension fund. So there was all these pensioners who said, you know what, you were guaranteed, let's say, $60,000 a year with cost of living adjustments until you die, and they says, you know what, you're only getting 30% of that now.
And counties are corporations. Cities and
No,
counties
they're
are corporations.
No.
Incorporated. Incorporated. I'm talking about state.
What's the difference between a state and
we're talking about corporations, which is city and county.
I'm not sure what you mean by a state.
Because city cannot
that's true.
print
I
its own
say
money.
3 times China. So
Yes.
So when you say state, you mean a country?
Can you show that graphic that is there about
Yes.
money supply for the Euro Monetary Agency? I just put it a link.
Okay, give me a minute.
So you have an idea how big is the problem?
Present. Actually, you can present if you want to
ECB
present.
will just print money and
how do I
pour
do
it
that?
and pour it on financial markets as they have done.
No,
That's
no,
a present
no,
They
button,
that's
don't
not
care
the point.
about the living,
You can-
the standard of living
No,
of
that's not the
Europeans.
point.
They don't care.
That's
So
not
you
the
can explain
point.
easier.
No, that's not the point. Everybody talks about that, but state can print money to employ people, not just to give it, but to employ people to build something.
We are in Europe, man.
Since
We are in
2000
Europe. No, we are in Europe.
Europe can do that too.
And the ECB,
Europe does
it's
it
the
too.
European banks hacking
It
stuff,
does it too.
and it doesn't give a shit about what
does it too.
Croatia or France or Belgium or
Okay.
Spain is saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey, Drew.
How
they will
much-
print
how
money,
much
not
private banks-
not
Drew,
for
you
state
made
to
a-
employ
Drew, you
people.
made an
They will
amazing
print
thing.
money for financial
Can you find the button?
for stock exchange and that stuff. That's all.
The United States
And
has
each
printed
country
money.
How
in
much-
Europe
how much-
can have more depth to say what you are saying, Jure. But it's
Okay,
two
this
different
idea-
things.
Not a
What
problem.
the ECB is doing
Sorry.
and
Not a
what
problem.
each individual
Ha-
state
okay.
within the European
Do you
Union
know-
is doing by
do you
growing
know-
their debt.
Do you know how
different
much private? No. Do you know how much private banks print money annually? How much new money they print, and how much state, on average, print?
Less than before,
you know?
because now
Oh,
banks
okay.
don't give
States are
loan
not
to
printing
people.
money, Jure. Which states is printing money? Only banks are printing money. No state in this world is printing
Okay.
money.
That's not
That-
right, Draco.
When it goes,
That's not
when
correct.
it
Which
goes
Europe.
into
country?
debt,
But in Europe.
Tell me, Drew.
Okay,
Which country is
deficit.
printing money?
deficit.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain the whole structure.
United
of the
States
Do
world,
of
not
a country
explain me,
money.
is the
please. Don't
same
explain
effect.
me because I know. Please tell me which country is
Well, in
printing
that case,
money.
if you know, that's good, but the rest of us
Every
may not. So
country-
please let him
Fuck up
speak.
and
Okay,
Drew
seems
talk
like
Every
it's
country.
welcome. If
Drew
you
knows
guys
more
knew
about
how
Drew
money
knows more about
works,
international
if you
finance and
guys
all this
knew
put
how
together.
money works,
Hold
you
on,
would be shocked.
You shut up.
You have
Yeah,
no
but
idea.
I want to know the
Please.
name of the
Let
country which is printing money.
If you
United
can let me
States.
talk,
Every
I will
single
tell you.
country.
But if
Let
everybody's
Drew talk.
interrupting, I
No,
can't.
Don't,
Every
but don't
single
explain me
country.
nothing,
Drew
please.
talk.
Just tell me the name of the country which is printing
United
money.
States.
Mute everybody except
United
Drew.
States
Every
is not
single
printing
country.
money.
It
The
is
Federal
printing
Bank is
money.
printing money.
Please let Drew
It
speak.
is
please.
printing
Okay,
money.
Okay.
Not
Let
Right.
Drew
the
talk. Let Drew
state.
talk.
So how a
Yeah.
country prints money is through its central bank. A central bank
Yes,
can
so
print money.
no country is printing money. Banks are printing money. That's
A
the
central
point.
bank
Draco,
is
please
not a
speak
commercial
courteous
bank.
and don't
A
interrupt so
central
much.
bank falls under the jurisdiction of the government. In the US, the Fed is a special case because it's a separately owned entity. but every other country in
And
the
the
world.
Fed is not
Which
printing
every
money
other
by
countries?
itself.
No.
It's another
You would-
component of the
no.
United States which is printing
Yes,
money.
it's part
Gentlemen,
of the
please let the
overall
man
governing
continue.
structure, right? So every central bank will basically print what is called central bank reserves. It then gives this, it's a kind of money, which it then gives to commercial banks to act as basically kind of a liquidity, right? For when we say governments print money, basically what the central bank does is the central bank creates these reserves and then uses those central bank reserves to buy the bonds that are sold by the government. So the
Tell
government
me,
says,
please,
I
the
want to
name of
borrow
this country.
US,
The
UK, China,
name.
Singapore, the system works
China
almost
is
the same
Every
way.
single country.
Listen,
Every
Draco,
single
Draco, you
single
want an
country
answer?
prints
I can
its
answer
money.
you. France is printing francs CFA, and it's printing that money for African countries.
It's not bills.
African
It's
countries
different
which are
money.
still colonies of France, and it's
Yeah, that-
printing them. Printing,
Let's
really.
listen. This is
Physically
very
printing
difficult to
them.
understand.
Okay,
Yeah, but
Let's
not
listen.
France, the Bank of France.
It's okay. It's not printing them physically. So what the central
Yes.
bank decides is it just goes to its database and says, okay, now there's instead of 1 billion central bank reserves, now we have 1 billion and 2 billion central bank. We can just decide there's this amount of money available in the economy. Then when it does that, the problem there is every single person that's say for example you have you're holding 10,000 euros in a bank account. The bank has a billion. The central bank has 1 billion, right? It doubles that. Suddenly, what happens to the value of your money in your bank account is it basically halves. Every time they print more money, everybody that's holding that money loses value. So what happens?
Not instantly. Not instantly.
Not
Yeah, not
So what
instantly,
happens
and
is
that's on paper.
That's
Just
not
look at
true
the
anymore.
value
That's
of
not
the
the
US
truth
dollars
anymore.
compared. Shut up.
Process,
Just look at
if I may.
just look at the US dollar
Process
value
is
compared to
done.
other currencies. Yeah,
Hey,
because
the process
they decided to
starts
rise their
with
interest rate.
deciding
Please,
the budget.
they decide to increase the
state budget.
interest rate, so
That's
US
where it
dollars
starts.
it has more value vis-a-vis other currencies, but at the same time they are printing money.
Okay, can I say
The
something?
process
Let's try
starts
to make
with
things.
deciding the
states-
budget.
Oh, guys, stop a bit. So
The size of the budget is how the process starts.
A state produce a title.
The central bank.
Oh, Mister, please
and
wait
treasury.
a second. A state gives to the central bank a kind of a debt paper. He says he wants from the central bank $1 million. The central bank accepts that $1 million bill and gives him the money. And that's how states print money. Okay,
Not
guys?
state
Stop.
banks.
They print.
No one can agree, man.
Not in Europe. Not in Europe, because you have the European Bank.
European Union did
It doesn't need to respond to states. If states need money, they need to go to financial market to have debt.
No.
Yeah?
They
ECB is not giving money to states. That's a bullshit.
No. During the pandemic, they were buying directly from the states.
No, it's the ECB who decided to buy the debt, because they are independent from each European countries, because European countries are not printing their own money via their own central bank. Because now you have the European Central Bank, and the European Central Bank does not listen to European countries. They have no, European countries have no say to ECB. It's independent. I don't know how, but it's like that.
Every central bank in the world is prohibited from printing money to set a bill, treasuries debt full.
No,
they
it's
have
not.
to sell the stop. They have to sell the treasury debt. Okay, they have to sell, and then when they sell it,
it's just in the
they
European
get the
Union.
money. Every has to do it. It's every central bank is set up the same. Every monetary system is set up almost the same.
No, there are
There's some
dozens of monetary
prohibitions and variations.
systems.
But
sorry,
oh,
Jordan.
I studied.
Sorry, Jordan, but you have two
seven-
exceptions in the world. You have two exceptions: the ECB and the franc CFA, which is printed physically, not numerically. It's physically printed in France and brought back to Africa in a big valise. Yeah.
But they are banks. They are banks.
The process.
Actually,
Still
it's not
banks,
just
not
the CFA. It's
countries.
actually most
starts
African
with
currencies.
a budget.
Are printed in
Budget
Germany or
is
France or
decided.
whatever, and then shipped back.
Okay, first is budget is decided. That's the first step. That's what decides how much money needs to be spent and created. It's a budget. So every parliament, Congress decides the budget. When it was the buying Pfizer drugs, right? They decided in a budget to provide for it. After that, it's a setup of treasury, central bank, and primary dealers that mechanisms find the money. Okay, it's just a circular thing, but it's a budget that decides. Nothing can be done without budget and provisioning in the Congress. That's only way to do it.
Amazing.
It cannot
So,
be
amazing.
In
the
United
decides,
States,
oh, I will
but
do it this and that.
But not in European
That's
countries.
every country in the
European
world.
countries, for
Every
balancing
country
their
in the world
budgets,
does it
are
like
going to financial market to get money. Are
Drew,
not
could
going
you
to
just, could you
ECB.
just educate everybody
It
here,
goes
please?
to the treasury first. Treasury writes the bond, then the central bank sells the treasury to the primary dealers.
That's
But
it in
how
United
they
States, but not in Europe anymore.
No, everywhere.
No,
everywhere.
not in Europe.
Simply everywhere.
Not in Europe.
Simply
In
everywhere.
Europe, France want money because they don't have enough from taxations and revenues. They go to financial market.
Yeah. So both of you are correct, actually.
And financial market is primarily dealers.
Yeah.
Primary
Okay,
dealers
both of you
is
are
what's
correct.
financial market.
Wait. Okay.
Okay.
Now can I step in? Can I finally step in? Okay. So both of you are actually correct. RL is correct when in the European system, when the government actually sets its budget and then realizes it doesn't have enough money, it can go and then approach the commercial banks to buy its treasury bonds, and then you'll try to sell bonds to basically fund its treasury bills. Jordan is also correct. You kind of start the process with budgeting, but before they even set the budget, they will always put up feelers to the financial markets to see whether there is enough capacity to absorb the treasury bonds that they are going to put out to fund their budget. This is not an independent process. They cannot just decide, I'm going to spend $1 trillion and then I go find the money after that. That is just nonsense. There has to be some kind of realistic kind of mechanism before the budget even comes to pass. So both of you are kind of correct. The difference between the US system and UK and a few other like Canada, Australia, and the rest of the world is that actually a big difference is that US, UK, Sweden, Canada, Australia, they don't have a reserve anymore, a reserve requirement anymore. This was abolished, I think, in the 1970s or 80s. So your commercial banks can also print money. So basically what Draco says is also correct. Your commercial banks can create a loan without having the liquid reserves or any central bank reserves in the account because they don't. Their reserve requirement is zero. So it's quite. But other countries around the world still have this reserve requirement that they have to adhere to. So they still need the central bank reserves. So it's a little bit complicated when we talk about printing money because, for example, the US and UK government can print the money in a way by creating the central bank reserves. So the central bank reserves grow, but if they don't use this money to then buy treasury bonds or the commercial banks don't lend out this money, that money never gets into the market. It just kind of stays in the central bank pool. It doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. So
you should know something. You should know something. Base money, which you say central bank money, never mixes with our money. It doesn't mix.
Yeah,
except as cash. Except as cash. Money. But cash is really small portion. Cash is really small portion, and it can mix.
M0.
Yes, and it can mix. that stays in reserves at banks or in central bank. It doesn't go into the economy.
Yeah, it's basically the amount of money that they use to settle among themselves. But they also need this to create more.
They use to circulate, to refill when they sell bonds, treasury bonds. They recirculate it just to make books even. That's what happens. But it doesn't mix with our money. Okay?
Yeah.
Our money is created based on that. Our money is
created
based on that.
Yes.
That's why it's called base money, right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't matter, which is why I say they have to go to primary dealers, and treasury bonds are sold to the base money, for the base money.
You see, the primary dealers
have
been unhinged because they don't have a reserve requirement anymore. So when you talk about primary dealers,
but they always have to have reserves for the deposits.
Yeah, but there's political pressure on these primary dealers as well. It's not like they are entirely private. These are guys that go and have dinners with the politicians, on Friday nights.
But there's a law. There's a law. There's a law.
When I say when France decide to borrow money on financial market,
there's a law that they have to follow.
I'm not selling bonds.
Automatic program. And there's computer programs.
Actually,
wait. I can't understand either of you because
Jordan, take a break sometime. Take a break sometime. Let somebody else also talking.
When I say France is borrowing money on financial market,
we all know that.
Yes.
When I say France is borrowing money in financial market, I'm not talking about bonds. I'm talking about French government borrowing money on financial market without selling bonds. Yes. They go to financial market and they borrow money on any financial institutions or banks who has money, and they take the loan with
how they do that is by selling
are you referring to the
That's
Euro
literally how they
bonds?
borrow money.
They have a guy working for French government in a financial administration, and he's front of a screen, a computer screen with rates, and then he asked to have to borrow x billions of euro like that, and he make it like everybody will borrow money on financial market. And it's not bonds. It's borrowing money like a company. We want to borrow money from someone who has
when
money.
he borrows money and he issues debt, it's also selling corporate bonds. It's the same thing. A bond is debt.
Similar. Yes.
But that's not a bond. I'm talking about real. Like you go to a bank and ask for money, and you will pay back later. French government is doing that.
Okay.
It's just a term. A bond is
I will show you a video. You will immediately understand what I'm talking about. It's not about bond selling. It's about borrowing money on financial markets. You will see that. It's incredible.
Can I ask something to Drew? Okay. We have been seeing central banks growing their stockpiles on gold. We also noticed that Turkey, which was like in huge debt, they were buying actually gold like crazy. They have like 700 tons now. Well, like they tripled their amount of gold. What do you think about that? Why they are doing it?
Why?
Suddenly.
Yeah, because okay, money, as you must understand, money doesn't disappear. When you spend money, it goes to somebody else. So money always needs to find a place to park. Up until last year, before the US decided to freeze the Russian assets, the USD was the reserve currency. So a lot of people just parked their money in the form of US dollars or treasury bonds or things like that. But the moment that the US started to freeze people's money, you need to sell the US dollars because, hey, suddenly if the US decides it doesn't like what I'm doing, suddenly all my US dollars assets are frozen. That doesn't make sense for any sovereign country. So most of the other sovereign countries are deciding, let's sell the US dollars. Then what can you buy? I mean, are you going
Gold,
to put your
other
money?
coins?
Yeah, gold is a perfect store of value and has kept its value over the millennia. So
Drew,
money is
sorry
flowing
for
into things like gold, into like other more like stable currencies and things like that. Money always needs to find a place to like flow towards, and that's why
By
you're
the
seeing a
way,
lot of gold buying.
my
It's just a lack of alternative.
pronunciation.
hold
by
on,
the way,
gentlemen. One moment.
real
Regarding
pronunciation of my name is
de-dollarization, we have a
Euro.
panel for that. We have a panel for that regarding de-dollarization. You can find it on the DPA main channel.
But we don't
And,
have a dollarization. We have something else.
Right, but,
it is
but he was referring to
de-dollarization,
some to that as well. So that's
we
why
can
I'm
definitely, you know,
plugging it.
because I
But
think we are also
I
planning a
started
new
this
economic
discussion because
panel,
of,
right?
Yeah,
I
this
started this
Saturday, yeah.
discussion about money because of M4. In some countries we call it M4. In Europe we just called it M3. And I was trying to show a graphic about the M3 amount since the
You wanna show?
pandemic. Actually, a little before, but I can't do it. I somehow it doesn't
Just now,
work with
actually,
me.
I saw your screen. You know, I saw your screen.
Okay,
It's just
but
that I have to edit in manually. No, I have to edit manually.
Okay,
Because if
but-
not, then anyone can show porn. You know, that's very dangerous.
Yes, sure.
Are
But I
you
was just
referring
trying
to
to
the
see.
spike in the money supply in the US because after 2020?
I was talking about European Union. The money
Yeah.
supply since the pandemic grows so exponentially. The thing is that Americans have many mechanisms how to disguise those things, but Europeans have less. And I was saying that that money supply, that extreme money supply that happened in Europe, is also big. It explains a lot of things that are happening now.
Okay, the reason you see that is okay. Typically, when you see money supply graph, it goes up gradually because that's mostly created through bank lending. The reason you see the 2020 spike in US and UK and not much where else is because in US and UK, the government actually decided to print money and then give it to regular people. So it that money is injected directly into the population and circulated. So immediately, so it didn't just create central bank reserves, which then needs to be lent out to the government, to companies, to then slowly spread out. So you see a slow, gradual increase. They printed money and gave it to the populace. So immediately the money supply shot up. And that, of course, once you immediately shoot out the money supply, the number of goods stays the same, you get inflation. That is
inflation.
Just literally, there's no way about it.
Yeah, obviously. And we have an inflation in some countries of over, yes, we have like a strange crisis that is similar like when kings and queens put too much gold on the market and then suddenly the gold was not so much worth it. It's pretty much a thing. Now we have too much money on the market. You have too much of a merchandise. And when there is too much of a merchandise, that merchandise loses value confronting with
there were
other
other
merchandise.
supply shocks and things like that as well that caused the inflation. So it's kind of a perfect storm.
Yes.
You have a lot of money
Supply
and
shocks.
reduced number of goods. So it's a perfect storm. That's why your inflation is going. You have a lot of money and reduced goods. So it's basic demand and supply.
And this can also explain
It's
the
supply
war,
shocks always.
It's one of the reasons. There are a lot of
What if we
others.
didn't have this
Always.
war? What if we didn't have this war?
If we didn't have this war, there would still be an inflation.
We
think,
would probably
but
have
it will
a
not
worse.
be as drastic.
You think so? I was
It
thinking
was,
the opposite.
Especially
We
on the
certainly
energy
would
side.
in the U.S. because they gave so much money
Quarantines
to
and-
everybody, and at the same time there was like the quote unquote supply shock. So it was exactly what Drew said, where people had more money but there was less supply, and that's a perfect storm
Okay.
for inflation.
But
The
look,
base
too, if
money
we didn't
grew.
have to pay more for gas and oil, yes, we
Yeah,
probably would have a huge
that didn't hit
amount.
the gas and oil thing in the United States was not that big of a deal as it was in Europe.
But it was in Europe. But it was in
Yeah,
Europe.
I
But
can't
Drew,
speak
did
to
you
Europe.
compare it to how much money was destroyed at the time? How much money
well, if
was
you look at the money
destroyed
supply,
at that
Money is
time?
never
Not much.
destroyed. It just
If you look at the money supply graph, there's
Yes.
no money destruction. On net.
Oh yes,
effect,
there
there's
is.
no money destruction.
There is.
Huh?
Because the
Yeah,
amount was
there is.
huge.
If somebody repays his loan, then money gets destroyed. But if you look at the money supply,
Yes.
so net effect is
Yes.
gone up.
Yes,
but the
exactly.
Less loans when there's
but if you want to think,
when
you know
loans
about
slow down.
Possible to destroy the money supply due to interests. But the interest themselves will create more money than what was initially created. Like the loan can be a debt, right? but the interest rate seems to be like a fluke in this case. Like it doesn't seem to be considered. And so, like, as far as I can tell, it kind of facilitates for a perpetual inflation. Not necessarily perpetual, the wrong word maybe, but the very presence of interest. I kind of see it be affecting the dynamic.
It reduces the amount of money with working people, but it doesn't reduce amount of money in the system, because interest is profit of the banks and managers, so it's not destroyed. What's destroyed is the loans.
That's not correct.
It's loans are destroyed,
Jordan,
not
listen,
interest.
please, listen.
When you increase the interest rate, what happens is people with debt will tend to want to repay the debt, and when you repay the debt, it actually destroys money supply.
Yes, that's how you destroy money.
Less people get qualified for new loans, so there's less money creation.
Of money.
That's
less people
but there is less money creation.
Less money creation. But when you repay a loan, you actually destroy money.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's both for that you need banks to accept giving money to people, and that's what that didn't happen in Europe. In Europe, when you got the 2008 crisis and then the COVID crisis, ECB printed money. ECB printed that money and give that money to the financial system, to stock exchange and something like that. But the people weren't able to get money from banks because the interest rates was very high.
Yeah, it prevents creation of money.
But the ECB rate was below zero. It was negative, and the commercial bank for regular people made interest rate of about 9-10%.
Yeah.
So they were cheating. Yeah. So in Europe, I don't know in the rest of the world, but in Europe the dice were tricked.
Well, banks always do that. They will never lend.
By the way, Drew, I just posted a link in the private chat. It's in French, but just look at the image and you will immediately understand how France government is borrowing money.
Okay, you're
giving me borrowing money on financial market.
France is using these African francs to control their economy. It's more than proven that actually it's a source of their underdevelopment, but they still keep that coin, so that currency. So why not? But Drew, I have a question, like a kind of what about? So let's imagine that we had all that money supply, extra money supply, due to the pandemic that we saw in almost all developed countries in extreme. And if we didn't have like a spike on the price of oil and other commodities like we had, that would mean that we'd had a huge amount of money available, which probably would have produced a much higher inflation. It says like we are paying more for certain goods so that other goods don't get more expensive.
Well, not okay. This is quite a complicated answer. The first is that if you want, okay, the problem with we're trying to track an energy impact on the system is energy prices, when they spike, they kind of cause everything else to go up. So because everything uses energy to produce this. So even when you look at the CPI and you can look at the breakdown, there's energy, food, housing, and whatnot. You can look at the breakdown. Across the board, everything went up. And now they have actually tried to redefine the way inflation is counted by coming up with some other, what they call, not the core inflation, but like the super core or something like that. That actually removes housing and food and so basically people don't need to eat and don't need to live to survive. I don't see the sense in that. But so they are really trying to play around with the inflation CPI numbers to say that hey, we have no inflation. But okay,
would it be accurate to say that it's
where you can really see the inflation? Sorry, where you can really see the inflation, because money always needs a place to flow to, is every time they print money, you will see the stock market go up. every time you, so if you run out of the thing to
money is printed all the time. But money is printed all the time, consistently.
It's the rate of printing, I guess. If you
yes,
like, if you,
it's always the same.
Yeah, no, there are spikes. After
Pretty
2008,
much the
there was
same.
a huge spike in money supply, and after that, in 2020, another spike. So during this time, you can see the stock market literally just shoot up. So because that's where the money finds a home. I mean, if the government gives you $400, you go to the shops and you spend it. That's it. The money is gone. It's gone to another company who then then goes basically to the rich people who then they have everything they got. They don't really need to spend money, so they just put it in the stock market. So that's why the property prices are going up. The stock markets are going up. Those are all. That's all inflation. It's not that those companies are generating more value.
Jure, do join the Telegram. I send you the email, right? Do join the Telegram group for the OpenMic. I think you'll be very welcome to join the economic panel. I think you guys can have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest that we maybe take this too, because this is a heavy topic that can easily go over the head of many people. And like this is like getting like really heavy. I think like we've been going through a lot of stuff. So
it's important thing to understand this crisis,
right? But we can condense it more concentrically.
Of course.
I wanted to actually have our new panelist here, Mikael Valtersson. I suspect him to be Swedish, and if so, welcome, welcome, and if not, also welcome. So,
introduce yourself, Mikael.
Yes, please.
I'm an old military man. I've been working in the Swedish defense for 25 years.
Wow.
And in air defense and military intelligence. And I've been writing reports for the headquarters about long-term threats and long-term plannings. Sitting in the Air Defense Committee and looking for how we would organize the air defense for the next 30-40 years. I've also been active in politics the last 10 years, mostly in defense politics. And I've been one of the few the last year who still are against the NATO application.
Wait, when you say you're in politics, are you a politician?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in Sweden. Yes.
Is the Swedish government infiltrating us now?
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Valtersson.
We love politicians.
Yes.
We love politicians.
I have a question for you, Valtersson.
Slava Ukraini. Slava Ukraini.
Beside Russia, what are the threats for Sweden?
Well, the difficult thing is that in 2008, I was one of the few in Sweden that said that Russia was a threat. But no, the entire country has shifted position. And since I always in opposition, I always shifted position. So I see no major threat towards Sweden from Russia
But
today.
2008, Sweden organized the partnerships, which were actually the Eastern partnerships, which were actually a way of taking these countries out of the Russian influence as a response to the 2008 war in Georgia.
Yes,
so it's
and
not like they didn't know. It's like they didn't react. They actually were very much aware.
But the problem was that at the same time, we abolished conscription. We sold or burned all military supplies, and we reduced the armed forces very much. So we wasn't a member of NATO, and we were very aggressive towards Russia, and we destroyed our own defense. It's a total idiotic policy. You shan't be a bully towards a much larger guy with no support. But today, there are no threats towards Sweden from Russia. At least none that we don't create ourselves. Because by supporting Ukraine so much and giving so much weapons and money, we become an enemy of Russia. But Russia hasn't any capability to attack Sweden now. They are fully occupied by Ukraine. And the Baltics, the 3 small states, they are in NATO. How would Russia attack Sweden? We have talked a lot about them taking Gotland, the island in the middle of the Baltic Sea, and using it as a shield for operations in the Baltics. But if we put a lot of men there, it's the only thing we need. Because how should they attack us? Yes.
Everybody.
You got a question?
Speculate.
What
do you think about Nord Stream?
Speculate.
I believe that it's very possible that it's the US that's behind it. Because they know that nobody will react in Europe. You can do a lot of things now because everybody is against Russia and everybody supports Ukraine. So nobody can't suddenly, for example, Germany.
And everybody is getting increasingly disarmed.
Yes, a lot of the weapons we have in Europe are being destroyed in Ukraine. And the production capacity has been very reduced. Slim production, few factories who makes just what you need. And there's several years of queues to get ammunition, new missiles and other things in Western Europe. And at the same time, much of the material is sent to Ukraine. Maybe a quarter of our armed vehicles and artillery pieces from Sweden are being sent there. And we have to pay to get them back. But the most important thing is that it's very easy to be called a Wotnik. I think that everybody in this panel, including Wyatt, could easily be called a Wotnik from pro-Ukrainians. Because in Sweden, for example, you're called a Russian agent even if you support Ukraine, but you don't support large weapon transfers. So it's totally crazy life just now. If you
why do you need to pay to get your weapons back? Doesn't
yeah, but you must replace the weapons. And if you most countries in Western Europe says that they're going to increase their defense and enlarge them. And if they at the same time it gives away maybe a quarter of the weapons they have and most of their ammunition, they must first replace the things they have given away and then buy the new things.
So I think I can answer
everybody that gave away their weapons.
No, the way it works is that the arms industry delivers, right? But the government commits to cover those expenses. And for example, in Norway, the Norwegian government owns well over half of the shares in the main Norwegian arms industry that is contributing to Ukraine. And so it kind of recycles tax money by it pays it through tax money through various means, and then it's kind of donated to Ukraine, but really it is debt that is kind of it's both a debt to Ukraine in a various way. I'm not really sure about the details there, but as it pertains to the Norwegian state coffers, so to speak, they basically subsidize it, and they have subsidized it publicly. So you can find this in the Norwegian government website, and I believe you can put that in English if you want to read it. But there they have publicly committed for, and this is earlier this year, like a month ago or something, and they committed to pay to support Ukraine militarily and with civilian means for the next 5 years. That is to say, up until 2027. So they believe the war is going to last for quite a while. And not only are they going to commit themselves to it, but they're like, to put a context, they had, so what would be like 10.7, like running a number like about $1 to $1.1 billion has been what Norway has committed in monetary terms, the civilian and military aid, and the proportions thereof I don't know precisely, but that is what they have been doing for 2022. Now for 2023 and every year thereafter, they're going to have 1.5 to 1.6. So it's going to be like a almost more or less a 50% increase compared to what they have done and publicly committed for the next 5 years. So, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, in France is different. I mean,
some countries also do the exchange ring, especially poor countries. They are giving their material and expect to get it mostly from Germany. That material that could compensate the loss, because they don't.
Don't you know about the French army? The shells they are using for their Caesar cannon all are made in Germany.
No, really?
There is not a single factory in France that are manufacturing shells.
How did the French do
155 millimeters. Not a single one.
And
they just announced in the French media the opening of a factory that will begin to produce shells in 2025. That's the reality in Europe. And
what about the
in France?
In US, they said that they're going to quadruple their ammunition production in 2 years' time to 60,000 a month shells. But the consumption in Ukraine, no. The Russians have reduced the consumption, so they maybe fire 15 to 20,000 shells a day. And if US gonna produce 60,000 a month, then you see the comparison. In Russia, they have increased shell production from 5 to 10,000 shells a day.
Yeah, but the factory in France that needs to be open in 2021 for 155 millimeter shells will produce 90 to 95,000 shells a year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This is just the difference of scale. Europe is not able to mass produce military
they will
stuff
if they
because
want.
it's too in depth.
They will. If
Okay,
they
if you think
want.
about it, if you think about it this way, right? All these production is going to come online in a year or two. So basically, all the European nations are saying Ukraine is toast. So they are all prepping already. This is prepping for the next war, the next proxy war.
Next war.
And which country is it going to be? Is it going to be Iran? Is it going to be Taiwan? Is it going to be
you're completely
Kosovo?
Right.
Is it going to be
Africa.
Algeria? Is it going to be Algeria or and Morocco?
It's becoming extremely
It's going to be
dangerous for the whole
Angola.
world. It's becoming
It's going to be
extremely
Angola
dangerous
because
for
they're
the
the
whole
closest
world.
ally to Russia, so they're going to come after you, Vosh.
No, they
Greenland.
first need to get a bigger grip on their former colonies, especially France.
The French
are losing.
ones, yes.
They have lost Central Africa. They have lost Mali. They've lost Burkina Faso. And maybe next, if it continues to that direction, they will lose Senegal. They will lose Ivory Coast. They will lose Cameroon. Cameroon, a lot of natural resources. So maybe Africa will be the next stage of confrontation. Unfortunately,
and nobody will care because every time there's a war in Africa, nobody hears about it. It's really sad.
No. État-major, chief of staff of every military in Europe and United States care a lot about Africa. Maybe not the media, but
that's where they make their money.
Because you have
it.
tremendous resources, and Europe with south of Europe, France without Africa, it's nothing.
I still think that Iran is probably the big fish, because Drew was telling the truth. And Africa is small fishes. We are really talking about for this production. We are talking about really a big fish.
Yeah, I'm not saying a small fish. It's just there's no visibility. Anyway, Voss had something to say.
Yeah,
I think Europe. I think NATO will attack Portugal because of Prata.
Voss, your mic is very soft. Your mic. I have maxed out your volume. Yeah, a bit soft. What you were saying just now?
What about now?
Now it's slightly better.
You can put the microphone a little bit closer to you. Like you can adjust the microphone to be closer to your mouth. Maybe it will be easier because you're kind of distant.
Yeah, what about now?
Now it's very good.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
What you say just now?
Yeah, the thing is, Africa is a continent. It's not just a country. So, all African countries is tired of the West bullshit. They always go there and tell everyone, like they go to Ivory Coast and tell Ivory Coast, you are the best. You can't let no one telling you that you can't do it. And then they go to Nigeria, say the same thing, put Ivory Coast against Nigeria, Angola against Congo.
It's divide and conquer.
But now, Africa is waking up. We don't need the West help.
Because of Wagner and Russia, yeah.
Now, because of China and Russia.
China.
Yeah.
And Russia.
China
for the infrastructure. Russia
China
for the
went
food.
to Angola in 2000. Since that, they changed a lot. Angola still got a lot to do, but trust me, since China went to Angola, things changed. United States been stealing oil in Angola since 1941. 1941, Angola was still Portugal. And Angola is, at that time, there was nothing from the United States, just promise. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Nothing, they done nothing at all. Portugal left Angola, done nothing. People still in Angola ask, why Portugal still there? Because Portugal is offering nothing to Angola.
Rata, why is Portugal still there?
Yeah.
Please throw Portugal out of Angola.
I was just going to ask, because with what Drew was saying, so would you look at China as like the infrastructure and Russia's the muscle for the Africa?
Russia is fertilizers and food. They
Security
supply
firm
to Africa, right?
They're supplying food there, man.
And
They're
also
very important.
mercenaries, the Wagner.
Well,
and
that's what I'm saying.
security firm.
Russia is more like the muscle, but China is the one changing things in Africa. If you see, because
like China's building the stuff, and the Russians are there to make sure nobody bothers the Chinese while they do their thing.
Yes. The thing with China, they do what they get paid.
Yeah.
If you want good stuff, pay more.
You're a businessman.
Yeah.
Fair business.
Yes. And China has the money.
Russia just doing one thing, just making sure the West get nothing. I don't think Russia is stealing anything in Africa. Yeah, they're just making sure the West get fuck all. That's it.
If you look,
but Russia has all the resources. You don't need anything from Africa.
Rata, you're muted.
I think that Portugal has a very good relationship with Angola.
Not really.
No.
Culturally, because you have the same language, but
you are the
same last name.
We speak.
You guys are cousins.
We speak the same language. You know, there is 5 countries in Africa that speak Portuguese. 5. The only one Portugal doesn't like is Angola.
Oh, that's not true.
You're
talking
true.
about
100% true.
Wait, Vosh. You're talking about our press, our communication, the journal.
Yeah.
The news.
Between us, yeah, we get
We get extremely well along.
Boz,
I went to school. I went to school with people, with women, with kids from Angola. We did very well. We were friends
Now,
to
between
each
us
other.
people, we get really well.
Politicians
But
also go well, but the press is really strange. The press is completely anti-Angola. They keep making it's European press. But the European press is really afraid that Portugal and Angola gets well. They're always trying to make the relationship really bad. It's impressive. We had
well, I was going to say,
we had lots of investments.
Vaj, what he's trying to say is Portugal was your best colonizer, the nicest colonizer you ever had. You should appreciate it.
The thing is,
no, I'm kidding.
No. It's our post-independence relationship.
Angola was the last one to get independence because Portugal didn't want to let them go.
Yes.
They didn't want to let them go. And then Soviet Union came along with the Cubans and changing everything.
Yes. But I'm not about that. I'm talking about the modern relationship. When Portugal in 2011 got a really bad crisis, the Europeans didn't want to help us. Who helped us? It was Angola. Angola came with millions and millions and millions. They invested, they bought our bonds, they invested in our banks, they bought our enterprises that otherwise would have been sold for almost nothing to the European countries. They didn't want to buy our companies for their fair price. They wanted to buy our companies for almost anything. So who bought our companies? Angolans, Chinese, and Brazilians, not Europeans. The Europeans left the room when they knew that the price was not so cheap. It's not so cheap. It's quite impressive. And then when things got stabilized, our press started saying bad things about Angolans.
This is why Angola won back Portugal again. Angola gave everything for Portugal when they needed.
Yes.
And what
happened? We'll be there when you need us.
The same thing the West does every time.
We'll be there when you need us. We'll be there.
The Portuguese who own the media are pro-Atlantist, like in every European countries.
Yeah.
So it was like you fucked them up as a Portugal fucked Angola for 300 years. then Angola.
500.
No. Let me make the point.
500.
Angola helped the Portuguese, and then Portugal fucked them one more time.
Just promise.
No, okay, Vosh. The investments are there.
Question,
the investments are there.
Prata and to Voss. Since you have an historical relation for 500 years, and Brazil
you have to
has
repeat everything. You have to repeat. Sorry, I didn't listen.
Okay. Now, Portugal and Angola has an historical relation, and Portugal has had lots of colonies, and the largest one was Brazil. Are there still some sort of special relations between the Portuguese-speaking countries today?
Yes.
Yeah,
of course.
We have a community. We have a community of Portuguese-speaking countries. They are very united.
When it comes to the people, we don't care about what our government thinks. Yeah,
we have.
Really
they are very active diplomatically. Whenever Portugal or whenever a Portuguese-speaking country is elected for international place, we help each other. So a Portuguese election for the Security Council or Angola's election for the Security Council in the last 10 years was actually a huge diplomatic work from the Portuguese-speaking countries community. The Brazil election, the general security. The generals, the president of the organization, the World's Commerce Organization, was a Brazilian. That was a huge diplomatic mission as well. And then Guterres, the best well known. Guterres was a real battle. And these all Portuguese-speaking
I don't like
countries...
that guy.
Huh?
I don't like that guy.
Guterres?
Yeah.
Well, we were expecting
Really,
more
I don't
from
like
him.
that guy.
We were expecting more from him. He is a disappointment.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What about Emmanuel Barroso?
Oh, that's a criminal. That's a criminal.
João Soares.
He is the perfect example
João Soares, the son of Mário
an
Soares,
elite
yes?
which
That's
is
another criminal.
closely tied to Atlanticism.
Sorry again?
He is the perfect example of an elite closely tied with Atlanticism.
Okay, but we are talking about
Transatlantic
North
shitty thing.
I have a question.
And Prada,
so I assume that
Guterres was not a disappointment. He was just Portuguese.
Who?
Guterres.
Are we talking about Cristiano Ronaldo or what? I missed the point. I was lost in translation.
You said
Saudi
Guterres
Arabia.
was a disappointment.
Who?
Guterres.
Guterres is a disappointment, yes.
Yes, and I said he was not a disappointment. He was just Portuguese.
Guterres promised, you see, Guterres was elected with the support of Africa because of Angola, Mozambique, and the other ones, because of Brazil. And on the end, Guterres has been making almost just the interests of the European Union. Not even the USA, which is good.
Like Trump, he's just Portuguese, you see?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
So
put him there. They put him, put him there. He's the one who's ignoring.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That kind of leads to my question. So you guys have this like Portuguese community, right? So I guess you have YouTube videos in Portuguese.
Lusitania.
And you have like a whole like it's like an English speaking Commonwealth community. So like the Portuguese speaking community, international community, right?
Yes,
so
it's less
when you guys watch all this media that's in Portuguese, is it mostly like pro-Ukrainian or mostly pro-Russian? And how, aside from the media, how do the people in the Portuguese community kind of like, do they have like a common thinking?
It's good because I was thinking to ask about Voz do Povo. What is his opinion? How do Angolans are seeing this conflict? In Portugal is like this. We have, our military is not pro-Ukrainian. Most of our military commentators are very critical about what is happening. But the politicians and everybody, all those fake commentators that appear on the television out of the sky, they are all extremely pro-Ukraine and they keep telling lies like crazy. Yes, it doesn't mean it's pro-Russian, it's just not pro-Ukraine. Let's make it sing. People on the street, you see, we feel this conflict a bit more far away than some other Europeans. We have to say that as well. Because we didn't have a war really as present as many other European countries had it in their memories. Now, a war for us is something that is pretty much lost on the past. We have a colonial war, but this was too far away. So I see in the Brazilian press the same effect. There is a very critical sense of what is happening. And the militaries are also not pro-Ukrainian or pro-Western at all. They're also very critical. And about Angola, I know just that the government, João Lourenço, the president, is quite friendly with Russia. So I presume he is also not very happy.
Yeah, the thing is with Angola, they are pro-Russia, 100%. The country, 100%. I don't know about the government, but the people, they are pro-Russian. Because when Angola got the independence from Portugal, the only country who was there for Angola was Soviet Union.
No, Brazil also helped. Brazil helped.
That came years
Later.
after, like in the 18th, but Angola got independence in 1975.
5 years later.
Yeah. Brazil came late 80s. So the best moment of Angola was on communism. When things changed, people started looking for food. But still, Soviet Union didn't forget Angola, still kept helping. Even when Soviet Union went down, Russia took over, still gave something to Angola. This is why the people, don't forget, countries like Namibia, Zambia,
the same.
South Africa, Mozambique, all these countries are pro-Russia because of that. Even Congo.
Croatia is really interesting because of a lot of Serbian people here. They go for Russian side just because they want to be on the Russian side, right? Orthodox community and so. And Croatian majority is on the Western side. And it's very, very fiery opinion on Croatians. I mean, I have experienced when my cousins, my brothers are just angry with me because I explain why I'm against Western imperialism and destruction, right? That's continuing for last 50 years. It's just destruction coming from the West. No building, no help to the international communities, just keep going worse and worse. So I think it has to be stopped, this destruction orgy, right? And they don't get it. You're muted.
Prata, you're muted.
Prata, you're muted.
Yes, I was saying that there was a moment in the European Union when they actually wanted to make a difference. And it's a moment when the European Union sells itself or presents itself as an alternative to the USA. This is the moment where the world is completely unipolar.
That was just on public relations.
But they tried.
It's always temporary.
No,
it's
they
always
never
short.
Temporary, but
they never tried. I'm sorry.
Short
They never
To be
tried.
honest, I had
It's a very short period.
I had faith in German back in the days, in the 18th. I had faith in German that they would help more Africa. But the
even when the things were when there was a war in Yugoslavia,
they
even
didn't
during
help.
the war in Yugoslavia, it was the English, British, and American that were affecting what's happening here. Europe didn't move much, except later on and for a very short period.
By the way, we in Angola, we loved Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. This was like our country too. We loved them. We used to love these countries. And we were really sad when they...
And Romania helped you too.
Yeah, we know about you, Draco. We know about Romania.
Yes.
We like you too.
We did a lot of construction in Africa.
We had a lot of students from Angola in Romania.
Yeah, that's true.
They became doctors, they became engineers, they became professors. Yes.
Yeah.
Prata, I wanted to ask you something, just a short question. Who was Portugal sustaining, Bolsonaro or Lula?
Lula. Completely, Lula. But
the thing with Portugal, Portugal is a socialist country.
Okay. So that's why Lula.
Well, Bolsonaro, it's like this. We have a very special relationship with Brazil. It's different. Angola is more intimate. Brazil is more like, is a family you can't get let away. So Bolsonaro was what he was, but the people felt that whatever person is there, we have to have a very good relationship with Bolsonaro. Our president, which is a very friendly person, went several times to Brazil and he tried, but Bolsonaro was an amazing well, how can you say? It was a person with which was very hard to deal with. That guy was very emotional. He was completely crazy sometimes. Well, he had an idea. It's not completely crazy, but almost like Trump. He was changing his moods all the time. So it was a very difficult person to deal with. But when Lula came back as a candidate, I think most Brazilians and most Brazilians living in Portugal, our biggest immigration community is Brazilians. For a long time, it was Angola. Now it's less because the country doesn't.
It's never been Angola. Never been Angola. Always been Brazil. Always.
Yes, but okay. But the Brazilians were. I am from Lisbon. The Angolans are more concentrated around Lisbon.
I lived in Lisbon for 19 years.
So you go. So Angola influenced more the lifestyle in Lisbon than perhaps in other parts of the countries. The Brazilians went all over the country. On the 9th.
A question. When you say that Angolians are a large immigration group, do you mean yes? But do you mean those Portuguese who lived in Angola who returned, or afterwards?
There is more.
Both.
Listen,
Both.
there is more Portuguese in Angola than Angola in Portugal.
Nowadays.
Always.
Now but Mikael is talking about because the Norway and Sweden were very essential in dealing with it. Is the people that had to leave Africa after the independence. We are talking about, and officially 500,000, but unofficial is 1 million people. And Norway paid and Sweden paid Portugal to build houses for these people. We have huge, and they are very nice neighborhoods, which they pay to give a place to live for these people. And they paid for these people to be in hotels. They were very afraid. We received a lot. Well, the whole country was in chaos because of the revolution. We didn't know what was going to happen. Well, I was born in 1978, so I didn't see this process. But it was a very, very complicated moment. The country was almost in the civil war. And these people that arrived, they were very, very angry because they left without nothing. They came back. They hadn't to go. We called it return people, but many of these people were actually they were born in Africa.
Actually, a big part of this Portuguese community, they went straight to South Africa. If you
yes, in Mozambique, Angola came mostly to
2 million Portuguese in South Africa.
Oh, that could be. Yes, but you see, the problem is, and let's go back, why, and Voz do Povo is quite right, these people were very hurt. Well, fortunately, Norway and Sweden, because Portugal was part of EFTA back then, was the only poor country in the EFTA, and they helped us a lot. But these people they were very active. You see, Portuguese life in Africa was very modern. Portugal's very backyard, was very conservative. But the Portuguese in Africa, they were very open-minded, they were very active, they were very politicized as well. So when they came back, they become almost all our political elites. They are people that came from Africa. You see? And these are the people that sometimes react very badly to Angolans. You see, if we had
one in 5 Portuguese, they are Angolan.
No, that is exaggerated, of course.
Yeah, trust me.
It would be 1 in 20. It would be 1 in 20. But in the politicians, it will be 1 in 3. That's true. 1 in 3 politicians in Portugal are people that were born in Africa, or their parents were in Africa.
I think Cavaco Silva born in Angola.
Well, we have Cavaco Silva for 20.
Or Capo Verde. Imagine, please, how rich they got in Angola.
Hmm?
Imagine how rich they got in Angola. so that they managed to get politicians when they came back to Portugal?
No. They came without nothing. They came without nothing.
Okay.
No. These people came without nothing.
Soviet Union made sure that the Portuguese was gonna live without nothing, and
Okay.
that happened.
So that I understand, but they had banks. You know what I mean?
No, the money lost their value from one day to another. The Portuguese kudu was the most stable European currency until the revolution. We had the biggest gold percentage per capita in the world. Our bank had it was 900 tons of gold. Our central bank had, and we still have a lot.
Something.
You know,
our money lost value
you know
completely.
The Portuguese gold is not from Angola.
It is from Angola, yes.
No, it's from Ghana.
How you mean where the gold came from? But why we got so rich? Why our central bank got so rich? It's actually because we had a trade surplus with the help of EFTA and with the help of modernizing Africa in the 90s, in the 60s. In the 60s.
Povo, how is life now in Angola? I mean, socially.
I don't know. I live in London.
Yes, but you have information. I mean, you have information. Is still a rough life? Is still a.
I know that the capital of. I know the capital of Angola is one of the.
Well, last in Povo.
Yeah, but I want to say something.
But RL, you were saying?
I know that the capital of Angola is one of the most expensive place in the world in terms of rental.
Used to be.
Actually,
no,
that's
still
true.
today.
Singapore is more expensive now.
I mean, are there social conflicts in the society of Angola?
No anymore.
Yeah.
So people don't fighting each other.
No,
civilians, I mean.
Angolans are very united.
This problem back in 18s.
They are very united.
But that's
is Angola like
they are just like
Brazilians?
So it's like a homogen country socially. I mean, because this is very important. You know what I mean? Because when the people have the same focus, then they can get to something bigger. But when they are when they are not working together, then they are not getting nowhere. You understand?
You know,
so
the thing political in Angola is very complicated. It's the same like here in England or UK. If you see,
I heard about the plans to build a mega city in Angola and the tri-state, four-state mega city.
It's just plans.
Just plans.
The thing is, political in Angola. There is like two big parties, MPLA and UNITA. Both these countries, they hate each other, but every time when there is a big election, MPLA was gonna win. Always gonna win. You know what they do? They offer UNITA best chance to be in government. So they just go straight away. When there's a election, everyone gonna.
Let's go back to Sweden. So, Mikael, how do you feel how do you preserve the public opinion in your country nowadays about the war, but also geopolitically? What is happening?
Well, we had an election in September, and the center-right won, but only with support of the Sweden Democrats, which I earlier were part of. And I know that outside Sweden, they have been seen as very, very, very right-wing and extremist. But if you put Sweden Democrats in other countries from Sweden, they don't think that they are extremists because they when I've been outside of Sweden, often I've heard, "Oh, you're so liberal." So in Sweden, the Sweden Democrats are a nationalistic and conservative party, but not in many other countries. So you don't have to be worried that there are some sort of Nazi influence on the government. And the Sweden Democrats has also changed policy. So they are now pro-EU and NATO. Earlier they were against both. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not active any longer with them. And most of our defense politicians within the Sweden Democrats were against NATO, and nobody is left. So, and the new government is not so popular because before the elections, as politicians often do, they promised very much. And they couldn't deliver. So my opinion is don't promise that you shall do things you can't, because people will always be angry at you afterwards. But when it comes to Ukraine, it's very, very, very simple. Nearly everybody is supporting Ukraine. And if you are against, or even if you are neutral,
critical,
yes, you are a Russian agent.
So
it's a much bigger difference now. Earlier, the left and the right were fighting each other, but when it comes to Ukraine, they are united. And the worst thing you can be are critical of the war.
Yeah, Mikael, how are you working out? How are you working out the problem with the Turks? That the Turks are saying that you are courting terrorists in your country.
Well,
don't laugh about that, because this is a very, very important and very serious issue.
Yeah, the
yes.
Yeah, but you don't want to put him in a bad spot.
But since I'm against NATO, I thought that it was a rather easy way to derail the NATO process by just burning a Quran, and then the reaction was so very strong in the Middle East and in Turkey.
Well, what you expected?
No, I expected
that
I know the persons who arranged it, not Paludan. He's just a crazy person who hates everything that's Muslim. So it's his special thing just to burn Qurans whenever he goes.
Not that's the question, Mikael. The question is, sorry. The question is, how are you working out the accusation that you are hoarding terrorists in your country?
Well, it's hard because the government, before the election, the Social Democrats ruled, and they had always courted the Kurdish groups, and they had many Kurds in their parliament groups, and also in the left party, and the Social Democrats had one vote advantage in the parliament, and one Kurdish member of parliament left. She left the left party, and she made a deal with the Social Democrats that they should support with money and other things the Kurds. So before the election, it was very obvious that Sweden supported the Kurdish groups. The new government, and especially the Conservative Party, they have done many things to kowtow to Erdogan. They have went down there and told everybody this is a perfect democracy and other things, but it's not enough. And Swedish politicians thought they could cheat Erdogan. They made an agreement with him, and then they said, we shall do everything we can. But the juridical system is independent, and they knew that they would say no to everything the Turks wanted. But they didn't understand how Turkey works. So nowadays, people hope that the pressure from US, NATO towards Turkey will finally make the Swedish members of NATO maybe in the autumn. But I'm not quite sure. I don't really know when they're going to have their election, because after the earthquake, it might be postponed. And Erdogan wants to be a strong leader and a nationalist, so he won't back down. So I don't see any way out of it for maybe 6-9 months.
I was just going to say, when I saw that video of the guy burning the Quran, the person that was the news person here in the States that was talking was like, oh, I can't believe that they're doing that. That's horrible. How do you expect to get into NATO when you do stuff like that? And I'm like, that's the point. That guy doesn't want him to get into NATO. So he probably doesn't. I don't know the guy, so I'm just going to say, like, he probably doesn't even hate Muslims. He just knows if he goes and burns a book, it'll piss Turkish people off, and then they won't want to let them into NATO. It's like
they
you can go down there and just hire people to burn Qurans just to piss off the Turks, and they'll never agree to it.
Yeah.
I mean, and they act like, I can't believe there's this racist guy in Turkey. It's like, maybe he just doesn't want to be in NATO, and that's the only thing he can think of to do to keep him out of NATO. I mean, it's just funny that people don't think like that. They act like they're so naive and, it must be for that. No, it's probably because they really don't want to be in NATO.
By becoming a NATO member, you become a nuclear missile target.
Yep.
You just lose your security.
This is Prata.
But
This is
if
why.
it's so easy to derail the NATO membership, that just one person burns a Quran, it can always happen.
Well, I mean, if it's one guy this time, then the next time they'll hire 20 guys or 100 guys.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's simple to do. All they got to do is agitate that population enough to where Erdogan's going to be like, I can't vote for you to come into NATO. I mean, you got 100 guys over here by my embassy burning freaking Qurans every day. I mean, they can play that game forever. I mean, that's the thing. And I mean, if I was anti-NATO, if I was Russia, I'd be sending Qurans to the guys that want to burn them.
maybe it's
no.
Turkish.
Be careful.
Actually, I don't think that Erdogan had big issues with the burning of Quran.
No, I'm just saying it's just a perfectly good political stunt to piss people off. And keep them
Just for PR. But the real reason is the involving of the Kurds in the politics of Sweden. That's the real reason.
Maybe it's Erdogan that sent the guys.
The Kurds has lost much of the influence in the parliament, but there are strong group in the country, but the only party that really supports them now are the left party and the old communist party, and they have maybe 8-9% and are just in total opposition. So they can't influence things, but the juridical system in Sweden is very independent. So if Turkey wants a lot of people extradited, the courts will say no. And I can't see any way out of it. But if NATO could make some sort of deal with Turkey, the US would sell them combat aircraft or something, then they might just forget about the problems with the Kurds and maybe the Quran.
But if Erdogan get F-35,
Yeah, here's those F-35s. You just forget about that Kurdish problem.
I mean, The only reason why I like Erdogan, is because the United States wanted him out. They pushed him in 2016. So
I have a friend. I have a friend from Turkey. He lives next door, and he tells me that Erdogan is not going to be re-elected. And I told him I doubt it. This earthquake came almost like from heaven. This is the perfect present. People, when they are in distress, they are afraid to make changes.
Do you think Erdogan doesn't practice never let a crisis go to waste? I mean, that's not just an American thing.
He loves them, yeah. Quite true.
Maybe he casted the earthquake himself. He casted a spell.
He knows how to play his game.
Michael,
that heart thing.
Michael, I have a question.
On other sides, I always took part to the Kurds because the Kurds were really fucked up after the Second World War. But after the Americans began to sustain the Kurds, I didn't like them anymore.
They will be fucked up now because US helped them.
Michael, I have a question for you because you told that you were you were military personnel working for in the airfield. We heard that maybe Europeans and the West will send F-16 to Ukrainians, but I want to know if Sweden is ready to send Gripen to Ukrainians, because Gripen are, in my point of view, more adapt for Ukrainians than the F-16.
Yes. I share that opinion. It's a plane made for landing and starting from highways, so it's much harder to defeat them. Other aircrafts must have a large airfield, and but no politicians in Sweden are supporting that, and we think that we have too few also. So I don't believe that, and it's also a rather long period to train pilots. Just because you are a pilot doesn't mean that you can fly all aircraft. I've heard that Romania has been trying to get the F-16 to work for maybe 8 years now, and they say that normally a pilot in Sweden has a 5-year education, and they can do it in 3. But you must be good, not just at flying the plane. You must be good at fighting in the air, and that's a totally different thing.
Yes, that's true.
By the way, we were talking about the Kurds, and I just remember something that happened this week. It sounds like the Americans in the Syrian Kurdistan got involved with some problems locally, and some US soldiers died. So there is now a conversation in the Congress. How come there are American soldiers in Kurdistan, in Syria, illegally?
My question is, does anyone know what happened? Because I've heard that, but I haven't actually heard what the incident was, or I found anything about.
It's I hopefully was not with like many times before with Russians.
Maybe it was like an IED or maybe a small arms ambush on them or something by some militants.
We can
I
find
doubt
many.
it was the Russians. I mean, if it was the Russians, we probably would have heard something by now, or even if it was the Turkish guys by accident.
Yeah, we can see many videos in internet. It's like a Russian convoy, an American convoy, and they're like making a contest who is going to go to shock first.
The problem of the Kurds,
really cowboys,
the problem of the Kurds, they always bet on the wrong horses. Yeah, during Öcalan and his communist party, he was sided with Soviet Union and then Russia, but then the mess in Syria occurred, and then the Kurds in Syria decided to side with the United States. And
yeah, but they are still communists.
No, but they will pay a big price for it.
Of course,
because
yes.
the Kurds are their society is managed like tribal or clanic, like a bit like the Arabs. Yeah, you go to Iraqi Kurdistan is Barzanistan. Everything is about the family of Barzani. Yeah, and Syrian Kurds are the same. We don't know the name of those guys, but it's families who control the society. Yeah, it's clanic, it's tribal, and those guys, because of money given by CIA, they decided to side with USA. The problem is Turkey. Turkey, for them, it's a core problem for Turkey. Yeah, that's why. You need to understand Erdogan. I mean, 2014 Syrian operation began. Turkey was hugely involved in it. All the ISIS combatants from Europe came through Turkey. All the oil smuggled by ISIS went to Turkey. And when the Turks shut down Sukhoi 24s, and Erdogan asked the help of the NATO countries, Western countries, all Western countries said, "Oh, we won't help you." Yeah, and then they tried to topple him.
Yeah, the coup,
right? So the Turks are Erdogan is like, you want to play with me? I'm going to play with you.
They're still trying, right? Didn't the guys just say, one of the
all the time
say that the gun has to go? If not, you're going to kick Turkey out of NATO? Who was that guy?
Yeah, but Turkey is the most relevant NATO member vis-a-vis Russia. It's the most relevant.
After the United States...
Without Turkey, I mean, NATO in Europe is nothing.
Yeah. After the United States, Turkey is the only country in NATO which has a real army, strong army.
Now Poland go there.
Poland is bullshit.
Poland can beat any country in Europe.
I hope no Polish people are listening to this conversation.
No country in EU can go against Poland. No country.
Yeah, I would.
That's for political reason, not in a military point of view. In military point of view, the demographic of Poland is nothing. They don't have an industrial base. They don't have a technological base. They don't have scientific base.
They are well positioned.
I mean, as I said before, I'm paying for the military of Poland.
All Polish weapons are imported. They are not producing nothing.
No, I mean, I just mean like from the startup, Poland probably has the best ground army for the opening round. But once the opening round's over, they have no way of getting anything else.
They have nothing.
So they're a one-shot army.
Go open round. But
let's put it this way: in the EU, they're their best one shot.
Yeah.
No, we also have Finland. Well, it's not NATO, but it will.
Finland.
Yeah.
5,000 or 6,000.
No,
16.
much more. Much more. It's almost
like no.
It's much.
Finland don't has a big army.
But Finland, everybody
the
have
Brits
a
have the most tanks, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Finland is like Sweden, like Switzerland. They all have weapons.
But Greeks have around 3,000 tanks.
They have kept conscription, and they have redundancy in the society. We saw it during the COVID in Sweden. We said, "Oh, we have to have protection. You have to." We abolished all the field hospitals earlier, but in Finland they had kept them, so they had no problems with taking care of patients during COVID. So they have been living at the border to Russia for so long. So they didn't trust Russia.
And I think
now
the
they are
strongest,
paying the price.
the strongest,
reservists are even trained regularly.
yeah, but the strongest army in Europe is Vatican, my friends.
Quite true. They are priests all over the world.
Don't forget Vatican. Don't
By
forget
soft
Vatican.
power.
And now
That's a
Finland
soft
is
power.
paying the price of shitting about Russia, because now Russia don't sell gas and oil anymore to Finland at a fair price. Now they have to pay it very at a very high price.
The Finns might have been the ones that lost more money with this crisis. They really got a bit of like hysterical, and they left all their investments, because actually the Finnish were living really well with that trade with the Russians, really well. I was not aware. I was surprised.
Everyone in the EU were
And they
living
left.
really, really well.
Yeah, but the Finns, especially the Finns, and the Finns left everything behind. They didn't care. They were really hysterical.
Like Germany, like Germany now. Like Germany now, they are doing everything against themselves.
The thing in the West, they think McDonald's, Coca-Cola, KFC is a proper life. We don't need that to survive. We need bread and water. That's it. Bread and water.
And
I
also
videos.
You're gonna
Finnish
survive.
people are very rational, and they should have they know how the Russians, but they should have said, okay, let's wait a bit. No, they left everything. Now they left. They have this channel through Viborg, and in order to maintain their industrial center La Parenta, they'll have to use roads, and these roads is like 5,000 big cars. Sorry, I lost the name. Lorries in the road every week. They had all the tourists from St. Petersburg, like 4 hours between St. Petersburg and Helsinki. It's all left. It's all gone. It's closed. The line doesn't work. Not even for. I think they even close it for merchandise.
Greta Thunberg will be very
They go
mad.
for shopping over the border.
Yeah,
they go a
I
lot
think
of
it's-
shopping in Russia, just as Polish people go to Belarus for shopping.
Yeah, and then they also have.
I've
this
seen a lot of videos.
They had what's the energy company in Finland? What is it called? Fortum. Fortum had like 28 electrical stations in Russia. They left everything. They lost at least 5 billion euros, just like that. They also had like shopping centers somewhere in St. Petersburg, and they are completely left alone. Like nobody knows what to do with that now.
They fucked up because they thought there was gonna be a revolution in Russia. That's why.
I don't know.
They got that wrong.
It's they lost so much money. Go on.
Finland and the Baltic states and Poland seems to have exactly the same position towards Russia, and I think that they wouldn't mind if NATO formally went into Ukraine. And one of my old colleagues from the military, she's now commander of the Home Guard in Sweden. That's like the territorial army, about 30,000 men, but who trains during weekends and a couple of weeks a year. She her grandmother is Russian, and she said in Swedish press, a Russian is a Russian, even if you fry him in the butter. So you couldn't say that about any other country and people, but about Russians you can say anything now. I have
There was
started
a woman in the German is like a well-known talk show who said Russians are not like us. They are not like they are not people. They are not afraid of dying. Gosh.
Yeah,
on
it's
that
Russophobia.
note, so we are now
It's
5 hours
racism.
22 minutes. So let's not drag it anymore.
Just
It's
one
super
last
long.
word. In French television, you got one Ukrainian woman who said Russians are like bugs.
Yeah, but it's
Live on
okay.
TV,
She's
no
Ukrainian.
problem.
She can say those things. But we
No
are
problem.
more civilized. Come on. We are more civilized. We have to show to the world that
seems not.
we have good
It
values.
seems not more
What
civilized.
does the
These
world
people,
think about us? What does the world
I
think
don't think
about
we are
us?
more civilized.
we need to help Ukraine.
We just
These
pretend
people,
and
no,
act nicely.
there's not like a proper refugee that came from Syria. These are proper white people, blonde hair, blue eyes. We need to help them. The moment I heard BBC that on BBC, I said, "Fuck off! I'm gonna support Russia."
Okay, so it's 5 hours 23 minutes. So let's go for one round of final words before we close. So RL, any final words?
It was, as usual, a pleasure to be here with nice people, especially new faces. And we told very little about Ukraine, which was great.
Yeah, so boring. Ukraine is so boring.
Yeah, Bakhmut so boring. We are waiting for the fall of Bakhmut, and oh, come on, Russians, be more fast. Maybe in 1 or 2 weeks or 1 or 2 months, we will see. We just need to wait. And maybe my last question is, how do you think the Terminator is good or not? The BMPT Russian thing. Do you think it's good or not?
It looks very cool when it's firing.
I like it though. I like it. I think it's awesome. Prata.
Okay, so it was amazing. We had another Portuguese-speaking person today. Hello, Vosh, yes. Which is good, because we commented some times ago that I was the only one. I hope a Brazilian guy comes to here somewhere soon, sometime soon. So, great discussion today. Drew is a really specialist in monetary stuff. It was a pleasure to listen to him. Yes, I was listening to your podcast and
the panel.
The panel, yes, it was very interesting. I'm so sorry that I was not there to make it very complicated.
Yeah, you should come on the next one. They are organizing one.
Please,
I have been
go on.
forgetting about it. Like they organized twice and I fall asleep. I forgot about it twice.
But
so
it doesn't need to be
Desolarization.
Yeah, exactly, because they will continue to be there, but we are changing completely our monetary configuration. So it was great to see you guys. It's my third Sunday with you. Gosh.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Jure.
thank you for letting me in. I really enjoyed this moment with you guys. I watched you so many times, and I wanted to join a few times, but didn't jump in at the time. Now I did, so it was good. And just to say my name, real pronunciation is Euro, like the money.
Currency.
Euro.
Yeah.
Oh my freaking god.
Yes, like Euro.
My bro.
Jure Jordan. That's my real name.
Euro.
So thank you all, guys.
Jure Jordan.
I think you were a cousin of Michael Jordan, but no.
Yeah. Yes, my nephew is Michael Jordan. My brother gave the name to his son, Mikael or Michael. So my nephew is Michael Jordan. Yes.
Okay.
By the way,
what language is that in?
Color.
What
not
language
different
is
color.
that in? Sorry?
Croatian.
Oh.
Croatian. It's one of the Slavic languages, right? Slavic language.
Serbo-Croatian,
So Europe. Yeah, Croatian right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So used to be before.
Do join the group chat. The one I email you.
By the way,
you have
Prata
a lot
do
of fun
Povo-
there.
Yes.
Prata do
Thank
Povo
you.
means silver. Silver from the people, or people's silver actually, and voz do povo means people's voice.
Oh,
It's a coincidence.
okay.
Sorry, we didn't combine.
Voice to prove. It's now your turn to speak. The
Yeah,
final words.
Thank you for accept me. Always, I think I've been following you for like 6 months or more. Thanks for the Durham.
Oh, okay.
Your
Durham.
name was mentioned there, and I went looking for you after. And always see copying saying, if you are there and you want something to say, especially our people in the Africa and stuff, yes, one day I'm gonna give that a try. And
Yeah.
by the way,
boy.
Von, big fan.
Thanks, man.
Big fan. I'm not really fan of Americans, but trust me, you rock.
Hey, man, you're gonna like the private chat. Trust me.
So much love going around, man.
Yeah, and Draco, legend.
Thank you.
Hopefully, I'm gonna see you next Sunday. By the way, I always ask in DPA Telegram if there is open mic. I think I'm the only one who always asking.
So you can next time just ask in the private group, the
Yeah,
exclusive
because
group
the
chat.
open mic is my Sunday.
Because usually it's on Sunday, but sometimes I'm thinking of doing some on Saturday in a different time zone. But let's see how it goes. I'm not sure.
I was really pissed off when you say there's not gonna be an open mic because of American football. I say what? We don't care about that here in England.
Okay, Vaughn, the superstar.
I was gonna say, another great panel. I just love hanging out on Sundays and shooting the shit. It's great. I love reading the chat, and all you bastards in the chat. You know who you are. I'm talking about the regular chat, not the good, wholesome, clean chat. But I love these panels. I think it's awesome because we got people from all around the world. And the way I look at it is it's a bunch of regular guys sitting around, and they're telling you what's going on in their part of the world or their opinions based on their experiences. I mean, you got Singapore, France, Croatia, Portugal, Romania, that cold ass place up there, the Norway, Sweden. Yeah, I mean, and there's always people rotating in. And if you're watching and you're somewhere in the world and you got something to say or there's something going on where you're at, jump on the open mic and let us know and come on and be part of the discussion. I mean, it's about sharing information and letting people know that they're not alone in the world and they're not all the only one thinks this way or whatever. It's not like we're all kumbaya and shit, but still, I think it's a lot of good common sense, down to earth people. And if you want to be around those kind of people, then you need to come here. Great night. Love it. Thanks.
You missed the rainbow flag.
Well, I think we have reasons to be very, very proud because actually we hit several milestones on this open mic. First of all, we actually managed to address the topic, the title for at least for a brief while. We talked about Transnistria and Moldova. You're right. There's all the things. Well, we did cover Moldova in a way that I thought was like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. And then we also, we managed to enter in on some sort of abstract, heavy topics like economics. And I was kind of a rude dude last open mic closing statement. I kind of said like, if you don't join here, you're a fucking asshole. And I actually do still stand by that statement. But I'm very happy that there are 3 less assholes here now. I'm very happy that the Euro and Vosh and Mikael came on. I'm very satisfied that we finally got someone from Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and we got to cover topics about the Balkans, which is, now we start to have like a group enough that's big enough to talk about this from rather varied perspective from down there. And I'm also, of course, very appreciative that, I have a fellow Scandinavian that comes on finally. Because, okay, I'm Northern Norwegian and then I'm Norwegian. But then following that, I'm Scandinavian, right? So it's we had a bunch of other Norwegians here, like those other close people. So sort of for me, like they're not Northern Norwegians yet, but they're still like, and now I got a Swede over here and I have a lot of interesting perspective. And generally all of you, like it's been a blast. I mean, it's 5 hours and I'm kind of still enjoying it, right? So what can I say? I mean, if you don't like this and then subsequently subscribe, you're not just a fucking asshole, you're a complete goddamn idiot. What the fuck's wrong with you? Okay, it's obvious. Like you really should have some shame, man. Like okay, so and also I'm not gonna be so rude. Okay, you're okay. We love you. Also, you in the comments sometimes you say some things that are, it's kind of worth taking into consideration. Obviously there's the super chats we have to cover, which is kind of difficult. We're all over the place, and one super chat can really have a pretty long discussion that lasts like half an hour or more. Right? So I just think it is worthwhile pointing out, like we don't try to ignore you or anything, but this is the dynamic of the open mic. It's a bit all over the place. We have a lot to talk about because, well, we're a lot of different people basically, and this one was a great one. I loved it, and I appreciate being able to be on here and share my opinions and also listen to you guys and get some of my questions answered. And awesome.
Draco.
So, cheers on all of you. I love you guys.
Cheers.
Skull was quite nice. I was a little relaxed now, more relaxed than the last time, and it was really a good discussion. We managed to cover so many themes. And I think we covered them quite good, and I see a lot of potential in these discussions, a real potential to clear problems, because this is actually the scope of such discussions, to clear problems, to solve problems. I am very proud about all of us.
My problems. Solve my problems, please.
And I am happy with the new guys, and Vos do Povo. I am very happy about you because I love Africans, and we meet Africans so rare, Africans which are proud of them, and which are also capable to articulate their problems, because mostly they got timid because of the pressure that it's put on them. So and one more time, I love you all, guys.
Mikael.
Well, it's the first time, and it was very funny and interesting. I learned a lot of things. It was a little bit like the British Parliament, much more British than the Swedish Parliament, when people just say what they think. But I like being here, and I will return. Wyatt wrote to me during the open mic and said, join. I wasn't really prepared, man, but I don't regret that I jumped into it. And since Coping Things said so nice things about me, I won't call Norway West Sweden. And we were in a union until 1905. No.
Mikael, fuck the Norwegian.
In a couple of years ago, I was visiting the Finnish Air Force, and they asked me what I thought about the visit. And I said it's always very nice being here in East Sweden, and they became a bit cold. They didn't really like that. No. But I shall think about both interesting questions and do my best to answer questions. And I have always been interested in everything. So I have opinions about everything. And I've read a lot. When I was 7 years old, I started studying military things. I asked my father to give me a book about the fall of Fortress Europe. And he said, "You're 7 years old. I can buy you a little car or something." So I asked for money instead and went to the bookshop and bought the book myself. So I do my best to be a good member. And I have enjoyed talking with all of you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Mikael, I private messaged you on Twitter already to invite you into the group chat. It's only for open mic speakers, so you will enjoy it there. Yes. I think.
Yes, I looked at it afterwards.
Anyway, before Drew start, Drew, can I say something? Can you make me rich because you know your economy?
Me too.
I must state that I am not a finance professional. I've never worked in a bank. I've never worked in the finance industry. So anything you hear coming out of my mouth, take it with a huge bucket of salt. Don't believe anything I say. Nothing I say is financial advice. Please. Don't trust me. I cannot afford the responsibility.
I don't agree.
You know your stuff.
I'm an
we all
engineer.
thought you're gonna make us rich.
That's macroeconomics. It's not on personal, nothing. No personal advice is possible. It's macroeconomics.
It's just
for,
out of
larger
interest, and over time you kind of just hear and read up a bit here and there, then you kind of get the whole picture. So when I explain it, as even in the panel comments on YouTube, there are guys saying that I'm not being concise, I'm not using the right words. But at the end of the day, I think I just say how I think it all works in normal human language rather than banking language. Yeah, because I don't have any of those. Yeah,
Drew,
I guess
are
Jure,
you Chinese?
who has worked in the finance system, would be able to fill up all the holes that I have. Yeah.
Drew,
but we'll
are
see.
you Chinese? You are Chinese?
I'm ethnic Chinese. I'm Singaporean. I'm the same country as Wyatt.
So you are native in the business. Like Chinese are business plus.
Yeah. Chinese like to do business. Yes.
Stop sucking our blood, man.
Yes. Well, I have another reason why I kind of understand China, because they kind of think like I do. You know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's
why I don't trust China. Don't trust.
But there are some Christian people in Singapore too. Am I not right?
A lot of Christians.
Christian, yeah. They are Portuguese descendants. Yeah.
Is it just me, or is Wyatt and Drew's accents different? Like, it strikes me as your English accents are somewhat different. Like, is that regional? Because I know you guys are not from the same part.
There's no
like
region
in
Singapore.
Singapore is too
small place.
Wyatt sounds a lot more like a local Singaporean. I sound like this because I spent my entire career working in American and European companies. So I kind of have to learn how to speak so that the Americans could understand me. And
if you want me to speak like Drew, I can also speak like Drew. It's just that I do not speak like this because it sounds ridiculous.
Because I've heard another Singaporean YouTuber. He has a much more thicker, more like Asian, for lack of a better word, accent. And let's say Wyatt has more of an Asian accent than you have, Drew. Or a different one.
There's a whole spectrum. There are guys that around.
But he was
here
also from Singapore. I thought I was you have such a small country because
even my name here, Drew, which I use as my English name, everybody calls me Drew now, so my wife. But I had to come up with a name Drew because my American colleagues and bosses couldn't pronounce my Chinese name. So it was just, you know, okay, just call me Drew. Yeah, but it's a result of many years of working in
How is
American
your Chinese?
Si Yang.
Si Yang.
So yes.
Was right.
Never mind.
Drew, you're like you, Drew.
Yeah, just
already
Drew.
gave up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Drew.
So yeah, don't Chinese is weird because there are 4 sounds. So it's you have to kind of sing it to the European.
Yeah, I am a singer. I am a singer.
Yeah. Okay.
I can sing.
I welcome you, encourage you to pick up Mandarin because hey, they might be overload soon. So okay, so just some quick final words because we're approaching 6 hours. Yeah. Welcome to the new guys.
6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the new guys. Very glad to have more guys on here. Even though one is a politician, I'm a little bit scared, but you know,
politician.
Welcome. Yeah, once a politician, always a politician.
There is only one politician. There is only one politician. I trust.
Yeah. So the only thing we're missing now, if you realize, we have representation for every continent except South America. So any South Americans, if you're listening to this, come here and represent your continent. Come on. You know, we are talking about Brazil. We've got a Brazilian. You know, let's bring in the let's bring in some Argentinians or Brazilians or Venezuelans or something like that. I would love to learn more about South America because I've never been there, and you know, it's always so far away. You know, it's just kind of, you don't really hear about it, especially in English media.
I would really like if we manage to get here an Indio.
We do. We have Aki and
We have
Afif Had. I don't know how to pronounce his name. We have a few Indians.
I want to see someone from Caribbean.
I think he means the South American natives.
You mean like a pirate from the Caribbean, or?
Sorry,
South American natives.
Indio.
South American
someone
native.
from the Caribbean.
South American native. Oh, okay, yeah.
That you are speaking.
We
if
have
you're Latin
we have
American, you don't come on. Tu eres un puta.
Yeah.
Tu eres
un
puto.
So hopefully everybody.
Maybe it's different in Portuguese. I don't know.
Yeah.
In Portuguese, puto is actually just a boy, but the feminine, a kid, yes. But the feminine word is what it is.
But in Spanish, puto is a masculine
prostitute.
Yes.
Oh, did I say puto? No, I meant puta. Tu eres un puta. You're from Latin America. You don't come on. You're a fucking slut.
Bye.
Nobody wants to let Drew finish it.
Bye.
I'm done. Bye.
Done. Okay, thank you everyone. I'll see you next week.
Bye.
Y'all have a good week.
Bye, people. Thank you, Mikael.
Thank you. Bye.
So that's it, everyone, for the open mic for the episode 18. Which I'm very proud to say we almost hardly cover the title at all. Like almost, like we only covered like 1% of the time on it, and we didn't talk about Bakhmut at all, which is amazing. And I think people get bored of Bakhmut because Bakhmut has been like have been talked about every day, and nothing really very, very huge happened. I mean, if something happened, I already be reporting it. There's nothing much to talk about. So nobody cares about Transnistria. Nobody cares about Moldova. Who cares about Belarus? So that's just how it is. A lot of very heavy topics. So yeah, my brain hurts. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you for all the super chats. I'm just gonna NGS especially. NGS have so many super chats. Thank you so much to him. TV Risk also as well. Thank you to who else? Let me check. To Mummy, to Kurt, and thank you so much for the super chats, and thank you guys for watching. Still 133 of you guys are still around. Thank you so much, and I'm not sure if I have the energy to do the SIB rep for today. So let's see how it goes. And thank you guys for watching, and hopefully you guys have a good week ahead because it's Monday already. So at least it's Monday for me. You see, it's so bright outside. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the. Let me find where's my outro. Don't think I have outro here. I'll see you in the next update.